Debate Night presented by AARP. I'm Brian Thompson.
I'm Joey Fox. We are live from the campus of Ryder University, and we have a packed night ahead of us. In the next 2 hours, we hear from representatives from the Chidarelli and Cheryl campaigns, the governor, elect, and the lieutenant governor.
And we'll also have lieutenant governor candidates to sit down with us. We'll get a pulse on how they see this race shaping up. Tonight, they're all produced by ONNJ Jersey and the New Jersey Globe and Ryder University, sponsored by Scrivo.
So, Brian, what are you looking for the most? I mean, it's a hackneyed question, but what are you looking for most in this debate tonight? What do you think that people will be able to get out of this debate?
You know, debates are a funny thing, Joey. I've seen one or two more than you have in your career.
Only one or two, though.
Only one or two, I wish. But I am looking really for the fire in the belly presentation. Who really wants this job? It's a job people want and should want. And who shows that kind of determination that whether they're being negative or positive, that this is their turf, this is their field, and from there, then I'll have a better feel for the candidates than I do from just watching silly ads and reading articles on the Jersey Globe or, whatever. But seriously, you get a feel for the person with the debate. And that's really what I'm looking forward to. What do you see?
Well, I mean, what I'm curious about is, one of many things I'm curious about, sort of similar to that, but these are two politicians who come from very different arenas, right? You've got Jack Chidarelli, who's been a very state-level politician his entire career. He's in the state assembly. This is his third time running for governor. And then you've got Mikie, who her only elected office ever is U.S. Congresswoman. She has never been anything but a federal politician. That means that their areas of interest have always been very different. That means that their type of politics has always been very different. And it means that they don't really know each other personally that well. This will be one of the first opportunities that anyone in New Jersey gets to see not just what their competing visions for the state are, but how they literally compete with each other. These are the two people who are vying to be the next governor, and we don't really know how their two visions will interact with each other. We don't know literally how the two candidates will interact with each other. I've seen debates where candidates are basically looking to physically fight each other, and I've seen debates where candidates are extremely respectful and almost helping each other out the entire time. So
I think you will see mutual respect for each other, I think. I can always be proven wrong, by the way. I have been wrong a few times also. But they both come across as very decent people to me. There's very little bluster, very little bull between either one of them as far as attacking. You look at Jack Chidarelli's ads and he says, "Oh, come on, Mikey, we shouldn't be talking about the presidential race, about President Trump. We should be talking about New Jersey politics." And you see her try to tie him in to, but in a civilized way, to the Trump administration, that he gets support from Trump and he supports Trump and all that sort of thing. But it's not the wretched, attacking little children sort of discourse that you might fear an election should come into.
And I mean, I think that one nice thing about debates, obviously debates are oftentimes made up of sound bites. It's not a candidate giving a 30-minute speech, right? They've got to be able to formulate their answers pretty quickly. They're fighting against one another in terms of, how they make their points get across. But at least, we see these attack ads come out, and they're not, completely ad hominem crazy stuff, but they're often, both campaigns have alleged that the other's ads are a little bit unfair. They're taking clips out of context. They're making arguments that the other candidate wouldn't really ever make. They're talking about Chidarelli and a sales tax, and Mikie Sherrill and her plans for energy costs, and the other campaign is going to say, well, that's BS. That's not actually what I said. And the nice thing about a debate is that you get the actual opportunity for the candidates to say, well, literally, that is not what I said. Here is what I say about that issue. Here is, if you're specifically interested in the issue of taxes or energy prices or LGBT education or what have you, here is me actually talking about it and not just my opponent telling you what I supposedly said about it.
Correct. And you will see, I would suspect, if this goes the way we think it will, you will see snippets of this debate in their ads between now and November.
The question is, will it be in their own ads, or will they use the clips of each other in their ads?
Both. Anyway, On New Jersey's chief political reporter Laura Jones did sit down with David Wildstein and Micah Rasmussen for a special tribute to the late David Rebovich. They reflected on his lasting impact on New Jersey politics and why he would have been so proud to see tonight's debate take place here at Ryder University, home of the institute that bears his name.
It is debate night here in New Jersey at Ryder University. In just a few moments, the two candidates running for governor, Mikie, Cheryl, Jack Chidarelli, will be taking the stage behind us in our first gubernatorial debate. It's a town hall style. We're here at the alumni gym at Ryder University, and you're going to see lights coming on, going off, people walking behind us. This is a very active production scene. You're getting to see a lot going on behind the scenes, but we want to take a moment to talk a little bit more about some things that are important to this debate, to the people running the debate, and those involved in New Jersey politics. I'm joined by David Wildstein of the New Jersey Globe and also Micah Rasmussen of the Rebovich Institute for New Jersey Politics at Ryder University. This is not our first rodeo, but it is our first time doing something in a town hall style debate with the governor's race. But one of the things that I was thinking about, and David, you and I were talking about in preparation for the debate, is we talk about it sponsored by ONNJ New Jersey, the New Jersey Globe, the Rebovich Institute for New Jersey Politics at Ryder University. We know what that means, but our audience may not know what the Rebovich Institute for New Jersey Politics at Ryder University means. It's named after David Rebovich, for whom he was a political science professor here. And I think we all have some pretty fond memories, and we know who he was. He passed away 18 years ago while teaching here at this school. Yeah. So we just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge who he is, the impact he had, and continues to have. David, I'll let you start first.
Well, I will tell you, from the journalism side, when you called David Rebovich on anything, he could always answer the question. He knew everything about New Jersey politics. Didn't matter if it was a school board race in Bergen County or a fire commissioner race in Cape May. He could speak to it. He could speak to it expertly. He was fair. He was impartial. He was analytical. And just, you know, in a state like New Jersey, to have somebody who could sort of fill those blanks, not from the spin of a Democrat or from a Republican, but simply from a person who knew the inside but could speak to it fairly. It was just a credibly important resource to journalists.
I mean, Micah, he was a human Wikipedia before Wikipedia even existed, right?
Yes, and he was a ball as a professor. He was my professor, and he meant an awful lot to me. He set me up in my first internship on Senator Franny McManaman's last race for the state legislature. And so it's with so much pride that I do the same thing now for the next generation of New Jersey's leaders. And he was a lot of fun. He was, I loved politics before then, but he made me fall in love with New Jersey politics. He really did.
I think I have a very similar story, because even before I started out as the Trenton bureau chief for News 12, I started out at a small TV station, WZBN, in Mercer County. And going back to Clinton's 1996 election night, somebody said, well, we need to get somebody to give some commentary. There's a political science professor at Ryder University who's pretty well known, and somehow we got him. And then, I used to think, well, he's not going to answer me. I don't know what I'm talking about. But to Micah's point, I fell in love with New Jersey politics at that time. Yeah, really a gift.
I mean, just an absolutely remarkable man, and it's great that Ryder has done this to remember him, to immortalize him in his role, that this is the predominant center of higher education for New Jersey-based politics in the state, and I know he would have liked that. And I'll tell you, I hope I don't embarrass you here, but he would be so proud of you. And what you have brought to this campus, you have become his legacy. And that's not easy. And I remember the first time I spoke to you when you got the job, I said, wow, this is going to be, you're filling David Revovich's shoes. How do How do you do that? How do
And
you
he did.
Yeah.
You do.
And you are.
You do.
And if he were here seeing, what everybody's going to see tonight,
Yeah,
the largest single gubernatorial debate in New Jersey history on his campus, led, by his legacy, he would just be bursting with pride.
I'm thrilled that we can continue the work that meant so much to so many people. He touched so many people, right? I mean, we talk about the way that Steve Kornacki talked about him in his book, right? I mean, he had that impact on so many people's lives, not just here at Ryder, but across our politics. Just amazing. And if I reach out to Ryder students today, if I talk to Ryder students today who were not political science people, they all have a David Rebovich story. They
do.
Oh,
that's
meant
incredible.
So much to people.
Even now.
Yeah, absolutely. To this day. I can't tell you. I ran into somebody in an elevator, and she said, "Oh, I had him." She said, "What do you do?" I said, "Rebovich Institute." She's like, "David Rebovich? I had him," and she laughed and she recalled some joke that he told in class 20 years before. He had that kind of an impact on so many people's lives, and he gets to continue having that kind of an impact today, which is pretty cool.
I mean, you say, his daughter will be here. She's been invited to come tonight, but as you talk about, gosh, we do wish he could be here, but in a way he really is, because talk about a legacy being able to live out. He touched my life, your life, and it continues on. I do think of him every time I say the Rebovich Institute for New Jersey Politics at Ryder University, and it gives you chills. Again, a lot of people who are inside politics, they know, but to explain this to the audience, I think is really important, so they can really,
He's just a great man, just a great guy.
Great man, yeah. All right, well, thank you both for sharing some of your thoughts about David Rebovich, and thank you for helping coordinate, and again, for the partnership with Ryder University and the Rebovich Institute for New Jersey Politics. It is.
All right, we are back, and we're going to start talking now to lots of people who have opinions about this debate. So first up, joining us now is the campaign manager for the Chidarelli campaign, Eric Arpert. So Eric, I'm interested in hearing your completely unbiased, totally neutral feelings about this campaign and this debate.
That's what I always give you. Listen, this is an exciting night. It's the first time these two are meeting, our first ELEC-approved debate. We're looking forward to making the case to voters that New Jersey is ready for change. And that's really what we believe this election is about. Most New Jersey voters have recognized that our state is heading in the wrong direction. The highest property taxes in the nation, the worst business climate in the nation. Everybody's feeling the pain of their electric bill. And so we're ready to change, and Jack's going to make his common sense argument that he's the right candidate to fix the state.
Eric, every election is about change.
Unless you're running for re-election.
True. But otherwise, or the candidate running against the re-elect person is about change. So what is it that you want to get across as far as change is concerned that will change the direction of New Jersey?
Well, the Democrats have been in charge of the state legislature for 25 years. For the last 8 years, they've controlled every branch in our state government. And none of the problems that we face have gotten any better. I don't know in New Jersey today who can say they're better off than they were 8 years ago. Their electric rates are higher, their property taxes are higher, they're taking less and less home at the end of the day when you count in all of those costs. And that lies squarely at the feet of the party that's been in control of our state for so many decades. And unfortunately, Mikie Sherrill has offered nothing but more of the same from her Democratic colleagues. And so Jack Chidarelli's got a common sense plan from a guy who's grown up here, raised his family here, went to school here, started 2 successful small businesses here to cut taxes, lower costs, keep our communities safe, and make New Jersey a better place to live and a more competitive place to live where people can live the American dream.
So, I mean, I don't necessarily want to peel back the curtain too much here, but this is not Jack's first gubernatorial debate. He was the Republican nominee in 2021. He ran for the nomination in 2017. Both in terms of debate prep and in terms of the campaign itself, what feels different this time?
Well, the energy is off the charts, right? We've seen more and more energy at our events. As you know, Jack will do 12 events a day. No candidate works harder than Jack Chidarelli. Gets up and down the state, from stopping at diners to doing rallies or town halls. He's done over 100 town halls since the primary started. And we are seeing record-breaking crowds, right? And just the attention to this race. As you know, Joey, 4 years ago, the first obstacle was viability. We were banging our head against the wall trying to get people to recognize that Jack Chidarelli really could win. And so many folks were surprised. We weren't, but so many folks were surprised on election night. That is no longer the case. New Jersey has recognized that Jack Chidarelli is the strongest possible candidate in this race, that he's got the right plans for the job, and the energy is off the charts. It's really tenfold what it was 4 years ago. And so we're excited.
So you look at the debate today, or tonight, and have you gone over, like, okay, Jack, you really want to hammer hard against Cheryl on this, and you want to attack her on that, and you want to tear her apart on something else? Is that what we're going to see?
At his core, and everybody who knows Jack Chidarelli is a policy guy. And so I think what you're going to see tonight are two very different visions for the state of New Jersey. Jack wants to cut our property taxes, right? Jack wants to make our electric bills and our utilities more affordable. Jack wants to make our streets and communities safer. He's got real plans for how to do that, and I expect him to lay those out tonight and show the people of New Jersey exactly how he intends to govern. And so that's the goal, and I'm sure that's what Jack will do.
I mean, you were setting up sort of a contrast there with Jack's opponent. Do you feel like there is a contrast on that?
Of course there is. As I said, Mikie Sherrill represents the status quo in this state. She's not going to do anything to fix our property taxes. She's not going to do anything to fix our electric bills. She's not going to do anything to make our streets safer. She's going to be a continuation of the last 8 and 25 years. And I don't believe that that's what's right for our state. You know, there are statistics here that drive me nuts. Do you know that in this state, of all the states in the nation, where the kids that are educated here and go away to college, the fewest come back? Fewest in the country come back. You want to know why? Because they can't afford to buy a house here. They can't afford to start a business here. They can't afford to raise a family here. Their parents can't afford to retire here. We've got to make it easier to get a start here, to start a business, to raise a family, to retire with dignity here in New Jersey.
I hate to be the negative guy here where the glass is half empty instead of half full. But haven't we heard that song over and over and over and over and over again?
I don't ever think you've heard it with these specific policies that Jack has laid out. And that's why Jack has a positive vision. And New Jersey is ready for it. Right? Poll after poll after poll says the vast majority of New Jerseyans believe we are headed in the wrong direction. So, no, you're not going to hear. Jack says it on the stump. Jack's not going to tell you that this is the most important election of our lifetime. Every election is important, right? True. But the future of New Jersey is at stake. 4 more years of total Democrat control. You know, they raised the budget by over 65% in the last. It took us 243 years to grow the budget to what it was when Phil Murphy took in office, and he has more than doubled it since then. This is an unsustainable pathway that Mikie Sherrill will continue. We will be paying more. If we wake up on election day and Mikie Sherrill has won, 4 years from now we'll be paying more than we paid today.
All right. Thank you so much, Eric, for joining us.
Thanks a lot.
Appreciate it. Good to be with you.
Thanks, Eric.
We'll see.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Okay. And
that was great to talk.
Yeah. So let's now go to a little bit with our Lieutenant Governor, Keisha White.
Not yet.
Not yet? Oh, we got Sean. We'll go to the Lieutenant Governor next. Sean, good to see you.
Sorry for that. We've got now Sean Higgins, who is the Communications Director for the Cheryl campaign. He's here to give us the Mikie Sherrill side of the equation here.
Yeah. This business is a lot about reading your cues correctly. And, you know, I've been out of the business for a couple of years. So, Sean, welcome. Thank you so much. Let's talk about Mikie Sherrill. Let's talk about, first of all, the debate tonight. Is she going to be attacking Jack Chidarelli? Is she going to be, how many times will we hear Trump's name in this debate tonight?
Yeah, well, they're two in the same. So what you're going to hear from Mikie tonight is about her bold vision for leadership in New Jersey. She has a plan to declare a state of emergency on utility costs on day one, stopping the rate hikes, driving costs down. And that stands in sharp contrast to Jack Chidarelli, who is a career politician who has raised taxes at every level of government he's served, and now he's on the campaign trail talking about a 10% sales tax. He's all in, like Donald Trump said, all in, 100% MAGA, and he has no vision for the state other than doing exactly what Donald Trump tells him to do.
I mean, so when we were talking to Eric just now, you know, I sort of asked about how this is the latest of many debates that Jack Chidarelli has done for governor. This is obviously the first debate at least of the general election that Mikie Sherrill has ever done. What has that prep been like? What has the energy been like?
Yeah, I think that tells you a lot that you need to know about Jack Cidarelli. This is a career politician who has actually been rejected by voters twice in his gubernatorial campaigns. So he's not changed. He's the ghost of elections past, and all he's here to do is serve Donald Trump. I mean, he said that it was his job to help President Trump as governor. I mean, can you imagine a governor of a state saying it's their job to help the president rather than help the people of New Jersey? But what you're going to hear from Mikie Sherrill tonight, I mean, she's a former prosecutor. She's going to come prepared to outline her vision for the state, but also draw a sharp contrast with Jack Cidarelli about what's at stake in this election, because Jack Cidarelli's extreme agenda is wildly out of touch with New Jersey.
Well, you know, we've heard a lot of this in the commercials, but at this point, is the Trump card, like that, Trump card? Is the Trump card being worn out, or is this going to run all the way through to November?
Well, I think it's Jack Cidarelli who's actually playing the Trump card. I mean, he spent the entire Republican primary begging for Donald Trump's endorsement. He actually chartered a helicopter to fly to Bedminster to suck up to Donald Trump. And Mikie Sherrill flew 10 years in the Navy flying helicopters for our country, not for Donald Trump. But I think Jack Cidarelli's embrace of the MAGA agenda is something that is really tangible for voters right now, because every day when they go to the grocery store, what Mikie hears from small businesses is that Donald Trump's tariffs are driving prices up. And Jack Cidarelli said that New Jersey voters might need to feel a little pain just to go along with Trump's agenda. And I think that is a really clear contrast in this race with a candidate, Mikie Sherrill, who's here to serve the people of New Jersey, and Jack Cidarelli, who's here to serve himself and Donald Trump.
I mean, both campaigns have pitched this election as something of a change election, of something of moving into a new era. But I mean, New Jersey has had a Democratic governor for the last 8 years, and that's something that Jack Chidarelli says, well, we need to change from that. We need to completely change the direction of the state. What is Mikie's argument? What is the campaign's argument for how the state can change when presumably, you know, a lot of the current Democratic and relatively liberal policies of the current administration would be intended to be continued?
I think it's pretty rich for Jack Cidarelli to argue that he's changed when he has been running for elected office since Mikie Sherrill has been in high school. He's someone who has voted to raise taxes at every level of government he's served. And he's ran for governor twice before and been rejected by the voters twice. So there's nothing changed about Jack Cidarelli. Mikie Sherrill is going to bring a different kind of leadership to Trenton. She's not your average Democrat. She is someone who has taken on anybody, including her own party, at very high-profile moments, including calling on Joe Biden to step aside from the top of the ticket. So she's someone who is going to be an independent voice in Trenton, someone who is going to call balls and strikes, not just go along with the party line. And I think that you've seen her bold plans in this campaign, whether it's a state of emergency on utility costs, her Save You Time and Money agenda that's about helping small businesses start and grow in New Jersey, that are really different than the status quo in Trenton and will really shake things up.
But in a state with way more Democrats than Republicans registered, why do you think the latest polling is showing that it's close, probably a toss-up, certainly Chidarelli closing whatever perceived gap we may have had earlier in the year?
I guess I would push back on that. The latest public poll showed Mikie up by 8 points. She was leading with independents, and she leads on a lot of the character traits that really matter to voters, whether it's honesty or trustworthiness or caring for people like them. And I think what the public polls have shown is that they know Jack Cidarelli, they just don't necessarily like him.
Thank you so much for joining us, Sean.
Yeah.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll see you on the
Thanks,
campaign.
Joey. Good to see you.
So, now we're going to go to Keisha Wade.
Second time's the charm.
Let me tell you that New Jersey Lieutenant Governor and Secretary of State Keisha Wade spoke with On New Jersey Chief Political Reporter Laura Jones, heard that name before, about how her office is preparing for the elections. You know, the vote by mail has already gone out. You should be getting it any day if you're one of those voters. And everything you need to vote, expanding access to ensuring fair and secure results across the state. Take it away, Laura.
Well, Lieutenant Governor, it's so good to see you. Thank you for coming in and talking with us today.
Thanks for having me, Laura.
Oh, absolutely. All right, so we've got a big election. The governor's race is topping the ticket here in New Jersey, as well as legislative races. Yes. You, as Secretary of State, Lieutenant Governor, and Secretary of State, you have overseen 8 elections. So let's just talk a little bit about how you're gearing up right now, getting ready for Election Day, which will be here before you know it.
Yeah, well, again, thanks for having me, because elections are very important. This year, every single year, we want to ensure that all of our eligible voters here, they cast their ballot. So since 2018, my team and I understood the assignment, Laura, that it's not only trying to get the eligible voters to vote, we want them to be engaged. We want them to be educated. So what did we do? We created the portal for all things elections, vote.nj.gov.
Right. VoteNJ.gov.
Yes.
Okay. That's where you go. That's where you find it. Because there are so many different ways you can vote. I mean, when you first took office, all the things that changed, and then COVID changed things, and there was drop off. So let's go over the different ways you can vote and how each one works.
Sure. So, it's great to be a voter in New Jersey because of the 3 ways you can vote. I start with vote by mail. It's no excuse for eligible voters. You could go to vote.nj.gov. You can download the form and complete an application for voting by mail. And then your county clerk will send you your VBM to complete your ballot. And of course, the election is on November the 4th. You have to have it returned by November the 4th. And if you're returning it by mail, you want to ensure that it's postmarked by November 4th, or on November 4th, I should say. There are other methods that you can use to return your ballot. We have the secure drop boxes throughout the state. You could also go to your local county board of elections and return your ballot there. So many different ways in which you can return that ballot, but we always want to ensure that in completing the ballot, you vote, you sign it, and you seal it. Right.
So you have responsibility as a voter yourself to ensure you are dotting your I's and crossing your T's, because there's vote by mail.
Yes.
Then there's early voting, and then, of course, the day of voting.
Before I even get to in-person early voting and November 4th, which we consider D-Day, you can track your ballot, too. Yes, at vote.nj.gov, we have the mechanism for voters to do that so that they can have that voter confidence.
Well, that's what I was going to get to, because there are people who say, the state has done so much to ensure there is transparency, to ensure that they are fair, and to ensure everybody who is entitled to vote can have that opportunity. But there are still some people out there who don't trust the process. So can you explain a little bit more about how you can register and actually watch where your vote is in the process? I'm fascinated by this.
Sure. We're guided just by the principles that we want our elections to be fair, free, and of course secure, run with integrity. So we made certain that we included the Track My Ballot. You can go to vote.nj.gov and you can put in your information, right? And they can advise if your ballot has been accepted. Of course, you cannot find out if it's been counted because it has not occurred yet. But that is just another confidence factor that we have in place. And then getting to in-person early voting. I actually in-person early vote because on Election Day, I'm working from, let's say, 6 a.m. in the morning. I was going to say, you're a little preoccupied. I'm a little busy. I'm a little busy. So, I was so thankful when we launched in-person early voting, because for me, I have an 11-year-old who loves to read. And you can go to various polling locations within your county. You can find those locations through vote.nj.gov. And she likes to read. We go to our neighborhood library. grab a book, and then I cast my ballot. And Mondays through Saturdays, in-person early voting, which starts on October the 25th, and it concludes November the 2nd. Mondays through Saturdays, 10 through 8 p.m., but on Sundays, it's 10 a.m. through 6 p.m.
Final thoughts of anybody, final thoughts you want to leave our voters with, or those who may not have registered, where to go, what to do, one final pitch.
Okay, voters out there in New Jersey, you have until October the 14th to register to vote if you have not already registered to vote. But please check your voter registration, making sure that everything is accurate. Go to vote.nj.gov for further information, and we'll see you at the polls.
Lieutenant Governor, thank you so much for taking the time, and also thank you for being an advocate for fair, transparent elections. It's just so important, and sharing all of this great information with us. We're really, really appreciative.
Thank you for having me, Laura.
Absolutely.
And we're back now, New Jersey Debate Night here on the Ryder University campus in Lawrenceville, New Jersey, with our two candidates coming up just about an hour and a half from now, Joey.
It's pretty exciting. I think we're going to quickly cut to a commercial break, but then we're going to have even more interviews and talks and everything else.
We'll keep you informed with the latest, so stay tuned.
O'Toole Scrivo, one of the fastest growing law firms in New Jersey. Relentless expertise, proven results. Kevin O'Toole, 3 decades as a senator, assemblyman, and mayor. Thomas Scrivo, chief counsel to the governor, Bar Association president, famed trial lawyer. 2 leaders, 2 distinct paths, 1 shared vision.
Tom and I met first day of law school, and we talked then about forming a law firm. And with that, we said we have to have really smart, aggressive lawyers, folks with really deep expertise with certain disciplines. And we said there had to be an overall achievement of giving back to the community.
That's exactly what we've built. We partner with charities, match employee giving, and volunteer year-round. At O'Toole Scrivo, we define success as making a difference.
Different paths, 1 vision. O'Toole Scrivo, where expertise meets integrity.
We vote to protect the Social Security we worked hard for. We vote because family caregivers deserve support. We vote to have a say in our future. For all the reasons why, AARP has information about when, where, and how to vote. Find the information you need to make your voice heard.
For 3 decades, Audible has pioneered the audio storytelling format. From our headquarters in Newark, New Jersey, we develop talent, support tech and media startups, and foster communities of creators. Through our state-of-the-art studios, cutting-edge technologies, and paradigm-shifting, immersive productions. We're a global company, but we've been a New Jersey business from day one. We're proud of the story Audible and New Jersey are continuing to write together.
My mom and I talk about everything, from family recipes to health plans. She's my go-to for advice. When I was choosing a plan for Gina and myself, she suggested Horizon Blue Cross Blue Shield of New Jersey. Mom has been a member since before I was born. A lot has changed since then, but Horizon has always been there. They focus on our overall health, including dental and vision plans. My family is what matters most to me, and I have peace of mind knowing that we're covered by Blue.
Healthcare has become disconnected. At Johnson & Johnson, we want to give healthcare real meaning again. By focusing on health and care, we're bringing life-changing innovations and leading technology solutions to patients. Advanced treatments for today and potential cures of tomorrow. Let's show all the amazing things those 2 simple words, health and care, can do.
Every owl has something to protect.
I don't think I'm doing this right.
Al Chun.
Can you hand me that paint cup?
Alan Hagen.
I'm not going to spend my retirement on land.
Owls who start a business.
She's the boss now.
And pass it down. competitive owls,
It's actually Allie.
weird owls.
My friends think I'm normal.
Whoever you are, you've got something to protect.
Look at the camera.
And with investment, retirement, and insurance know-how, Prudential can help protect your life's work.
There you are.
Who's your rock?
Ready for anything? That ought to be our state motto. All hustle, no nonsense, never backs down. So when it comes to strengthening the grid and uplifting our communities, we do it our way. Because storms don't care what exit they hit. And talking doesn't fix the grid. Fixing it does. Around here, we make our own future. Because ready is who we are. PSEG.
Is that? Wow. It's gonna be okay.
Hi, I'm Michelle Sakurka, President and CEO of the New Jersey Business and Industry Association. We're excited to join tonight's first gubernatorial debate. As the state's largest and most influential business association, it's our mission to ensure that business is at the center of the next governor's agenda, because when business thrives, so too does our economy. To take us there, we presented our blueprint for competitive New Jersey to both candidates, the policy roadmap to drive innovation and prosperity in New Jersey. Check it out at njbia.org/blueprint. We look forward to working with our next governor to put business at the center. Thank you.
And welcome back again to Jersey Debate Night, presented by the AARP. I'm Brian Thompson, along with Joey Fox.
And joining us now is the State Director of AARP New Jersey, Chris Widello. Chris, thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
So, I mean, you know, this is the debate that's going to focus on a lot of issues. I imagine some of those issues are going to be ones that overlap with the interests of your group and your members. What are you most hoping to hear from the candidates tonight?
Sure. So, you know, our members are 50 and older, and, you know, I think they're going to want to hear a few different issues tonight from the candidates. I think the first one is really overall affordability here in New Jersey, and in two areas in particular. One, property taxes. We hear from our members constantly. We've looked at research that property taxes are one of the biggest barriers to people being able to live here after they retire, when their income is fixed and they don't have a way to supplement it. But property taxes are obviously going up, and it's an expensive state, but a great place to live. And the other area is around utilities. We just saw over the summer there was almost a $20 increase in people's utility bills, and while there were some short-term solutions, they are looking for a long-term fix to these ever skyrocketing utility costs. And you know, so right, if you can survive the property tax piece, often things like utilities and other cost of living issues are what force people to have to make a decision. Can they want to stay here in the Garden State, or do they need to consider looking for more affordable options? And then there's a few other issues. Caregiving, very important issue. Family caregivers are often taking care of loved ones, and they're doing this because it is a labor of love, and they want to make sure that that loved one can stay in their home and community, but they need support. And so we want to hear what the candidates will say around how they will help people who are caregivers do what they need to do and be successful.
How much do national politics, what's happening in Washington, have any kind of impact on how people see this? Or is it, as was famously said many years ago, all politics is local? Is it just, you know, blame or seek hope from the next candidate who promises change?
I do think politics is local, and I really do believe that people here in New Jersey, older voters, want to hear from candidates on how they will help them successfully stay here in New Jersey and age well in the way that they would like to. So, certainly there's a lot happening at the federal level, but I think that they really do believe that their lives are most greatly impacted by what happens here in New Jersey and by whoever is the next governor.
So I don't necessarily want to corner you into taking a side in this election, because I know that that's not really your role here, but a lot of the issues that you've been bringing up are issues that the candidates have been talking about quite a bit. Electricity costs is something that the candidates keep on going back and forth on. Property taxes, that's been one of the big missions of Governor Phil Murphy's second term, and that's sure to definitely continue to be an issue for whoever the next governor is. Do you feel satisfied, do your members feel satisfied with the plans and proposals that the two candidates that are going to be on the stage tonight have been putting out?
Yeah, I think there's been a lot of talk about that these are issues that are important to them. We met with both candidates and talked to them about these very issues. They participated in our voter guide. I think what our members are looking for is specificity. Yeah. How are they going to do that? So I think there's some agreement that these are issues that can limit people's ability to stay here. But how and in what way, what actions will they be taking specifically to make sure that happens? And when can people, I think, feel the relief? And I think that's the two things that people will be keying in on.
Do you think that specificity has been there? Do you feel like there have been enough specifics in terms of these plans for what they're actually going to do with the state of New Jersey?
I think it could be a little bit better,
okay.
Right? So I think,
Are you saying that politicians are dealing in overly broad strokes and making promises?
I think these are tough issues to tackle, right? So I think that it's going to have to be really thoughtful, and they're going to have to figure out how to make it all work, right? Yeah. Especially on property taxes. We know how important that is to funding a lot of things here in New Jersey. But we have, some great programs. So we have Anchor, we have Senior Freeze, we have Stay New Jersey now. We want to make sure that those programs are in place and remain in place and are going to be supported by the next governor, right? And then I think the same thing with utilities. Depending on who you talk to, it's this person's issue, that person's issue. I think we have to put aside the finger pointing really and get down to what actions can be taken by the next governor and the legislature to really remedy this issue, because I don't know where the end is, right? Where is the ceiling on this? And I think that's what's scary.
The frustrating thing to me, and I think probably to most New Jerseyans, I've been here for 30 years now, and I've heard property taxes, property taxes, property taxes. Every campaign I hear property taxes. And there have been a few programs, Anchor, that sort of thing, that offers some relief. But it doesn't get to the core issue that New Jersey has the highest or among the highest property taxes in the nation compared to a state like Florida, where they don't.
Right.
How do people process, how do members of your organization, AARP, how do they process this, that here we are, we're hearing the same old song?
Yeah, I think that's what's difficult, is right, and I think it's alluring to when you have these other opportunities out of state where you could say, well, I can save some considerable money, or my retirement's going to go further. But they do want to stay here, and I think that's we have to really appreciate that people want to stay here in the Garden State. This is a great state. What don't we have here? Right? And so I think there's that hope that maybe we can figure out a way to make it work. And so programs like Anchor and Senior Freeze and Stay New Jersey are vitally important to making that happen. It's a great first step. But I do think that I think they're hopeful that the next administration can tackle this and make it something that they can live with.
Okay, Chris, thank you very much, State Director of the AARP, and we appreciate your insight, and we'll look forward to see how the seniors of New Jersey will vote based on the guides that you offer them and not endorsements, of course.
Thank you.
So, Ryder University's new president, John Loyak, is stepping into the role of an exciting time for his campus. He sat down with One New Jersey's Lisa Marie Falbo to share some visions for Ryder's future and to talk about why hosting tonight's gubernatorial debate is such a meaningful moment for the university community here.
Well, John, thank you so much for having us on your campus tonight
for
the wonderful debate. How exciting is it to have this year?
It's amazing. So as a political junkie, actually having the potential governors here on our campus to sort of put it all out there in a close election, and couldn't be more exciting. And everybody here on campus is buzzing about the fact that it's here at Ryder. So.
What do you hope that the next governor of New Jersey does for higher education here in the Garden State?
You know, there are a lot of job needs and frankly a lot of retraining coming with AI coming in and the workforce changing, and you've got some great resources here in the state of New Jersey with the university system. Frankly, what we all need is a little bit more resources to expand facilities, to bring in new programs and retrain the workforce and all the things that's going to happen over the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years. Higher ed in New Jersey is perfectly situated to be a catalyst for that conversion, but it's going to take some help and resources, both not just in public institutions, but also in private institutions, to have enough capacity to really be able to manage it all. So I'll be listening for what both candidates have to say about higher ed, investing in higher education, how higher ed can continue to help serve the healthcare network here and in the region, because that's so critical these days, and how we can be part of retraining the workforce as technology shifts and our world changes around us, which is happening so much faster than it ever has before. I just did a podcast on AI and the impact on higher education and just the world in general. And you think of these cycles of technology, from electricity to the automobile to the internet to iPhones. There's always been a decade or more of transition. With AI, it's probably not going to be that long. And so how we work together, partner together to make sure everybody lands in a good spot as technology continues to progress is just critical. So I'll have my ear open for that kind of discussion.
Yeah, absolutely. What about student retention? Because New Jersey is losing a lot of students to outside universities.
Yep. Well, I will tell you, as somebody who has been involved in higher education in 2 institutions in the state of Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania is the biggest importer of any state of students, and a lot of them are from New Jersey. And again, I think it's investment in the product, right? And institutions can't take all of that on by themselves. Their donor base can't take it all on by themselves. So it has to be a public-private partnership. We've got some great institutions here. Obviously, I'm partial to Ryder, but in the state of New Jersey, and we need to continue to invest and build on that. And so that our kids stay here and fill the jobs that are needed here in the state of New Jersey. And I'm sure both candidates are highly interested in making sure educated workforce, that critical employers like Bristol-Myers Squibb, like the healthcare system here with Capital Health, have the talent here in the region, because we heard this a lot in Reading when we were expanding health science and engineering. Employers wanted people who came from the area so they would stay, because they had roots and family and all of that. Bring people in from the outside, they stay for a few years, they get some experience, and then they move on. And we could do a much better job of that, I think, in New Jersey. And frankly, the governor and the next head of education here in New Jersey is going to have a big impact at maybe the most critical time of how we're going to be maneuvering ourselves through all of this change in technology that's going to go on around us.
What's the 30-second pitch that you're going to give them when you meet them in their dressing room?
Yeah, Ryder is really this special place of legacy and family and first-generation college students, and we really have plans to expand and meet some of those job needs that we were just talking about, but we're going to need help from the state. And frankly, an open-minded higher ed policy and integration with private and public for everyone to be successful. So that's my pitch, is we need their help because they need our help. Because we are what will convert the workforce. We are what is creating that labor force for tomorrow. And we need to work very closely together.
Yeah, well, you have such energy, drive, passion. Ryder's on its way.
Yeah. I hope so.
Thank you, John, so much. And once again, thank you for opening your campus to us.
Yeah, we can't wait to have the candidates here. I can't wait to get a chance to be part of that process. So thank you so much.
We are back, and as you can see on the screen there, we've got a live shot inside the auditorium where the debate is going to start in 1 hour and 11 minutes. This is going to be a pretty enormous production. We've got around 1,600 people coming. Pretty impressive. You can see there just how many seats there are. I think this is going to be quite the affair.
And they all came for us.
They all came for us, just to talk to us. We've actually got a ton of people that have to cycle through, so we got to move fast here.
Well, let's talk about who we're going to talk with right now.
Yes, so we are joined by columnists from the New Jersey Globe's stomping grounds, Democratic strategist Dan Bryant and Republican strategist Alex Wilkes. Thank you guys for joining us.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you for having us.
So we talked with Eric Arpert from the Chidarelli campaign and Sean Higgins from the Sherrill campaign earlier and asked them stuff about their own campaigns. You guys aren't directly working for these campaigns, so we have the option to ask you guys about the other people's campaigns. So, Dan, I'll start with you. What do you most hope the Chidarelli campaign and Jack Chidarelli will do tonight?
Well, listen, I think he is, to state the obvious, he's walking a tightrope, right? So Jack Chidarelli is trying to show I'm a different type of Republican. I'm a moderate Republican that can get elected statewide in New Jersey, which hasn't happened in 12 years, not like I'm counting. And meanwhile, the president is ordering retaliatory things from his attorney general. You have everything in-house. You just got Jimmy Kimmel fired from ABC, had the FCC threaten them. So while Washington is descending into chaos, and while President Trump is more and more chaotic and, frankly, in my opinion, corrupt and all of these things, he's trying to run a campaign. So it's tough for him. He's got to make sure that he keeps his base and try to play for the middle. I don't know how he does it.
Alex, what do you hope to see from Mikey Sherrill tonight?
Look, if we can get an opening answer that in any way mirrors that one of those first interviews she did where she couldn't cite a single piece of legislation that she would pass as governor, that would be great. That would be great. But truthfully, what I hope to see from Mikey's campaign is a demonstration of what we saw in the primary debates on these very stages, which was that she doesn't have a command of the issues. And New Jersey is a big state. It's a complex state. It is a state where you need a true executive. Mikey Sherrill is a creature of Washington. She is not someone who has that command necessarily of those issues. So look, I think that it's going to be her job to sort of establish that in a way that people can understand. And then look, I think for Jack, it's not only a moment for him to make the case again on affordability, but it's a somber moment. There's a mood in the country right now that is following Charlie Kirk's death that is extremely fearful. That's extremely worried about political violence and worried about how we all come together and live in harmony. So I think that he has an opportunity to address that as well.
Let me ask both of you the same question here, all fairness, but I'll start with you, Alex. If you were on stage with Mikey Sherrill, what would you suggest she not do? What would be dangerous for her to do?
I think what would be dangerous for her to do is to have too much in her head in terms of the media preparation. I felt like over this summer, I saw tweets from every which way of people saying, I'm going back home to New Jersey to work for Mikey Sherrill. And I was like, how many people need to work for this one gubernatorial campaign to get it off the ground? And so I think that there's a risk of over preparation, and that's when you get the Rick Perry brain freeze moment where you're like, I don't know where to start. So in some ways, she almost right now at this moment in this building, she's just gotta scream, punch something, shake it out, whatever she needs to do.
And Dan, to you, if you were on stage with Jack Chidarelli, what would you suggest would be dangerous for him to say?
So I think one thing that we saw in the primary debates, especially as you guys remember the first Globe primary debate, was it got very tense very quickly. They started throwing punch early, and they didn't stop for that 2 hours, right? And I think he did that because he knew that Bill Spadea was on the stage with him, and he thought, well, if I don't do it, he's going to do it. I'll rather throw the first punch than take the first punch. But that has been his pattern throughout the debate so far, which he is very, very aggressive, and it turns into a food fight quickly. I think if he tries to do that tonight, he's going to suffer. Because I don't think Mikey Sherrill is going to take the bait. I think she's going to rise above that. And I think if he just comes out as super aggressive and looking like he's taking cheap shots rather than laying out his view for the state, which is kind of how he's looked in these debates so far, it's not going to go well for him against someone who did as well in the debates, primary debates, as Mikie Sherrill did.
Yeah, it'll be kind of interesting to see if we had Alex and Dan up there on the debate stage.
Oh, I'd watch a debate between the two of them.
Yeah,
That'd be great. That'd be an hour and a half.
We're doing our own debate at the same time, by the way.
Oh, good,
Yeah.
good. Great kind of programming. I mean, so we obviously spend a lot of these segments talking about the candidates, but these debates aren't really for the candidates, right? They're for the voters. They're for especially undecided voters who genuinely don't know what they're going to do in November when they get to the ballot box. What do you hope undecided voters are able to come away from tonight or from any debate, with? What do you think is the purpose of debates in that sense?
So I would speak to it less, Joey, in terms of undecided voters and more in terms of low propensity voters, right?
Sure.
I don't know how many people don't have their mind made up yet, but there's a whole lot of people that don't know whether they're going to get off their behind and go out and vote, right? So what do they care about? I think they care about the things that affect their lives on a day-to-day basis. It's less the national scene because they're probably not following the national scene, and it's more so, affordability of daycare, of my healthcare, of college, of just how difficult it is to raise a family in this country in this day and age right now, and who's going to do the most for me personally. And if candidates aren't connecting on that level, I just don't think they're going to be able to come out and vote. So if I was up there, I'd be worried less about I'm trying to convince either Jack's voters or someone who hasn't made up their mind, and more so I'm trying to convince the Democrats in this state, which outnumber Republicans by 800,000, to get off their behinds and come out and vote.
I agree with Dan's analysis on the opposite side, which is that we have to convince the many voters that came out and supported President Trump in 2024 in New Jersey at an astonishing pace. I mean, and that includes all kinds of voters. We have unaffiliated voters, we have minority voters who came out for the president in just astonishing numbers. We need to make the case to them that this is a worthy time for them to also vote. But I think that in terms of the issues, one of the greatest gifts, I'll call it a gift, that Governor Murphy's Energy Master Plan gave us was the form of an electric bill this summer that I think people opened and nearly passed out. I mean, I've had neighbors who have had, modest-sized homes, $1,000 electric bills, crazy, right? And I think that for so long that the cost of living in this state has been nicely obscured and built into things that are a little more removed, like property taxes, things that don't come to you every month, come right out of your checking account, auto-debited. This summer was just unbelievable, and I think that even the credits, they can't possibly offset what the pain that people are feeling. So I think that it is up to Jack to crystallize that for voters and say this is the result of poor Trenton leadership that prioritizes all of these crazy causes over just right-siding our budget and right-siding the direction of this state. There is no reason why this state, with so many natural advantages, shouldn't be an economic leader, shouldn't be a place where businesses flock to and where families and communities can thrive.
I'll give you a hypothetical. Let's say Jack Chidarelli wins.
People in politics don't like to deal with hypotheticals. We know this very well.
Can he drag Republicans over the finish line in the Assembly and the Senate, in your opinion?
We certainly hope so. One thing that Jack always says on the campaign trail, and he has said this since his primary days on, and I have always appreciated it, is he has said it's not just me, it's Jack plus 13, the 13 needed for a majority in the Assembly. And I think that is so important because you're not just running for yourself. You're not just running a one-man campaign. You are running on an agenda. You are running for a purpose, a real governing purpose for the people of this state, which you need the legislator to do. And I think that he is putting that out there so clearly in just where he goes, very strategic about going to districts that need his help to get over the finish line, and quite frankly, where he needs their help in getting over the finish line. So this is a mutual effort in a lot of these places, and I think that he has done a fantastic job with making this, that it's not just the Jack show, this is about all of us.
Dan, if the hypothetical doesn't work out and Chidarelli wins, but he has a Democratic legislature, can he govern with a Democratic legislature?
I love you, Brian. As Joey said, I'm not going to deal with that hypothetical. I will say this. Let's just speak to the legislative side of this. The legislative elections have fantastic candidates up and down the state, and as much as I love my friend Alex here, I will say that the Republicans not only aren't really taking it seriously trying to take back the House, they're really not running competitive elections in most of these supposed swing districts. So I think we feel very, very good about where the Assembly is going to be. The Democratic Assembly campaigns are running smart, hard races, same way they did in 23, which is supposed to be a tough cycle. We actually added seats to the House. I feel very, very good about the Democrats sending a majority back to Trenton next year.
So if they keep the majority, can Chidarelli work with them if he were somehow to go over the finish
The Democratic majority is going to have a great time working with Governor Sherrill and her administration and advancing her agenda.
I guess I'm not going to get an answer to that one, am I?
Can't talk about message.
I mean, I'm curious to ask Alex that question. Are you willing to take the bait of a hypothetical of a Democratic Assembly and a Republican governor here? What does that look like?
I mean, look, we did see that under Governor Christie that there was that dynamic, and you know, things did get done in this state. Big things got done in this state. So, you know, obviously the same dynamics that existed then are different now. I mean, we're just a much more entrenched partisan kind of place right now in the electorate. But at the same time, I think that there's nothing that New Jerseyans love more than to make a good deal. And I think it doesn't matter if you're a Republican or a Democrat. I think if you can get something done for your district, if you can get some help or something solved, you're going to work with anybody to get that done. And that should be your attitude.
Alex Wilkes, Dan Bryan, the frickin' frack of politics in New Jersey, and
which one am I?
That's a hypothetical.
We'll talk after.
That's a hypothetical.
Joey?
So next up, On New Jersey's Lisa Marie Falbo spent time with both candidates, Jack Chidarelli and Mikie Sherrill, for wide-ranging conversations about their lives and the experiences that shaped them. Let's hear more about the moment they decided to run for the highest office in the Garden State.
Where did the idea of public office come about?
So when I came home from Seton Hall University with my MBA CPA to Raritan, the mayor of the town, Anthony DeSico, was a friend of my parents, their generation, and I'll never forget, he came over to the house one day and he said, Jack, your family's been here for 100 years. You've all owned businesses in this town. MBA, CPA, we could use that kind of expertise. You ought to run for council in town. And I've always been a curious sort, and I said, my goodness, the town my grandfather immigrated to. What an honor this would be for my family. So I did it. That's how it happened.
And you just caught the bug. You just love the rush.
Well, you know what I say when people say to me, what are you doing in politics? It's such a, if you genuinely like and care about people, this is the greatest business in the world. If you genuinely like problem solving, which I do, I'm a CEO. I love problem solving. This is the greatest business in the world. And the third thing I'll say is when something I love is broken, I'm determined to fix it, no matter what it might be. And right now, New Jersey's broken. It can be fixed. Leadership matters. So that's what this campaign is all about. Yeah. When people ask me, why are you running for governor? I really feel strongly about this. 3 generations of us have achieved our American dream right here in New Jersey. I want today's New Jerseyans and future generations to feel confident they too can achieve their American dream right here in New Jersey.
You're loving life in Washington. You're getting a lot done. But now you turned to being governor of the state. So what inspired you to run for that office?
I am really proud of the work I've done in Washington. In fact, I was told early on that, you know, Mikie, if you're here for about 20 years, you can really make a difference. And I remember thinking, wow, I might not be here in 2 years, right? This is a tough, you know, this at the time was a tough seat and working hard to hold it. So at that time, I got to work, and in only my second term, I was named the most effective member of the New Jersey delegation because of the broad coalitions I was able to build. But Congress has gotten more and more difficult to work, and we've seen less and less get done. And I started to feel that it was governors that were going to be able to truly serve the people of the state very well. And they're pragmatic. You know, the fact that the buck stops with governors. So you've got to get stuff done. You've got to deliver for the people of the state, or you won't be in power very long. And that was really, and is really, attractive to me. I want to be able to deliver for people in New Jersey to the best of my ability. I think being governor is where that will happen.
All right, we are back. You've got another live shot of the venue starting to fill up. I mean, we've heard from a few people here, and I've been totally shocked that all of the Democrats we've had on have said good things about Democrats, and all the Republicans we've had on have said good things about Republicans.
This is New Jersey, okay? You got a problem with that? No, this is New Jersey, and, we like it.
We'll make do with it.
We like it this way. Look, we want to hear from various folks around here, including correspondent Sophie Recchi. So why don't we go over to her right now and see what she has for us. Sophie?
Hey guys, yeah, the excitement is definitely building out here as well as people are starting to pour into the auditorium. Here just behind me is where people are lining up to go inside after they go through a security check. And if we move the camera over, you can see that people are going through that very extensive security check, of course, making sure that this venue is safe, and they are queuing up. They're lining up outside of this building, very excited to hear from their candidates. I've seen them wearing their Jack Chidarelli t-shirts, hats, stickers on their clothing as well. They also have their Mikie Cheryl apparel, including several t-shirts as well. And I've been seeing voters from across the state from various different age groups as well. Some first-time voters and some folks that have been involved with the political process here in the state for several decades. I've talked to people from as far out as Atlantic County, from as far north as Warren County as well. We have some folks here from Central New Jersey, Monmouth County as well. And I talked to them about what some of the top issues are for them. And of course, at the top of the list is affordability, property taxes, energy costs. Those utility bills, of course, went up this summer, and that is on the top of the mind for many residents here in the state. They're also concerned about public safety, inflation, the economy, a big issue, education, equality. But the big thing that I'm hearing from people from both sides of the aisle is they want to hear actual plans from these candidates for what they intend to do to deal with all these crises going on across the state. So you're going to be checking in with me periodically before we enter the main debate. And I'm going to try to grab some folks to do some quick interviews with them just to hear from them what's on the top of their mind before they hear from the candidates themselves. So I will check in with you in a little while.
Thank you so much, Sophie. We've been over here off to the side a little bit of the venue, but we've seen a veritable who's who of people streaming by. Some of them I don't recognize, some of them I do, but this is definitely the event of the night in New Jersey politics.
Are those potato chips over by our producer and our sound man?
Yeah, there's potato chips, there's cookies, there's...
And they don't share them with us, do they?
They didn't share them with us. Yeah, that's our makeup. You know, it's just the life of a TV guy.
All right.
So joining us now, this is exciting, is the Republican candidate for Lieutenant Governor running on Jack Ciattarelli's ticket. This is Morris County Sheriff Jim Gannon. Sheriff, thank you for joining us.
Hi, it's great to be here.
So there's sort of always a thing when you're with Lieutenant Governor candidates or with Vice Presidential candidates, there's the call, right? There's the moment when you learn that you're going to be on the ticket. What was that call like for you?
That was very exciting. You know, to get a call from Jack Chidarelli, I've known him for 10 years, but to get a call and having been the one that was selected to be the Lieutenant Governor candidate was really exciting. You know, it's really exciting for me. I never thought I'd be in that position, to be perfectly honest with you.
You know, you're going from sheriff to presumably, as you hope, to be Lieutenant Governor. Is that really a step up or a step down? You know, was James Nance Garner said the vice presidency isn't worth a warm bucket of spit.
Yeah. Hey, it's really a step up, right? Because, you know, here I am, the Morris County Sheriff, the best job I could ever have. But here you have an opportunity to not only be in Morris County doing great work, but being throughout the state of New Jersey, 21 counties. I've had opportunity to travel, you know, as the president of the Sheriff's Association of New Jersey. I've had a lot of opportunity to travel throughout New Jersey, so you know the issues, a lot of the issues out there, whether it's the crime side or the affordability side or the school funding side or whatever. You sort of get an understanding as to what's going on. And I think we did a lot of great things in Morris County, but I think we can really transfer a lot of that throughout the state of New Jersey.
I mean, your local races in Morris County have not necessarily been the most heavy spending, intense campaigning affairs. I believe you won re-election 3 years ago, uncontested. What has it been like to make the leap up to this statewide campaign schedule, to being on TV, to be to doing all of these things that come with being a statewide candidate for a really prominent office?
Yeah, I think it's great. I mean, I've had a great opportunity traveling around the state. We're doing a lot of hours each day, 18-hour days, and 7 days we're out there talking to people in the community. And I think it's been really exciting to do that. There's a lot of energy out there. There's a lot of energy here today. There's a lot of energy out there when we go out into the community and talk to the people about issues of affordability. I mean, many times younger folks can't afford to stay or to break into the real estate market or whatever the case may be. And older folks, the seniors can't afford to stay here either. I had someone approach me a couple weeks ago and said, "Hey, Jimmy, I'm moving." I said, "Where are you going to?" He said, "The other side of Pennsylvania." I said, "Why?" He said, "Can't afford it." I said, "What does it mean to you?" They said, "Well, what it means to me is I'll never see my grandson playing Little League Baseball." It has struck me. I mean, that's what I hear across New Jersey. Issues of affordability. That budget's been up. We're at like $59 billion would it be? It's gone up heavily over the last 8 years. We have to get that spending under control, those types of issues. Jack Chidarelli has real common sense plans to do those types of things.
What do you want him to focus on in this debate tonight?
Yeah, I think the issues of affordability. Affordability, the plans for affordability, the electric rate issues, those types of things. I think the business side of the house, Jack Ciattarelli's the best I've ever seen on the business side of the house. He comes with, remember, that local politics position, right, where he was into council, where arguably that's where it all starts, right? It's all politics are local. Then he was in as a county commissioner, a freeholder. Then he was in the legislature a few terms. He's done the Main Street businesses twice, very successful. MBA, CPA, and a Jersey guy. He has the package. He has the package to do this job. And it's real exciting to partner up with him and to see where we're going to go with it.
Do you want to see him attack Mikie Sherrill's allegedly liberal positions?
Yeah, I think the word attack is a big word, but I think to question her responses, to question her plans is in scope, to do those types of things. Jack's a family man. Jack's a gentleman, and his responses will be like that, but he knows the issues inside out, whether it's on the accounting side of the house or the legislative side of the house or the legal side of the house. He understands those issues real well, and will call to question what has to be called to question.
As you've joined this campaign, as you campaign with Jack, as you do debate prep with him and all these kinds of things, has there been anything, not to drive a wedge here necessarily, but has there been anything where you realized that your ideologies or philosophies or government styles kind of differ? Is there something where you think that a Governor Gannon, if that were to ever come to pass, would do something differently than a Governor Chidarelli?
Nothing that really jumps out. I think, though, when intelligent people get in a room together and they speak through the issues, hopefully there is a little bit of a difference. Right. Hopefully, right? Just like in your business, right? Hopefully there's a little bit of a difference where you share some ideas and things like that.
Brian have been battling all night.
I know, I can imagine. But, I think that's normal, right? Where people may have some slight differences or something like that. But overall, policy issues and things like that, spot on.
What do you think your role would be if Jack Chidarelli wins governorship? What would your role be in his administration?
Well, I think, Secretary of State peace, and also other issues with regards to crime, the counterterrorism side of the house. We got a lot going on in the state of New Jersey. My background, I think, would be put to use there. Obviously, and I'm looking forward to the opportunity to do those types of things. I think we have a lot going on with regards to, FIFA next year and all that. So I think there's a lot where I could really offer my expertise and work in partnership, right? This is all about partnerships, right? When there's a transition in government, it's all about partnerships. You have a lot of intelligent people that have been in business, that have been working for the state or the county or whatever for many years, and they have a lot of expertise. What we do is we get together with those people and we work together with them and we try to get better. Jim Collins said, good is the enemy of great. You know, we want to be great. That's where we want to take this. The people deserve that. The people deserve great here. And people are excited for a change, Brian. They really are. It's really something else. You really come on a campaign trail with us and you see what's going on. You see the people that are yelling and screaming and chanting, and they just want to change. And Jack and I will deliver that change.
You have your own debate coming up.
I do.
Against Dale Caldwell.
I do. I look forward to that.
Mikie Sherrill's a candidate for
Yes.
Lieutenant Governor. What will you be bringing to that debate?
What will I bring into the debate? Well, I'll be bringing what my thoughts are as we go forward, right, with regards to the administration. And I'm looking forward to, listen to what he has to say also, to be perfectly honest with you. I don't know him. I understand he's the president of Centenary. I taught at Centenary a little bit, but that was before he was the president. But I look forward to a debate where we can talk through the issues and let the people decide. I mean, that's what it's all about. That's what's the beauty of this country, right? People will decide. And like I've said many times before, this is much less about Republican and Democrat politics as it is doing something for all the people. Right, all the people are affected by what happens right here with Jack Chidarelli, or what happens with me. It's about all the people.
Well, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank
Sheriff.
you for your time.
Again,
Appreciate
Jim
it.
Gannon, Republican candidate for Lieutenant Governor.
All right. Well, on New Jersey's chief political reporter, Laura Jones, did sit down with Amanda Haynes. She is the executive director of the Election Law Enforcement Commission, to talk about what ELEC is and why it's so important and the key role it plays in keeping New Jersey's elections fair and transparent.
Amanda Haynes is the executive director of the New Jersey Election Law Enforcement Commission, also known as ELEC. They play a vital role in making sure elections in our state are transparent and accountable. Amanda, welcome to the show. It's good to see you.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, well, let's start with the basics. For viewers who may not know, can you talk about what exactly it is ELEC does and what it is your mission is?
So ELEC's goal is to provide information to voters and the general public. So candidates for political office and committees that participate in elections have to file reports with ELEC that detail their campaign finances, so all of their contributions and their expenditures. Those reports are available for the public to view on our website. So our essential mission is to make sure as much information as possible to voters as they enter the voting booth.
Yeah, can you talk a little bit about transparency, why that is so important in elections? You know, what does it mean for the public to be able to see who is contributing to the campaigns and how the money is being spent?
So ELEC was created in 1973, in part because there was extreme just distrust of the government and of elections in general. Money was coming into elections that the public could guess where it came from, but simply had nothing to point to know where dollars were coming in and going out of campaigns. So when ELEC was created, the goal then is the same as now, is to create transparency. Now, it has advanced over the course of the last 50 years or so. However, the goal is to demonstrate where the money is coming from. So candidates are reporting where they receive their contributions from. And they're indicating what they're spending their money on so that the public can make their own decisions as to whether they feel as though candidates may be influenced by their contributors, whether certain types of contributors, certain business groups are supporting a particular candidate, and they can draw their own conclusions from that.
Yeah, and a lot of this happened, a lot of transparency and calls for transparency happened after Watergate, you know, when it was famously said, you know, sunshine, it is the best disinfectant.
That is correct. And many people don't realize that there were several campaign finance violations involved in the Watergate scandal.
Right, right. So now ELEC, it enforces the law, and that, as you mentioned, you know, that means sometimes finding candidates who aren't following the rules. So can you talk us through or walk us through a little bit about the process, how that works, and why, again, it matters?
The enforcement process?
Yeah.
So the enforcement process, the goal of enforcement is compliance. Okay, so the goal of enforcement isn't raising fines or collecting dollars from respondents. So when it comes down to it, our goal is to get the respondent in compliance with the Campaign Act and to continue to keep them in compliance moving forward. So if someone were to receive a complaint, essentially they, like everybody else, has due process and have the ability to have a hearing on the merits of the complaint. But there's also the opportunity to file outstanding information or reports that may be delinquent during the process. And hopefully it's something that that respondent can learn from moving forward to learn exactly what needs to be done in order to comply with the law.
Yeah. One thing that really stands out about New Jersey is its unique public financing program for the gubernatorial elections. Can you talk a little bit about how that works, why the state matches campaign contributions?
Sure. So our gubernatorial public financing program has been a model across the country since it was created, and it began in the 1977 general election. Was the first election that was gubernatorially public financed. So the way the public financing program works is candidates in the election that raise and spend a specific threshold amount of money. And this year it was $580,000. Those candidates can opt to participate in the public financing program. Once they do so, they are able to submit to ELEC their contributions and have those contributions matched at a $2 for $1 ratio. Now, in order to receive public funds, these candidates have to agree to participate in the ELEC designated debates. Now, depending on the election, whether it's a primary election or a general election, the number of debates varies. But since we're in the general election, there will be 2 debates between the candidates for governor and 1 debate between the candidates for lieutenant governor.
Yeah. So if the candidate accepts public funds, what you're saying is they're agreeing to certain rules, including caps on spending and, the requirements around the debate. Can you explain how that came into being? Again, this is about transparency, but, it's evolved over the past more than 50 years since you all have been in existence, and how they've, changed with the times and why those rules are in place.
Well, since these candidates agree both to participate in debates and to have a spending cap, they're essentially agreeing to only spend a certain amount of funds in the election. Someone who is either self-funding or is collecting contributions from additional sources and intends to spend in excess of whatever the contribution limit is and therefore doesn't take public funds, they are able to spend in a way that is completely different than a publicly financed candidate. So these publicly financed candidates, by limiting their spending, they are enabled regardless of their sources. So someone who's not necessarily as well sourced of a candidate is able to participate in an election in a very competitive way by utilizing these public funds.
So finally, if a voter wants to learn more about whether it be campaign contributions, public financing, rules the candidates must follow, more about the debates that are upon us, where can they go for that information?
So they can go to our website, which is www.elec.nj.gov. There is a tremendous amount of information available on that website. We also have a compliance staff that is available to answer questions. We have a hotline, 609-292-8700. Between 9 and 5 every weekday, a person will answer your phone call and answer your questions if you have them.
Yeah, always very, very busy. You're involved in all elections, not congressional or U.S. Senate, but any statewide office you all have a hand in. So I can't imagine how busy you are. And I'm so grateful that you're able to take the time to talk to us today. Anything else that you want our viewers to know that they may not understand or would like to just explain about ELEC before we end up here?
No, I will just leave it with, I encourage you to interact with our website and to reach out and ask questions if you have them. We'd be happy to help out and happy to provide information.
Amanda Haynes, Executive Director of ELEC, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, so we have got Jersey City Mayor Steve Fulop with us, but first we are going to quickly throw it once more to our roving field correspondent, Jyoti, who has, I believe, State Senator Holly Schapese with her. Jyoti?
Yeah, you got it right. I am standing with her right now. And Senator, I want to talk to you about why you decided to come down all the way from Bergen County, of course. So we know your district is way up there. So what motivated you to come out tonight?
The gubernatorial race runs through Bergen County. We're the largest county in New Jersey. We happen to have a population that's larger than many states. And in order for a governor to win, you've got to win in Bergen County.
And we were just talking a moment ago about, obviously, you support Jack Chidarelli. So what are you hoping from him as far as, where he's going to take the state of New Jersey?
I think everybody who's supporting Jack understands that he actually has policy and plans. We need to get back to helping the middle class of this state. Affordability has driven out our seniors, our youth. We have people who are struggling to either pay their utility bill or their mortgage or their health care premium. Jack has actual viable plans after 20 years of doubling down on the same bad policy to truly help out the middle class of New Jersey.
And I know we don't have much time and you want to get inside, but just the last question I have for you. What are you hearing from your constituents?
People are excited. People who may not have otherwise been excited for gubernatorial races are actually getting out there. I'm going to rallies in places that are primarily more Democratic in Bergen County, and they are packed. They love to see Jack. They love his message. So I'm very hopeful that we, this time, are going to turn New Jersey red.
Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. I'm glad we were able to grab you quickly. I'll let you head inside. Yeah, thank you all so much. Thanks, guys. We'll send it over to you. I know you have Jersey City Mayor Steve Fulop, and I'm excited to hear what he has to say.
And we do, indeed we do, Jyoti. And I have to say, Holly Schapese's one class act. She really wanted to run for governor last couple of times, but politics being what it is, and we have with us now Steve Fulop, the mayor of Jersey City still, who...
Still is the key word.
...did run for governor.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, he more than wants to. He did.
I did.
How do you analyze tonight's debate, and what do you think that Mikie Sherrill needs to do that you would have done?
What do I think that she needs to... Well, let me say. I think that the most important thing for her to do is to articulate a vision that inspires the Democratic activists. I think still up till now, there's been some lethargic energy and slow-moving processes around her, and maybe she could do something to spark a little interest in that.
A little fire in the belly sort of thing?
Yeah, look, I think that, she's running a campaign based on bio, very similar to the campaign she ran in the primary, and she's been tremendously and hugely successful doing that. So obviously she's going to keep doing that. I guess she thinks it's not broken, so keep doing it. But what you hear is a lot of the Democratic enthusiasm isn't necessarily what you think it should be 40, 50 days out from an election. So hopefully tonight she could hit some key marks and really inspire the Democratic base. I mean, those are people you really need to be engaged to be successful, I think, in this climate.
Are you approaching tonight's debate, or are you watching tonight's debate as an undecided voter?
No, I'm a voter for Mikie.
Okay.
I mean, but I think the stakes are too high to not be supporting the Democratic nominee, and I think, checks and balances are important. The reality is, I remain somewhat of an uninspired voter, unfortunately, so I'm in that category that I touched on earlier, that there's often her votes in Washington or things she says leaves me uninspired and unmotivated, but I'm going to vote for her. I'm a supporter of hers, and I think that it's very important to get a Democratic elected.
Does it help or hurt her to focus on Trump and Chidarelli together?
Her polling probably tells her yes, but my gut tells me that the people, how they feel about Trump is very baked in, to be honest with you. People have been living this for 5, 6, 7, 8 years at this point, so it doesn't move people the same way you think it moves people. And in the environment today, when you talk about affordability and energy prices and people having difficulty just keeping their house afloat, I think people care more about New Jersey issues, and I think that will eventually come through. I think if tonight she keeps hitting the Trump, it's going to be tired. I think it really is tired, and for an independent voter that's watching will probably come to the conclusion saying that, I get it, I know who the White House is, but let's talk a little bit about New Jersey issues, because I think that's really important.
Are there stances that she could take? You described yourself as sort of an uninspired voter. Are there stances she could take tonight, or are there issues that she could put forward?
Look,
to make an inspired voter?
I think she steps into that situation consistently. Like, use the vote this week on the resolution for Charlie Kirk, right? She voted yes and then wrote this long note about why he's a terrible person, right? And you ended up alienating both sides on that, because neither side felt good about that vote. The Democrats said, why were you voting yes? And the Republicans were like, why would you say this sort of things about him? And I think she repeatedly does that, and that creates the feeling of everybody goes into their corner on how they feel about her, but it's an uninspired voter that's not going to knock on doors necessarily the same way they would if they felt that it was an energy that's going to meaningfully change the state, if that makes sense.
Do you think Jack Chidarelli has that kind of energy that you'd like to see in Mikie?
I think Chidarelli has more energy on the Republican side, and I think the Charlie Kirk situation has definitely energized the Republican base. And I think, if you're asking just my opinion on this, I think that there were moderates in the Republican-leaning area that the last week and a half have probably pushed a little bit more into the Republican corner on energy. And the reason I say that is because when they see or hear Democrats saying things that seem unreasonable around a person that was assassinated, it pushes people into a camp that maybe they weren't at previously. So yeah, I think that his base is definitely more energized, no question about it. There are more Democrats in New Jersey. It works in her favor. But, what do I know? She beat me, and she beat the entire field, and she's been successful running this sort of campaign for, 6-8 years, right, Joey? Something like, how long has she been there? 8 years? I don't know.
In Congress, she's been there for 7 years at this point.
Seven years. So it's been working. So if you're her, you're probably saying, why am I going to change it?
One argument that Democrats have made, that the Sherrill campaign has made, is that the connections between Chidarelli and Trump and the policies that Chidarelli are promoting make him sort of a dangerous candidate for New Jersey. Someone who would really actively present a threat to the future of New Jersey. Do you agree with that kind of dramatic language?
Look, the institutions are very, very strong. So, the reality is we survived 8 years of Chris Christie, and we've had both Republicans and Democrats here. So, is he a larger threat than she is from policy? Absolutely, right? Is it more difficult to move a Democratic agenda? Obviously. Do you still have a speaker and a Senate president that are Democrats and a legislature that's Democrat? Yeah. So there's only so much damage somebody can do in reality. So, I don't subscribe to that necessarily. Given the choices, it's definitely better to have a Democrat on policies, and it'll be an easier pathway forward. And I think for me, that governs the day ultimately on where I feel I'm going to end up voting. But again, you need to inspire people if you're going to be successful, I think, come November.
So let's go to Jack Ciattarelli and ask you, what do you think he needs to do to come across in this debate?
I think he is a very effective politician. Okay, I will tell you that the night of the election, June 10th, I was shell-shocked. I think a lot of supporters thought we would have a better showing that day. The outcome obviously wasn't favorable. I go home, I go to sleep, and the next morning there's a voicemail from Jack Chidarelli. And, I send him a text back saying I appreciate it and really not in a place to talk. But, it's been covered in Politico and maybe in New Jersey Globe that he's been more proactive reaching out to different constituencies that he wasn't necessarily a part of before, right? So the African-American leadership and clergy, I'm never going to support the guy, but he's proactive, which says something about how he's connecting dots around the politics on this stuff. And I think that he is very effective on that sort of stuff. And, he's learned from doing this for a long time, and that may pay some dividends on the fringes come Election Day.
Steve Fulop, mayor of Jersey City, defeated Democrat for governor last spring.
That's how you close? I go, wow.
But a very honest analysis, and we appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Governor Murphy, of course, knows firsthand what it takes to step into the debate stage. He spoke with On New Jersey's chief political reporter Laura Jones about how candidates prepare, what's going through their minds in the final moments, and, well, the strategy behind a strong performance.
Governor Phil Murphy, thank you for being here. It's great to see you.
Thank you. Same, Laura. Thanks for having me.
Oh, absolutely. Now, I remember years ago a reporter asking former Assembly Speaker Jack Collins about running for governor. And he said, "Are you asking if I want to be governor or run for governor? Because those are two very different things." So we have the stage set for this year's gubernatorial debate. And I'm curious, are you a little bit relieved that you don't have to be on a debate stage again?
Oh, for sure. Debating is a lift, for sure. Preparing for it at the actual debate, it's high stakes stuff.
Yeah.
Having said that, the actual job of being governor is high stakes stuff. So I have to say now, almost 8 years into this, it is, I view the debating part of this in a little bit of a different context. It's also different when you're running the first time than when you're running as an incumbent for re-election. Those are also very different dynamics, but I'm very happy to be sitting this one out.
Right. Well, let's talk a little bit about that. You've done 4 general election debates. How does it work? What's the prep like? You know, what are the candidates thinking? What are they going on behind the scenes?
Yeah, I'll focus, Laura, on the first time because that's the most relevant. I think running for re-election as an incumbent, you've got a different dimension than when you're running for the first time. So for Mikie and Jack, I assume it is similar to what we went through, which is number one, you got a big fat book with tabs of issues that you got to be deeply schooled in. Secondly, you're doing mock debates in front of a group of your advisors with somebody playing the other role and then doing critiques of that afterward. And then I think there's, at the very end, there's back sort of solitude studying anything in that big fat book you want to go over or any lesson you learned in the debate prep to make sure you're going to remember that. And it's a rigorous process. There's no question about it. You can't mail it in. You've got to block everything else out and focus on that fat book and on those preparation mock debates that you do. And then if you do that well, you're well equipped on debate night. If you mail it in, you're probably not going to be as well equipped.
Yeah. Well, do you have any like Phil Murphy rules for debate prep? You know, getting psyched up for that game day. And also, you know, you've been bombarded with a lot of information. How are you ensuring you're hitting your talking points, remembering what everybody has told you, looking at that book and trying to get it all out there and connect with the voters?
Yeah, I suspect it is like being a quarterback in the huddle, running a game plan for a team. You've got a big playbook. You've got to synthesize that playbook. You've got to boil down to the stuff that you know is going to be critical. You know, what are the absolute critical issues? You know, by example, affordability is something we've spent an enormous amount of energy, resources, money on. It's certainly a subject of debate in this year's election. Well, if I think affordability and my plan for affordability is key to my getting elected, boy, am I going to make sure those 3 points are the ones I'm going to hit. Or, hey, am I qualified to be governor? And what are the 3 things that I can, you know, really left hook, make a compelling point? So I think that's another aspect here. What are the absolute 2 or 3 areas, and then the 2 or 3 points within those areas where no matter what the questions are, you got to make sure you land those punches. Those are the things. You've got to be cool-headed about that because you're absolutely right. You've got an enormous amount of information. If you're not careful, you can get lost in the sauce. Well, and that, I think, is another challenge.
Yeah, because it's easy for staff to be there rattling off everything you have to say. There's a performance aspect to it. But how much of it is that performative versus ultimately just being yourself and, again, trying to connect with the voter?
Well, I think you got to be yourself. Now, notwithstanding that there are certain points you're going to have to make. You've got to convince folks that you're genuine, that you're the word people use most often is authentic, that I'm real. And that's another point. I think telling your life story somewhere in the course of a debate is also incredibly important. Hey, this is who I am. This is how I grew up. These are the values that have been instilled in me. Those are really important to get across to folks that, hey, I can trust this guy or I can trust this gal to be our leader. One other thing that occurred to me, I always spent the last hour before the debate in a room by myself, just having written down a bunch of stuff. By the way, you can't bring the stuff you write down on stage. So you're writing it down and then leaving it in the room, but really concentrating on those points that you want to make by yourself in solitude. That's something I did every time out.
Yeah, so, I know our time is limited, so, final thoughts, at one point, you have those moments of solitude, you've listened to what your staff has said, people prepping you, you've gone through the rehearsals, but you're there on that stage, and you never know what's going to happen. Can you just talk a little bit about, when you're there in that moment, when somebody's answering a question, asking a question, while you're trying to prepare, what am I going to say? Can you just talk a little bit about what that's like?
Yeah, so you got two things that I think are important. Number one, you could get distracted. I remember one of the debates I had with Jack, I think it was the second one in South Jersey. Somebody said to me afterward, how was it? And I said it was a hockey game, and wherein a debate burst out. Just a huge audience participation, screaming and yelling on both sides for both candidates. So one thing is you can't get too distracted by what might be happening in the House. The second piece of wisdom I would have is if you're so focused on the points that you want to make, believe it or not, sometimes you can lose your ability to listen, which is a huge mistake. Easier to listen, Laura, if you're moderating to your question. That's fairly straightforward. You're looking at me, I'm looking at you. You're asking a question, I'm hearing it for the first time. That's generally straight up. But the part that's less straight up is when the other candidate is speaking. Because if you're not careful, you've heard the question and you're anticipating how you're going to frame your answer, and you might miss a nugget or two that the other person is saying that you could react to and really score some points. So that's the other thing. When you're on stage, don't get too distracted by what's going on in the audience, and make sure you keep listening keenly to the other candidate because you might pick something up that will make your answer a lot better.
Right, because at the end of the day, only you know, I could have said this, I wish I would have added that, but it's easy, again, Monday morning quarterbacking. Now it's all about getting psyched up for the game, and you're on the sidelines for this one, and as we said, happily to do so this time around.
Amen. Good to be with you. I wish both of them the best of luck and look forward to seeing how it plays out.
Governor Phil Murphy, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us and giving this great insight behind the scenes. We really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, Laura.
All right, we are only about 20 minutes from the beginning of the debate between Mikie Sherrill and Jack Chidarelli for New Jersey governor. We are now going to hop over to the debate moderator, Laura Jones, to explain to us and the audience and the candidates, although they know it already, the rules on how this debate is going to be run and what our audience should be expecting.
You guys, make sure. Oh, also, fire exits. This is very important. We have a number of fire exits. All right, the alumni gym has, hello. Okay, all right. The alumni gym has 4 exits in the back of the building. That's the back of the building. 3 exits in the front of the building. Also, if the alarm sounds, this is important, if the alarm sounds, don't leave your seat unless directed by a fire official. That is just in case of an alarm sounding. Remember, put your cell phone on silent because we have over 1,600 people here in this room, and they're going to be looking at you. And I'm going to be looking at you if you don't.
Okay, Laura Jones
Thank
talking
you
about
so much.
fire alarm, where the fire exits are. That works for me, I gotta say. Well, right now we have the Democratic candidate for Lieutenant Governor, Dale Caldwell. Welcome, and thank you so much for joining us.
I'm happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
We really appreciate this, and we have to ask you right now, because you're going to have your own debate in a couple of weeks.
I'm looking forward to it.
What advice have you given Mikie Sherrill, if any at all, about how to present herself tonight?
Well, Mikey's an extraordinary leader. I mean, she has experience in the military as a prosecutor. She's brought billions of dollars. I said, be herself. Really let the audience know to be her genuine self. And she is not only smart, a leader, she's a great listener, and a great communicator. And I think that will show through tonight.
Oh, there's a start right there.
So I asked the same question of your Republican counterpart, Jim Gannon. I figured I'd ask it of you, too. Every lieutenant governor and vice presidential and so on candidate gets sort of the call when the candidate or their campaign lets them know, you are going to be my choice, you're going to be on my ticket. How do you feel about that? What was the call like for you?
Well, it was great because I had just had lunch with Mikie, and she called me and said, you're my choice. And they went through a number of really qualified people. So I was kind of thinking maybe I didn't get it because I hadn't heard. So it was really a real surprise, and so we both love the work. The campaign is important, but we're anxious to really get started, and we talked a lot about that, what we would do together. And I really think it worked so well. As I said, her background and my background really complement each other. We really cover a lot of the key aspects of the state of New Jersey.
What would you like to see accomplished in New Jersey over the next 4 years?
Well, obviously affordability is really the key issue. Mikie is the only one who talked about freezing utility rate hikes. But one of the challenges is that, Donald Trump, already he's done things to make New Jersey less affordable. And Jack has said he's 100% with Donald Trump. So you look at everything. I love the Jersey Shore. Donald Trump has taken away emergency money from the shore. 300,000 people are going to lose Medicaid health care dollars. So there's issue after issue. It increases the cost of living in New Jersey. So Jack's going to have to answer. If he supported MAGA and Trump said he was MAGA, then he needs to answer the question as to why is he going to allow Trump to make New Jersey more affordable? He's saying it's not affordable, but Trump's going to make it less affordable, and he's going to have to really answer that. We have our own plan, but that is critical as we move forward.
Does she need to emphasize what you just said about Jack Chidarelli in the debate tonight?
Yeah, and I think she will, and it's been very clear. I mean, Jack has said it himself, and we're not saying anything that Jack didn't say, that he's 100% with Trump. And so as we look at that, and a lot of Republicans are concerned. My university, I'm president of Centenary, it's in Hackettstown, which is a Republican area. I was with a lot of Republicans last night who said, you guys have to win. We can't let Trump do to New Jersey what he did to the Republican legislature, the Republican Congress and the Supreme Court. That New Jersey would be a subject of Trump. And I'm a New Jerseyan, you're a New Jerseyan, we're fighters. We really don't want anybody telling us what to do. And so Mikie and I represent a new perspective on leadership. Again, my background, I've been in community, working with the community. We're going to empower the community to do a lot to really, really help New Jersey become more affordable, to deal with a lot of the issues we're dealing with.
I mean, neither you nor Congresswoman Cheryl necessarily have a long background in state politics, or specifically state elected politics. That's something that the Chidarelli campaign has sort of brought up. Do you think that are you worried at all that there's going to be sort of a learning curve for you and the Congresswoman in terms of getting into the highest state office in the land and suddenly being in charge of this enormous bureaucracy that the state of New Jersey is?
Well, I was Deputy Commissioner of the Department of Community Affairs, so I really have a sense of what's going on. But one of the things that you want, when you're hiring somebody, I've hired a lot of people, you want somebody that doesn't need the job. Mikie loves what she does in Congress. She's brought $1 billion. I love being a college president and a pastor of a church. So we're coming to it with new eyes, and we're jumping in because you can stand on the sidelines and complain about what's going on, or you can really jump in. And so Mikie and I really believe we're going to bring a new perspective that's needed, that to really take New Jersey where it needs to go, again, to make it more affordable, to deal with issues of poverty, to deal with issues of health care. And so we're excited about that. And I think it's an advantage that we haven't been trying to get this job for 12 years, as Jack has.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it very much. Dale Caldwell, Centenary President. And right now, we want to go back to Fire Alarm, Laura Jones.
Good evening. I'm Laura Jones from ONNJ New Jersey and host of New Jersey Politics with Laura Jones. Welcome to Debate Night, where the New Jersey Globe, ONNJ New Jersey, and Ryder University bring you the very first debate in the race for governor of New Jersey between Democrat Mikie Sherrill and Republican Jack Chidarelli. We are broadcasting live from the campus of Ryder University, where Alumni Gymnasium has been transformed into a television studio. Tonight, more than 1,600 people are in attendance. And this is the largest in-person debate in New Jersey history. This is huge. This debate is presented by O'Toole Scrivo and is one of 2 official gubernatorial debates designated by the New Jersey Election Law Enforcement Commission. Tonight's debate will be lasting about 90 minutes, and it's going to follow a town hall style format. Questions will come from Ryder University students, faculty, parents, alumni, employee, and community members, as well as from our panel. Our panel is made up of David Wildstein, editor of the New Jersey Globe, Micah Rasmussen, director of the Rebovich Institute for New Jersey Politics, right here at Ryder University, and New Jersey Monitor reporter Sophie Nieto-Muñoz. Here are the rules for tonight's debate, as agreed by both campaigns. Each candidate will begin with an opening statement of 60 seconds. Questions will be posed by moderators and by members of the public. Public questions have been pre-screened by David Wildstein and Micah Rasmussen. They are intended to be objective and focused on the issues that are relevant to a state election. Members of the public have been asked not to discuss their questions with anyone else before tonight. Each candidate will have 60 seconds to answer each question. Both candidates will have the opportunity to respond to every single question. Now, follow-up questions are at the sole discretion of the moderator. That's me. I'm the moderator. Now, the moderator, I may assign less than 60 seconds for a follow-up. Timing is going to be strictly enforced. The clock begins immediately after the question is completed, and for the subsequent responses, the time begins as soon as the preceding candidate stops speaking. Candidates are not permitted to use props, papers, notes, cards, or electronic devices. They must remain on this carpeted area right here of the stage at all times. Candidates are expected to respect both the personal space of their opponent and the members of the public who are participating in this evening's debate. There will be one 5-minute break for approximately midway through the debate. Each candidate will deliver a 90-second closing statement. Now, earlier this week, representatives of both campaigns drew lots to determine the order of opening and closing statements, as well as the candidate's placement on the stage. We also want to ask our audience to please remain silent throughout the debate, except for at the very beginning of the debate when the candidates are introduced. And please remember, tonight, this facility has been transformed into a live television production studio. So we want to make sure that voters across the New Jersey and across America can hear everything that the candidates have to say, how they answer the questions, how they present their visions for the state. Because one of these 2 candidates, Mikie Sherrill or Jack Chidarelli, will be spending the next 4 years as governor of the state of New Jersey. And this debate could help determine the outcome of the election. We thank O'Toole Scrivo and its managing partners, Kevin O'Toole and Tom Scrivo, and the New Jersey Election Law Enforcement Commission, with the commissioners, Tom Prohl, John Henry Barr, Ryan Peters, and Norma Evans. We also are grateful to our other debate sponsors, Horizon Blue Cross Blue Shield of New Jersey, RWJ Barnabas Health, Prudential Financial, PSEG, Audible, Johnson & Johnson, the New Jersey Business and Industry Association, McCarter & English, and Mercury. And a special thank you to County Executive Joe DiVincenzo and Phil Alongia for graciously hosting our May primary debate. And we also thank C-SPAN for carrying this New Jersey gubernatorial debate for our viewers across America. Now, this debate is going to begin promptly at 7 o'clock. We thank you all for your time, and we look forward to seeing you. Stay with us. We're going to get started in just a moment.
All right, can't wait, Laura. And right now, we want you to take a look, please,
I have one more.
at this from Kevin O'Toole.
Tell me about the firm and how it all started, Kevin.
So the firm really started, I would say, probably in 1986 when Tom and I found each other next to each other in law school.
Where did you guys go?
Seton Hall Law School. And we kind of literally just happened to sit next to each other. And after a period of time, obviously developed a very strong relationship. And we talked at some point about having creating a law firm in New Jersey that does a lot of things beyond just performing legal services, just doing a lot of community good. So born out of that relationship in law school, came this law firm, and started with 6 lawyers, 28 lawyers. Now we're at like 78 lawyers, something like that.
Close to 80.
Wow.
Yeah.
So what type of law are your lawyers practicing?
We are mostly a litigation firm, where we like to consider ourselves as a litigation powerhouse. We don't take a back seat to anyone, so we feel like we can go up against all the biggest firms in the country, and we often do. And so that's our primary focus, but we also have developed a transactional practice. And on the litigation front, we do a little bit of everything from representing a lot of insurance companies to doing a good amount of toxic tort work, product liability, and commercial litigation. So we don't take a backseat to anyone on the litigation front.
It sounds like it. But you also mentioned communities. So what type of community work do you do here through the firm?
We do a lot. And that's, one of the things we spearhead is a food bank initiative that we actually do nationally. We go into like 9 different states, including New York and New Jersey. And we have a national fundraising campaign to raise awareness and obviously serious dollars for food banks. And that was kind of born out of the COVID time, where we found out that there's a real food insecurity issue. So we do a lot to raise the awareness, and significant dollars matching with corporate sponsors going to a number of states from Illinois and California, Florida, New York, New Jersey. Like fun stuff. And then we do a lot, whether it's working with local hospitals, raising money, whether it's raising for lung cancer initiatives. And we just find when the folks come to us with a community need, we just do it. There was a couple that had, was it quadruplets, Tom?
Yeah.
And we read about that in a local story. They had difficulty, meeting some of the needs of the baby. So we just ran in-house here a food drive, clothing drive, diaper drive, and we brought the parents here and said, this is going to help you, so they won't have to pay for diapers for the next couple of years.
Yeah,
really
that's
cool stuff.
beautiful.
We do stuff like that organically.
Yeah, and some of the other things we've done is, together with the folks at Atlantic Health, we've sponsored a new behavioral health center, like an emergency room there that's dedicated specifically to behavioral health. So to take that process out of the regular emergency room. And we've provided some donations over the last couple of years for that, because it is really an underserved area. And, we were very proud to assist.
When you have all of these cool community initiatives, I guess it's easy to keep your 78 lawyers and other employees engaged, right? What else do you do for them?
So we do a lot of social events with them. We have a lot of Women of OS. We have a lot of charity get-togethers. We have a day in the zoo for the families coming up. Just really cool stuff we do. Tom and I formed this firm together. We wanted to just be like an extension of our families, and we treat everybody. You saw Jane, who's our receptionist.
Love Jane. Yes.
She's been with us for 30 years, and she is, she's like, the mother hen. It's like if you come into our firm, you see Jane as a representative, that's who we are. We are really an extension of our immediate families. I've always had 2 jobs my entire life, although I will tell you, the Port Authority, a volunteer position, it's a love. It is probably the best public service I've ever done in my life, and it's joyous. Hard work, but we're doing some pretty cool things.
Well, finally, what brought us together is the upcoming gubernatorial debate happening on September 21st. You are the naming sponsor. Why was that important for you to have your name stamped on this?
We have sponsored events like this throughout the years. It just came up, and we talked about how it's really important to have an involvement in public discourse, now more than ever. I've been involved in politics for 40 years. I think it's important that our communities be involved, have some awareness. I think now more than ever, we have to inform the public and really encourage civil discourse and having a real discussion, Republican, Democrat, Independent, it doesn't matter. And we're trying to encourage to kind of lower the tone of the voices and allow us to have a conversation. And that's really the purpose of why we're doing this.
Yeah. Are you excited to see the matchup between Mikey and Jack?
Well, I think it's going to be great to give them the opportunity to have, a discussion about the issues. As Kevin said, a realistic discussion. We're looking very much forward to that discussion and being there to watch it.
Yeah. Well, we thank you guys so much for your support, and it's going to be a great night.
Looking forward to it.
Thank
you.
you.
Thanks for your time.
All right, tonight's debate would not be possible without Ryder University, and we are so grateful to be hosted tonight by Ryder University. And I am pleased and honored to introduce to you John Loyak, the president of Ryder University, who's going to take a moment to say a few words. John Loyak.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you here at Ryder University. I have to start with a big thank you to my team who have turned this gymnasium into truly a wonderful debate site. So a little round of applause for the team that put it all together. I want to welcome you and the candidates, and we hope it'll be a vibrant discussion this evening in a very important race. We are bipartisan, but I would be remiss if I didn't say, go Bronx. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Tonight's debate would not be possible without the New Jersey Election Law Enforcement Commission. That state agency administers the New Jersey Gubernatorial Public Financing Program. We are honored that ELEC selected the New Jersey Globe, On New Jersey, and Ryder University to host the very first gubernatorial debate, and we are pleased and we are happy to welcome the chairman of ELEC, Thomas Prohl. Thomas, are you going to come up and say a few words? Thomas, welcome.
Thank you, Laura.
Thank you.
I'm joined tonight by my fellow Commissioner Ryan Peters. On behalf of the New Jersey Election Law Enforcement Commission, I welcome you tonight. I'm joined tonight, of course, by former Assemblyman Ryan Peters, one of my commissioners, John Henry Barr in the audience here, one of my fellow commissioners, and Norma Evans. We thank you for joining us tonight for the first of two 2025 gubernatorial debates this season. I congratulate both candidates, Jack Chidarelli and Mikie Sherrill, on reaching this platform after vigorous contests among their respective political parties. Debates are a time-honored and cherished institution in our American democracy, and our courts have consistently held that civil political speech resides at the core of the First Amendment. I thank our debate sponsors, David Wildstein and his team at New Jersey Globe. I also thank On New Jersey and with the fact checkers from PolitiFact here in this beautiful auditorium at Ryder University. Thank you there to them for hosting us. I look forward to a healthy and robust discussion tonight on the issues that matter most to New Jersey voters. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, we are just minutes away from the debate. It is beginning just a little bit after 7 o'clock. Am I right? There's been a little bit of a backup, ensuring that everybody in the audience is able to make it in. We are going to be running a few minutes behind. I'm told that David Wildstein is not responsible for the traffic backup. Just a heads up there. He said I could say that. He gave me permission. It's his birthday, so there you go. All right, we want you to stay with us because we're going to be right back after the debate for during the debate, which is going to start a little bit after 7 o'clock. And we want you to stay to continue with us throughout the debate. And we're going to be having a post-show as well that is sponsored by AARP New Jersey. I'm Laura Jones. Stay with us.
O'Toole Scrivo, one of the fastest growing law firms in New Jersey. Relentless expertise, proven results. Kevin O'Toole, 3 decades as a senator, assemblyman, and mayor. Thomas Scrivo, chief counsel to the governor, Bar Association president, famed trial lawyer. 2 leaders, 2 distinct paths, 1 shared vision.
Tom and I met first day of law school, and we talked then about forming a law firm. And with that, we said we have to have really smart, aggressive lawyers, folks with really deep expertise with certain disciplines. And we said there had to be an overall achievement of giving back to the community.
That's exactly what we've built. We partner with charities, match employee giving, and volunteer year-round. At O'Toole Scrivo, we define success as making a difference.
Different paths, 1 vision. O'Toole Scrivo, where expertise meets integrity.
We vote to protect the Social Security we worked hard for. We vote because family caregivers deserve support. We vote to have a say in our future. For all the reasons why, AARP has information about when, where, and how to vote. Find the information you need to make your voice heard.
For 3 decades, Audible has pioneered the audio storytelling format. From our headquarters in Newark, New Jersey, we develop talent, support tech and media startups, and foster communities of creators. Through our state-of-the-art studios, cutting-edge technologies, and paradigm-shifting, immersive productions, We're a global company, but we've been a New Jersey business from day one. We're proud of the story Audible and New Jersey are continuing to write together.
My mom and I talk about everything, from family recipes to health plans. She's my go-to for advice. When I was choosing a plan for Gina and myself, she suggested Horizon Blue Cross Blue Shield of New Jersey. Mom has been a member since before I was born. A lot has changed since then, but Horizon has always been there. They focus on our overall health, including dental and vision plans. My family is what matters most to me, and I have peace of mind knowing that we're covered by Blue.
Healthcare has become disconnected. At Johnson & Johnson, we want to give healthcare real meaning again. By focusing on health and care, we're bringing life-changing innovations and leading technology solutions to patients. Advanced treatments for today and potential cures of tomorrow. Let's show all the amazing things those two simple words, health and care, can do.
Every Al has something to protect.
I don't think I'm doing this right.
Al Chun.
Can you hand me that paint cup?
Alan Hagan.
I'm not going to spend my retirement on land.
Als who start a business.
She's the boss now.
And pass it down. Competitive Als.
It's actually Allie.
Weird Als.
My friends think I'm normal.
Whoever you are, you've got something to protect.
You know, look at the camera.
And with investment, retirement, and insurance know-how, Prudential can help protect your life's work.
There you are.
Who's your rock?
Ready for anything? That ought to be our state motto. All hustle, no nonsense, never backs down. So when it comes to strengthening the grid and uplifting our communities, we do it our way. Because storms don't care what exit they hit. And talking doesn't fix the grid. Fixing it does. Around here, we make our own future. Because ready is who we are. PSEG.
Hi, I'm Michelle Sakurka, President and CEO of the New Jersey Business and Industry Association. We're excited to join tonight's first gubernatorial debate. As the state's largest and most influential business association, it's our mission to ensure that business is at the center of the next governor's agenda, because when business thrives, so too does our economy. To take us there, we presented our blueprint for competitive New Jersey to both candidates, the policy roadmap to drive innovation and prosperity in New Jersey. Check it out at njbia.org/blueprint. We look forward to working with our next governor to put business at the center. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to Debate Night. I'm Laura Jones and we are coming to you live from Alumni Gymnasium on the campus of Ryder University in Lawrenceville, New Jersey for the very first New Jersey gubernatorial debate. Tonight's 90-minute debate brings together the race for governor right here to this very stage for the first time in a head-to-head debate between Democrat Mikie Sherrill and Republican Jack Chidarelli. This is a town hall style debate. Most of the questions will come from real New Jersey voters right here in this room, asking questions about the issues that matter most to them and to you. Some questions will also come from the New Jersey Globe editor, David Wildstein, Micah Rasmussen, director of the Rebovich Institute for New Jersey Politics at Ryder University, and Sophie Nieto-Muñoz of the New Jersey Monitor. Now, the rules were set in advance. Both campaigns agreed. Each voter asks a question. Each candidate answers. Equal time, no filibusters, no gotchas. Real talk about the issues New Jerseyans care about. Tonight's debate is sponsored by the New Jersey Globe, On New Jersey, and Ryder University, and is presented to you by O'Toole Scrivo. Streaming is powered by PSEG. It is one of 2 debates approved by the New Jersey Election Law Enforcement Commission for governor in the state of New Jersey. Now, one quick request before we begin. I'm going to ask the audience to hold their Jersey-style applause so our candidates don't lose any time tonight, except for right now, when I introduce the 2 people who want to be your next governor, Republican Jack Chidarelli and Democrat Mikie Sherrill. All right, we're just going to let our media finish getting their shots. We're going to get this debate rolling. All right, we don't want to waste any time, and we are going to get this debate growing with Mikie Sherrill. She's going to be giving the first opening statement, and she has 60 seconds. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Mikie Sherrill.
Good evening, New Jersey. My name is Mikie Sherrill, and I have a different kind of background, so I'm going to be a different kind of governor. I'm a former Navy helicopter pilot, federal prosecutor, member of Congress, and Jason and I are raising our 4 great kids. And so that's why I am laser focused on driving down costs for families like yours. I'm going to declare a state of emergency on day 1, freezing your rate hikes. I'm going to demand transparency and accountability from our government to save you time and money. And for those of you who have been following Jack's race, you've heard a lot of nonsense. And you're going to hear a lot more tonight. But there's a clear choice. In 1990, Jack took his first of many votes to raise your taxes. That was the same year I took my first of many oaths to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. He'll support abortion bans. I'll support your personal freedoms. He'll do whatever Trump tells him to do, and I will fight anybody to work for you. Thank you.
Jack Chidarelli, it is your turn to deliver your opening statement. Jack Chidarelli.
New Jersey, we need change. We need a hands-on CEO governor who's from New Jersey that knows exactly what needs to be done and is willing to do it. Overwhelmingly, New Jerseyans feel that we're heading the wrong direction. Here's why. There's an affordability in this crisis because of the taxes you pay and now because of your electricity rates. There's a public education crisis in this state. We've slipped from 2 to 12 on the National Report Card because we no longer focus on critical life skills and vocational training. There's a public safety crisis in this state. Nonviolent crime is through the roof, break-ins, car thefts, flash mobs in our malls and Jersey Shore. There's an overdevelopment crisis in the state where we're taking Garden right out of the Garden State with all the overdevelopment. We're the worst place in the country in which to do business. These are the issues. My opponent will blame all these things on the president. Make no mistake. The party that's controlled our legislature for 25 years, the party that's controlled the executive branch for the 8 years are the reason why we are today. I look forward to discussing my specific plans on how to fix New Jersey.
Thank you both. Thank you both. All right, we're going to head over to our panel. Our first question comes from David Wildstein, and it goes to Mikie Sherrill.
Congressman, one of the things I've heard New Jerseyans say is that your campaign has had plenty of broad talking points, but has been light on specific fixes to the state's problems. So what do you say to people who question your mastery of state government issues and your desire to speak more about New Jersey and how they'll deal with the White House and Congress than about local issues?
So I'm the only one that has a plan to actually take on the tough problems of New Jersey. In fact, Jack's been in office before, and a lot of the things he complains about, he was the architect of. But that's why I've committed to declaring a state of emergency on energy costs on day one, to drive down your costs, to freeze rate hikes. I'm going to have a dashboard so you can see where your permitting is as we cut through red tape and regulatory issues so we can drive down costs. I'll make sure that we have a report card online so you can see exactly where your money goes and hold me accountable when the state's not performing well. So that's the kind of transparency, accountability, and cost savings I'm going to bring to government. Jack doesn't have a plan to do it because all he does is say that Trump's right. It's okay to drive up your tariffs. It's okay to have the one big beautiful bill which drives up your health care and utility costs. Not on my watch.
You just cited a campaign that's short on specifics, and what you just got is 60 seconds of generalities and platitudes. My plan is very specific on how to fix New Jersey. When it comes to affordability, how about we make all retirement income tax-free? How about we freeze property taxes once you hit age 70? How about we allow you to deduct 100% of your property taxes on your New Jersey tax return? How about we make the first 2 years of income, post-high school, post-college, tax-free so young people can get a start? How about we stop with all the overdevelopment by revisiting our Mount Laurel housing doctrine? How about we take the handcuffs off our police? These are the specifics that we can talk about on how to fix New Jersey.
Our next question is just a production note. We lost our monitors out here. I'm not sure if the control room knows that or not. But our next question is Micah, Rasmussen, and it goes to Jack Chidarelli.
When you first ran for governor, you were often critical of President Trump. Today he says you've changed. What advice can you give sincere New Jerseyans who are closer to where you were in 2017 and say they can't look beyond the nation's border chief accepting a bribe, or the FCC silencing dissent, or those January 6th pardons for attacking our police?
Well, let's talk about what the president has done for New Jersey since he took office. He's put a temporary halt on wind farms off the Jersey Shore. I'll make that permanent. He's beating up on the New York Democrats over their congestion pricing plan, which I think is an egregious money grab. We shouldn't be paying for their subway system. He's also quadrupled the SALT deduction on our federal tax returns. The big beautiful bill also doubled the child care tax credit for those with young children. It also doesn't tax tips, overtime, and Social Security. It provides a magnificent tax credit for those that send their kids to private school. I want you to think about those 4 things. They're good for all New Jerseyans. She voted no, my opponent did, on that bill. But make no mistake, my job is to represent and advocate. That's our timer.
I've got your timer.
Okay. My job is to advocate for the 9.3 million citizens of this state, and I'll always do right by the citizens of this state, no matter who occupies the White House.
Thank you, Cheryl.
I'm sure he would like you to focus on those 4 things, because he doesn't want you to focus on this tariff plan, which is putting small businesses out of business and freezing hiring from our large businesses. He doesn't want you to focus on the employment numbers or the fact that the deficit has gone up by $70 billion in the year Trump's been in office. He doesn't want you to focus on the one big beautiful bill, which is going to raise families' utility costs by hundreds of dollars, which is going to imperil the health care of 1 in 3 children, which already now they're going after Affordable Care Act. So they're taking away health care from people who have it, health care insurance, and then they're trying to drive up costs for people who already have the health care insurance. So in every single way, we're seeing costs go up on New Jersey families, and Jack just says he has nothing he disagrees with Donald Trump on. That's not leadership. This state needs real leadership, and that's exactly what I'll do as governor.
Our next question.
Micah, are there chances for rebuttals?
That wasn't an attack. We're going to go on to our next question. And I also want to ask the audience if you could refrain from applauding, because every few seconds takes up time. Sophie has the next question going to Mikie Sherrill.
Congresswoman, in recent years and months, politics has grown more divisive, leading to a rise in politically motivated threats and violence. Would you support legislation to make political violence a hate crime? And as governor, what would you do to keep political tensions from escalating?
So this is something I think about all the time. And everyone in elected office now faces this threat to themselves, but worse, to their families. And so we're all very concerned about it, which is why we advocated to the state to make sure not only myself, but Jack had more money to support his personal security and my family's security as well. It's why we continue to work to fight against political hatred. And so we need to do more, because in this nation, we should be able to have free speech. I vowed to defend and fight for free speech my entire life, but it should never devolve into political violence. That is something I've also stood against my entire life. And I worry very much because now too many people are thinking to themselves, I'm not sure if I should go into political office. I'm not sure if I should run because I don't want to imperil my family. And that's why I continue to fight hard to protect people running, to make sure we have free speech in this nation, and we always stand against political violence.
Jack Chidarelli.
I think it's the responsibility of any public official and candidate for office to engage in rhetoric that doesn't divide us. My campaign has been about uniting us, not dividing us. I do think we need to take down the temperature a whole lot. So I support. The question was whether or not I support, because a bill was recently introduced in the legislature by one of our Republican state senators, whether or not to make political violence a hate crime and put some real legal teeth behind it. I don't think she answered the question. The answer to the question is yes. I believe that we should do that here in New Jersey. And again, I think we all have a responsibility to engage in rhetoric that doesn't divide us and doesn't promote hate. And this campaign from the very beginning has had a very positive energy about it. It's a campaign that's about uniting, not dividing. It's a campaign that's about bringing people together, not dividing us. It's a campaign that's about people, not power or politics. And so my opponent on Friday went down to Washington, voted yes on a resolution to celebrate Charlie Kirk's life, but then within minutes sent out a statement that basically condemned him. I think that was wrong.
You can have 30 seconds to respond.
That's a neat trick to say you don't want to divide people, and then in your answer, bring up something that's very divisive. Here's the thing. I care deeply about this country. I stand against political violence. The videos that came out about after Charlie Kirk's shooting were horrific. And I feel horrible because my kids have seen them, and so I can't even imagine how the Kirk family feels. And that should never happen to anyone because they speak out. And I also have stood up my entire life, and I've taken numerous oaths, up to and including offering to die for this country for free speech.
Time.
And so I think
10
it's
seconds.
fair to have free speech, but I think it should go to everyone, to Jimmy Kimmel and to myself as well.
Final word, Jack Chidarelli, 15 seconds. Ask the audience to please remain quiet. 15 seconds for you.
She still hasn't answered your question, and we see this time and time in the campaign, generalities, platitudes, ducking the direct question by not giving a direct answer.
That's just not true. My direct answer is, I voted to protect free speech. I voted to end political violence. I also think it's fair, Jack, to speak up when you disagree with something. And so if you want to stand up that Martin Luther King was a bad guy, or that women should submit to their husbands, you, Jack, are welcome to do that. And I have the right to say that I disagree with it.
Okay. We're gonna move on now. We're gonna move on to our audience. Our next question, and we have a lot of questions to get to, is from Elicitia. She is a student at Ryder University from Brick, and that will go to Jack Chidarelli.
So New Jersey has one of the highest property taxes and cost of living in the nation. What steps would you take to make the state more affordable for working class and middle class families?
Now, thank you for that question very, very much. So we know there's affordability in the crisis. We know that our state budget, it took 238 years to get to $36 billion, and in 8 years it's gone from 36 to 59 billion. And yet none of that investment has been made to make life more affordable. In fact, it's only become more unaffordable here in the state of New Jersey. So there's a number of very specific proposals in my platform. We talked about a few already, making all retirement income tax free for our seniors because they worry about living out their lives in a home, freezing property taxes once you hit age 70 for life, allowing seniors to deduct 100% of their property taxes on their New Jersey tax return, capping property taxes at 1% of the assessed value of your home if you're a first-time home buyer, making the first 2 years out of high school, the first 2 years out of college, tax-free, so you help get started here. These are just some of the things that we can do to make Jersey more affordable for everybody. And so, but what you'll also see is somebody that's going to be very responsible about the way we spend our money. I will very responsibly and surgically reduce the size and cost of our state government to afford a tax cut for individuals and businesses.
Thank you. I've been laser focused on driving down costs for New Jerseyans. Jack, on the other hand, has voted at every single level of government to raise your taxes. In fact, he's voted against over $1 billion in property tax relief, and he supported Trump in implementing over $30 billion against property tax relief. So in every way, he's raised costs on New Jerseyans. That's why I'm going to get into office and make sure I'm lowering them. By sharing services and school administrative costs in municipal courts and continuing to hammer home the way in which we can support seniors with Anchor and Stay New Jersey so that they aren't here susceptible to the constant increases in property taxes. I'll continue to lower your costs, and Jack's going to raise them at every level.
30 seconds, Jack Chidarelli.
So a couple of things about the Anchor and Stay New Jersey program. I don't think somebody making $500,000 a year should get a property tax rebate in this state. Now, that to me is not right. I think we should use the money to spread out. But let me say something else. I think it's insulting here in New Jersey when we take money out of your right-hand pocket, put some back in your left-hand pocket, and call it a fancy name. But one other thing about the affordability crisis, remember one thing that she'll never remind you of. The Democrats have controlled our state legislature for 25 years. The Democrats have controlled the executive branch, the governorship, for 8 years, and look where we are today.
All right, we're going to go back to the audience. Our next question is coming from Frederick. Frederick is a professor here at Ryder University, and he is from Hamilton. Frederick's question is going to go to Mikie Sherrill.
How would you reduce the New Jersey tax burden on senior citizens?
Thank you. This is something that, as you just heard, Jack is against, but I am for reducing the property tax burden on our seniors because it's too expensive to stay here, watch your grandchildren grow, live on a fixed income when you constantly see your taxes going up. It's why I've been supportive of Stay and Anchor, to make sure that our seniors can afford to stay here in retirement and stay with their families as opposed to moving out of our state.
Jack Chidarelli.
This is starting to sound like a number of her commercials on TV. They're not completely truthful. So a couple of things. To be specific, make all retirement income tax free the way it is in Pennsylvania, number one. Freeze your property taxes for life once you hit age 70. Allow seniors to deduct 100% of their property taxes on their New Jersey tax return. Those are just some of the things that we can do across the state here in New Jersey. So you're not hearing any specifics. And again, the Anchor program, Stay New Jersey, they're in part gimmick. Why do we take money out of your right-hand pocket, put some back in your left-hand pocket, and then give it a fancy name? That's what the Democrats have been doing for years. I prefer not to take out of your pocket to begin with. And let me go as far as to say we need to simplify our income tax rates for everybody. Pennsylvania has a 3% flat tax. Ours is 10.75. I'm proposing 3 new tax brackets: 3%, 4%, and 5%. We need to be regionally competitive. We're losing people to Florida. We're losing people to Pennsylvania. We've got to stop it.
You can have 30 seconds.
So talk about vague programs and talk about misleading statements. Here's Jack's proposal to raise costs on everything and food and clothing on the table. This is what he's talking about that he won't tell you. 10% increases on groceries in our state. This is exactly what he has continued to bring up since 2017. And then when he's called on it, he says, oh, I just said we should put it on the table. We know it's on the table, Jack. We want it off the table.
Final word, Jack, to our next question then.
So if any of you think I'm going to raise your sales tax to 10%, I got a bridge I want to sell you for about 50 cents. She knows it's a lie. They're trying to exploit you. They're trying to manipulate you. She knows she's in trouble in this campaign, so this campaign is going to lie to you over and over again. Fasten your seatbelts for the next 44 days, because that's exactly what's going to happen. So we're going to lower the overall tax burden for all New Jerseyans. You've heard me give you specifics. For every class, we can do this if we're responsible with our spending, and I will cut the size and cost of the state government to afford a tax cut for everybody. Under Governor Ciattarelli, everybody's tax burden will be lessened, not increased.
Our next question, we're going back to the audience. We're going to Michael. Michael is an alum of Ryder University and from Lawrenceville. Michael, your question is going to Jack Chidarelli.
The back and forth blame on electricity rates has grown a little tiresome, and frankly, I would like to hear a little more specifics, because we all know that there are many factors that contribute to our rate increases. So without blaming each other, what specifically you're going to do to tackle things like the grid operator, state mandates, and other impacts that rise our costs?
So, Michael, I don't think it's blame when you're giving facts, and here are the facts. When Phil Murphy took office, we were an electricity exporter. We produced more electricity than we needed. He shut down 6 different electricity generation plants. He put an unofficial moratorium on natural gas. He didn't expand our nuclear capabilities in South Jersey, 0 carbon emissions. He didn't accelerate solar. Talk to solar developers who want to use the rooftops of warehouses, which is prime real estate for solar arrays. Didn't accelerate that. What he did do is he bet it all on wind. Now, if he was from New Jersey, and anybody who's from New Jersey would know that the Jersey Shore is sacrosanct here in this state. Nobody wants wind farms off our Jersey Shore. Male, female, young and old, Republican, liberal, conservative, liberal, for different reasons. What I've said all along is I'll reopen and repurpose the plants. We'll expand our nuclear footprint in South Jersey. We will accelerate solar on the rooftops of our warehouses, and we're pulling out the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative. That carbon tax initiative has been a failure. Air's no cleaner, electricity's only more expensive, and we're not sending ratepayer dollars to other states. By pulling out of Reggie, we can save $500 million a year for ratepayers.
Mike, Cheryl.
Thanks for the question. You know, anybody from New Jersey should know that this has been a long time in coming, and that too many people have added to the problem. So whether it's PJM, the grid operator, or FERC, or BPU, whether it's President Trump rolling back some of the initiatives on solar or adding $250 per family to your energy bill, everybody at the table is at fault, and they keep dumping the costs onto the ratepayer here in New Jersey. That is why I'm freezing rate hikes on the ratepayer. Because let's face it, some of our utility companies have made over $1 billion in profits. And yet our ratepayers are constantly suffering. So I'm going to freeze those rate hikes by declaring a state of emergency. I'm going to add massive amounts of power into the grid. Right now, we need to produce power here in our state because the market has been screwed up by PJM and because Virginia has 1 million data centers which are sucking all the power out of our market. So we need to produce here, lower cost here, and stop putting the cost on the ratepayers of New Jersey.
Okay.
Laura,
question.
is a rebuttal allowed? Can we get 15 seconds each?
There wasn't an attack. So we're going to go on to our next question. And our next question is Martha. Our next question from Martha. She is a professor at Ryder from Old Bridge.
How do you plan to lower rents in New Jersey?
And I'm sorry, that goes to Mikie Sherrill.
So this is the number one thing I hear from people across the state. When we're talking about affordability, people are saying that they're having too much trouble paying their mortgages, too much trouble paying their rent prices. And we know there are people colluding now in this state to raise rental prices. And we know Jack's not going to do anything about it because one of his biggest donors is actually being taken to court and sued on this very issue. But as governor, I'm going to fight for you. I'm going to make sure we're driving down rental prices, ending the collusion that goes on to drive them up, and continuing to bring more to the market so that people will have better rental prices here across the state.
Jack.
So you asked a very specific question. Let me give you a specific answer. The reason why rents are going up is because property taxes are going up. The reason why rents are going up is because insurances are going up across the board. The reason why rents are going up is because in many cases, if the tenant doesn't pay electricity, the landlord does, and that's going up. These are all the reasons. And I know oftentimes we talk about homeowners, but we forget that tenants feel the pain too. Every time any one of those expenses goes up, it gets passed on to the tenant. I have a very specific plan on how to lower property taxes. We need a new school funding formula. A more equitable distribution of state aid to our schools will help lower the property tax. From an insurance standpoint, we're such a bad bad state in which to do business, businesses have left. We need more competition. We need more insurance companies to come back here. And under my plan, by pulling out of the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, we could save $500 million in electricity on day one, whether you pay that or the landlord pays that. The Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative has been a failure. My opponent supports offshore wind. It's never going to be able to meet our energy needs, and it's very, very expensive.
Okay, we're going back over here. Our next question is coming from Joseph. Joseph is a student at Ryder University. Joseph, we are going to bring the microphone over. And he's a student from Ryder, from Long Valley, and this question is going to Jack Chidarelli.
Should people in my generation and younger have an expectation of privacy in their lives? I mean, we're living in an age of social media and location tracking for who knows what, from people who knows where. So should we have the same expectation of privacy that you and your opponent did when you were growing up?
Yes.
We're going to take that time and go to Mikie Cheryl.
Hey, listen, man, I'm all ears as to it's a constitutional right to privacy. And so I hear you loud and clear. We live in an age between the internet and everything else where people put all kinds of things on the internet that kind of invade our privacy. So whatever we can do to make sure people's right to privacy is enhanced and protected, I'm all ears on how best to do that.
So, Joseph, what year are you, if I can ask? A senior. Okay, so you went through COVID during school, like my kids did. And that's probably when you started to get online more and more because your classes were online and so much of your life was online. And that's when we sort of stopped really moving forward on how we protect kids online, for example. It's why I am going to put forward the Kids Online Safety Act, which was killed by the majority in the House, but I am going to make sure we're passing it here in the state so that kids can have better understanding of how to work online and we can keep them safe. There's a mental health crisis in our state. We need to address it. I'm going to have more mental health counselors so that we can all work together to ensure people have that expectation of privacy, because we have more coming. We've never appropriately addressed something called Section 230, which holds providers liable. And we now are looking at AI down the road and how that's going to bring a whole extra set of issues. So starting with the Kids Online Safety Act, I am going to work to make sure kids like you do have an expectation of privacy.
Thank you. Okay, our
Laura,
next question.
Is there an opportunity for further discussion on this issue?
15 seconds.
Well, if we're very, very concerned about the welfare of our children, I do not support policy 5756. I don't think that school districts should be keeping secrets from parents, okay? That's not protecting kids. And if we're concerned about protecting kids, I don't think that biological boys should be playing in girls' sports. She opposes me on both of those issues.
Did you want time to respond? Go ahead. Go ahead.
So I'm a mom of 4 kids. And as I mentioned to Joseph, our kids have gone through COVID. There are mental health issues related to that. We have learning loss because of it. Our kids are struggling. And that's why as parents, it's our job to make sure we're keeping our kids safe at every level. As a mom, I'm going to make sure we do that. Obviously, parents know their kids best, and they need to be able to determine if there's something they want to opt out of in health class.
Wait. Time.
Thank you.
Time. Okay. Our next question is coming from Nancy. And I've been told, I'm given permission to say that, Nancy, you are 96 years old. 96 years old, and from Skillman, New Jersey. Nancy, your question, and that goes to Mikie Cheryl.
There might be other ways to describe me. We all know that public education is such a vital part of what makes New Jersey strong. And so my question to both of you is, should school districts be combined to reduce property taxes? How about municipalities? If so, should mergers be compulsory, given the fact they almost never happen voluntarily?
Thank you very much. So this is something that I know we have to do here in New Jersey, because right now we have more municipalities than California, and we have more school districts than municipalities. And it's raising costs on everybody. We have some school districts who have the whole administrative cost, all of the buildings, and yet they're not even running a K through 12 school system. So we do need to merge some of these school districts. We also need to make some county-based school systems. The ones that we have are some of the best performers in our state. And this is a way in which I think we can ensure we're getting great education to people while driving down property taxes, especially in those areas where we're not running a full K through 12 system. Thank you.
564 towns. We are a home rule state, and people love their home rule, even though it might cost more in taxes. I do not believe that our state government should force consolidation. That's up to the locals. But I tell you what, if you do consolidate or you do regionalize, Governor Chidarelli will help incentivize that to make it easier. So if you all make that decision at the local level, we're going to provide incentives. When I was in the state legislature, Princeton Borough and Princeton Township decided to become one. I worked with the administration at the time to provide 100% of the one-time upfront costs to make that more feasible. To fix public education, ma'am, what we have to do, I think, is get back to the basics. Let's get a high-quality education system here in New Jersey. You're never going to hear me say we have the best school system in the country, because we don't. We've slipped from 2 to 12 on the national report card. We've got to get back to basics in teaching critical life skills and providing vocational training opportunities for our students with a more rigorous academic curriculum for our students. We need to get back there.
So, Mikey, Cheryl, let me just ask a follow-up for clarification. Should there be compulsory consolidation?
So I'd start by offering the carrot to help the areas that want to consolidate. But when there are areas that are not putting enough money into to students, into educators, into the buildings, and then they are taking a lot of money in property taxes and from the state level, then we'll have to start to look at compulsory movements.
Laura, do I get another 15 seconds?
Go ahead.
So let me say something else. When a school system is failing, and there's some reasonable metrics that tell us whether or not a school system is failing, there's got to be choice. That choice comes in the form of vouchers. That choice comes in the form of charter schools. My opponent opposes both. There's got to be choice when a school system is failing.
Final thought.
That's some more misinformation from my opponent. I've actually worked hard on charter schools. In fact, my lieutenant governor, Dr. Dale Caldwell, has been involved with charter schools, some high-performing charter schools, because I want to make sure that every child in this state has access to a fantastic education.
Here are the facts of the matter. Phil Murphy's been in office for 8 years, and he's only approved one charter school, and it was 2 weeks before the election in 2021 for political reasons. Okay? The Democratic nominee is owned by the NJEA union leadership, and they hate charter schools.
Okay.
And educational choice.
Okay, we're moving on. Moving on to our next question. Our next question is coming from Olivia from Blackwood, and our question goes to Jack Chidarelli.
How will you address global warming's disproportionate effects on New Jersey's urban communities of color?
Global warming? Yeah, well, global warming, I've admitted, I do think Mother Earth is sending us some powerful signals. I think human activity has a lot to do with that. But we need a rational transition to the future with regard to our energy. And I think that natural gas is a rational transition to the future, as is nuclear energy down in South Jersey, as is solar. We need an all-of-the-above approach. It's not just in our urban areas where the climate change is affecting us. The flooding that you see taking place in our suburban communities has a lot to do with the changes in the climate, and it's adversely affecting the quality of life in many suburban communities that never used to flood before. But make no mistake, that flooding has a lot to do not just with the type of rain we get today, it has to do with overdevelopment. This is a big difference between the two parties. My opponent believes that we should have high-density housing in all 564 towns. I don't believe that. We should only have affordable housing, high-density housing in a town that has infrastructure, mass transit, and opportunities for jobs. If a town doesn't have infrastructure, mass transit, or opportunity for jobs, why are we putting more idling cars on the road?
So that is a great question. I sat in my first term in Congress on science, space, and technology, and I was the chairwoman of the Environment Subcommittee. And that, as you might remember, was the year we had the heat dome over Oregon, which put so many different people in danger as they weren't ready to handle it. We've seen flash flooding here in New Jersey, killing several people throughout the state. We've seen tornadoes and hurricanes like we've never seen before. Our climate is changing, and we need to act, because in too many of our urban areas, we are seeing high incidences of asthma, for example. So we know that we need to act quickly to protect our environment, but to also ensure that we have better health outcomes in this state. And that's why, as governor, I'm going to make sure that we drive down carbon emissions, drive in massive amounts of power to the grid so we can decrease costs and ensure people are paying lower costs. Thank you.
Laura, can we have 15 each?
15 seconds, and then our next question.
Let me
before
just say this.
break.
The way that the Democrats are doing high-density housing in this state flies in the face of sustainability. They like to portray themselves as the pro-environment party, but there's nothing pro-environment about building high-density housing in every one of our 564 towns.
Final thought.
So I'm really proud of my record here. I was actually a lead person passing the Great American Outdoors Act, which preserves open space across this country and right here in New Jersey. I also have worked on projects and gotten money for the Boonton Reservoir, the Essex Hudson Greenway, ensuring that we're preserving open spaces while at the same time delivering on housing for people and ensuring that we are lowering carbon emissions in neighborhoods in urban areas.
Okay, we have one more question from our studio audience before we're going to go to a commercial break, and that question is coming from John. John is a high school student from Edison, New Jersey, and John's question is going to be going to Mikie Sherrill.
Congresswoman, as was said, I'm a high school student who commutes to New York City every single day for that high school. My question to you is, what is your plan to fix New Jersey Transit's systemic issues of overcrowding, delays, and outdated infrastructure?
Thank you so much. This is something I hear about a lot from my husband, Jason, who's in the audience tonight. He commutes into New York City all the time, and he's quit coaching our kids' soccer teams. He doesn't make it home for dinner. He often gives me frantic calls about whether or not I can drive our kids that night because he's not going to make it home in time. And so that's why I've been laser focused. In fact, in my first term, as Trump held Infrastructure Week every week and yet failed to fund the Gateway Tunnel project, I was called the tunnel-obsessed Congresswoman, and I'm proud to say we delivered on that, on the most expensive infrastructure project in the nation, which is key to commuters here. And then when we were seeing summer of hell after summer of hell because the catenary wires were in the way, I demanded Amtrak keep up their rail system better because we utilize it in ONNJ Transit and got $300 million into Northeast Rail for catenary wires. Now I'm on the Port Authority because they're not handling the wires underneath the tunnel well, and we're seeing fire after fire after fire. So I am going to continue to focus on our rail systems, on systems of transit across this state, and make sure that we see updates and see better movement across our state. Thank you.
Sir, when I'm successful in transforming New Jersey, the hope would be that no one has to go out of state to get anything other than see a Broadway play. What I want to do here in New Jersey is something other states have done. We've got mass transit systems. It's not just trains. The Atlantic City Expressway is a mass transit system with tolls. Parkway and Turnpike are mass transit systems with tolls. New Jersey Transit is a transit system with revenue through fares. Let's put them all under one roof called the Garden State Transportation Authority. Let's get rid of all these different authorities with all these different management structures. Let's put all under one roof, better management, better accountability, one management structure, and we'll give it a dedicated revenue stream called the New Jersey State Budget. Okay, that's where we'll provide the funding. I think that'll be a much better job of managing our mass transit systems. But let me also say this with regard to mass transit. We need to reevaluate every single train line and every single bus line to make sure there's adequate ridership to justify that route, so we can dedicate all the resources we have to the most traveled routes.
Thank you both. We are going to take a quick commercial break. We want you to stay with us as we continue our New Jersey gubernatorial debate between Mikie Sherrill and Jack Chidarelli. Stay with us.
O'Toole Scrivo, one of the fastest growing law firms in New Jersey. Relentless expertise, proven results. Kevin O'Toole, 3 decades as a senator, assemblyman, and mayor. Thomas Scrivo, chief counsel to the governor, Bar Association president, famed trial lawyer. 2 leaders, 2 distinct paths, 1 shared vision.
Tom and I met first day of law school, and we talked then about forming a law firm. And with that, we said we have to have really smart, aggressive lawyers, folks with really deep expertise with certain disciplines. And we said there had to be an overall achievement of giving back to the community.
That's exactly what we've built. We partner with charities, match employee giving, and volunteer year-round. At O'Toole Scrivo, we define success as making a difference.
Different paths, 1 vision. O'Toole Scrivo, where expertise meets integrity.
We vote to protect the Social Security we worked hard for. We vote because family caregivers deserve support. We vote to have a say in our future. For all the reasons why, AARP has information about when, where, and how to vote. Find the information you need to make your voice heard.
For 3 decades, Audible has pioneered the audio storytelling format. From our headquarters in Newark, New Jersey, we develop talent, support tech and media startups, and foster communities of creators. Through our state-of-the-art studios, cutting-edge technologies, and paradigm-shifting, immersive productions. We're a global company, but we've been a New Jersey business from day one. We're proud of the story Audible and New Jersey are continuing to write together.
My mom and I talk about everything, from family recipes to health plans. She's my go-to for advice. When I was choosing a plan for Gina and myself, she suggested Horizon Blue Cross Blue Shield of New Jersey. Mom has been a member since before I was born. A lot has changed since then, but Horizon has always been there. They focus on our overall health, including dental and vision plans. My family is what matters most to me, and I have peace of mind knowing that we're covered by Blue.
Healthcare has become disconnected. At Johnson & Johnson, we want to give healthcare real meaning again. By focusing on health and care, we're bringing life-changing innovations and leading technology solutions to patients. Advanced treatments for today and potential cures of tomorrow. Let's show all the amazing things those 2 simple words, health and care, can do.
Every owl has something to protect.
I don't think I'm doing this right.
Al Chun.
Can you hand me that paint cup?
Alan Hagan.
I'm not going to spend my retirement on land.
Owls who start a business.
She's the boss now.
And pass it down. Competitive owls.
It's actually Allie.
Weird owls.
My friends think I'm normal.
Whoever you are, you've got something to protect.
Look at the camera.
And with investment, retirement, and insurance know-how, Prudential can help protect your life's work.
There you are.
Who's your rock?
Ready for anything? That ought to be our state motto. All hustle, no nonsense, never backs down. So when it comes to strengthening the grid and uplifting our communities, we do it our way. Because storms don't care what exit they hit. And talking doesn't fix the grid. Fixing it does. Around here, we make our own future. Because ready is who we are. PSEG.
Hi, I'm Michelle Sakurka, President and CEO of the New Jersey Business and Industry Association. We're excited to join tonight's first gubernatorial debate. As the state's largest and most influential business association, it's our mission to ensure that business is at the center of the next governor's agenda, because when business thrives, so too does our economy. To take us there, we presented our blueprint for competitive New Jersey to both candidates, the policy roadmap to drive innovation and prosperity in New Jersey. Check it out at njbia.org/blueprint. We look forward to working with our next governor to put business at the center. Thank you.
Laura Jones, and welcome back to the Alumni Gymnasium on the campus of Ryder University in Lawrenceville. We're going to get right back to our debate between Jack Chidarelli and Mikie Sherrill. Going to our panel now, and Sophie, you have a question that goes to Jack Chidarelli first.
Since 2018, New Jersey has been embroiled in a lawsuit arguing more needs to be done to improve the state's segregated school districts, a problem rooted in long-standing housing discrimination and the number of small districts. Would you continue fighting this in court, and what do you think New Jersey can do to achieve less segregated schools?
We do have the most segregated schools, but I wonder if we would be having this discussion if the performance of schools with predominantly black student populations were outperforming schools with predominantly white populations. We need to get back on day one to improving all of our schools, and I intend to do that with a high-impact curriculum. New Jersey recently slipped from 2 to 12 on the national report cards. Most of that's because we haven't made up for all the learning loss following the pandemic when Phil Murphy and the Democrats shut down our schools for 2 years. We opened up our nursing homes, but we closed down our schools. Louisiana and Mississippi have moved significantly. Louisiana from 48 to 32 with a high-impact curriculum. What is that exactly? If your child is behind grade level in any of the critical life skills like reading, writing, and math, that child will spend the next market period and the one thereafter doing nothing other than reading, writing, math to get them on grade level. The data is clear. I'm a data-driven guy as an MBA CPA. If the child is not on grade level for reading, writing, math by the end of 8th grade, more than likely they will be underemployed their entire life. So while that lawsuit proceeds, let's fix the schools on day one with a high-impact curriculum.
So I spoke before about county-based school systems because that can help address the segregation that we have going on in the state. It's also the way we have some of our best performing high schools, but we need to do more. We need high-intensity tutoring because we know there's learning loss, and that's a special kind of tutoring that I've supported here in the state to make sure students get back on track. We also need to address third grade reading and make sure we're pushing in phonics-based reading. We know that's the best way to help children read, and it's a reversal of the way reading has been taught lately. And we know third grade is that critical inflection point, because if you're not reading at grade level by third grade, you're not going to be able to move on very well to your math and social studies and history work if you can't read your homework. So in these ways, we can really push in as a state, get better outcomes, and address the segregation that we have going on here.
Could you clarify if you're going to, with the lawsuit, clarify, could you clarify if you're going to continue to pursue the lawsuit?
I don't think it's the governor that's pursuing the lawsuit. The entity that's pursuing the lawsuit, I'm not going to get in the way. What I'm going to do on day one is fix our educational system. It's not the executive branch that's pursuing that lawsuit.
They're fighting the lawsuit. The state is fighting the lawsuit.
Yeah, we're not going to do that if they let the lawsuit proceed. But I'll tell you what, I was in Newark this morning at a house of worship that has the largest black congregation in the state. And you know what they said to me? Fix our school system. Fix our school system. So there's a number of metrics that tell us if a school system is failing: attendance rate, graduation rate, performance on standardized tests, readiness for career if you're not going to high school, going to college. If a school system is failing in 2, 3, or 4 out of 4 of those categories, that district, that community needs choice. I'm going to give them choice. My opponent is not going to give them choice.
Mikie Sherrill, but 30 seconds for that, 30 seconds.
I think what you just heard is a very clear difference. I care deeply about our school system, and I'm going to make sure it performs better. I'm going to make sure that we're educating children for the future, especially with AI coming. But I'm also going to attack the segregation that we have going on in the state. My opponent doesn't care about that. He just wants to talk about the schools, but has not come forward with any solution for the segregation. I care about both. That's what I'm going to do as governor.
One final word.
We could integrate the Newark school system tomorrow, and it's not going to improve student performance. We need to change the curriculum.
Final thought, Mikie Sherrill, before our next
I think
question.
you heard again that he has no intention of addressing the segregation in this state.
We're going to move on next to Micah Rasmussen, and that question goes to Mikie Sherrill.
A child died of measles in the United States last week, and we have counties in New Jersey like Ocean where the vaccination rates have now fallen below what's required to maintain herd immunity. Should New Jersey parents be worried?
Yes. New Jersey parents should be very worried. We just had back to school, so many of the parents know there's a lot going around. Imagine if it was polio right now. We have, I think, over 10 cases of measles so far this year in New Jersey. We are the most densely populated state in the nation. If we are not going to ensure proper vaccinations for our kids, vaccines that have been going on over 50 years and have all but eradicated things like measles, mumps, rubella, and polio, now we have babies dying of pertussis or whooping cough because people aren't getting their vaccines. These are eminently curable diseases, and we are allowing children to get sick and, yes, die because we are not appropriately following medical research, vaccine protocol, and as governor of this state, I'm joining the Northeast group of governors that is going to ensure that we follow medical guidelines and keep our kids safe.
The rise in things like measles, mumps, whooping cough, and the like are very, very concerning. And once we fall below the threshold for herd immunity, it's of great concern in the community. And so I support the vaccine schedule with regard to measles, mumps, rubella, whooping cough, polio, on down the line. We've got to get above the threshold for herd immunity to keep our communities safe. The obligation of any governor on day one after they take their oath of office is the public health and safety, and we'll do that under Governor Ciattarelli. I just wish my opponent showed the same concern when it came to biological males participating in female sports. We should be protecting all students.
30 seconds. 30. Here, please do.
You know, it's really interesting. I've been hearing around the state. I've spoken to thousands and thousands of people. I've been to all 21 counties, and I keep hearing around the state, Jack Chidarelli will tell anybody whatever they want to hear. And I think we just saw that tonight. Because he hasn't actually stood up for vaccines. He hasn't stood against RFK. He hasn't mentioned anything about firing the head of the CDC. He doesn't mention anything about how Trump's appointee gets most of his medical information on TikTok and Reels. This is not somebody who's going to keep our kids healthy.
Jack Chidarelli.
The Congresswoman is right about one thing. I do get up and down this state. 564 towns, 21 counties, north, central, south, and Jersey Shore. I'm actually pleasantly surprised to see her tonight. I thought I might see a surrogate. So, if you want to talk about getting up and down the state, if you want this job, interview for the job, get up and down the state.
As I mentioned, I've been all up and down the state speaking to thousands of people, and once again, what he doesn't want to address is the fact that he will never stand up against Trump. He will let our costs continue to rise. He will let our kids get unsafe and unhealthy. He won't stand up. He said he's not taking this administration to court in any way, shape, or form. Well, they are driving a $5 billion hole in our budget, and the way we claw that money back is by taking them to court.
We ask our audience to please be quiet. Jack Chidarelli, you have the last word before our next question.
Well, listen, no Republican in this state's had a more independent streak than I have. I've called on national prominent Republicans to resign over their rhetoric. I called on Chris Christie to resign. I've always been independent. I'm going to stand up for the people of New Jersey every day of the week. Their party's been in control for 25 years, and they've had the executive branch for 8 years. But you don't hear her, you don't hear my opponent criticizing the current administration or the 25-year reign of the Democrats.
All right, I'm really regretting not bringing my bell tonight to ring on the audience. We love your enthusiasm, but we want to give our candidates as much time as possible, so we're going to move on. David Wildstein has the next question, and that is going to Jack Chidarelli.
Thank you. Both of you have at some point in discussing the state's finances said that all options are on the table. So I want to ask you about an increase in the sales tax. Are you willing to commit to not raise the sales tax if you become governor? And obviously I'm looking for a yes or a no, but I know that sometimes I'm disappointed in getting just the one-word answers.
Whose turn is it first, Laura?
Jack Chidarelli.
We are not raising the sales tax here in New Jersey. What we need to do is lower the income tax and the property tax here in New Jersey. Those are the most burdensome taxes we pay. Pennsylvania's flat tax is 3% on personal income. Our highest bracket is 10.75. Pennsylvania's property taxes on average are $3,000 less per home than ours. What is it that Pennsylvania is doing that we're not? They give Republicans control from time to time. I think that's what they do in Pennsylvania. Listen, it took us 238 years to get the $36 billion budget. In 8 years, we went from $36 billion to $59 billion. Can anybody tell me their life is better off than it was 8 years ago? Has anything gotten better? I've been here for 64 years. 64 years. I never remember it being this bad. The affordability crisis, look at your property tax bill, look at your monthly electric bill. Public safety, public education, overdevelopment, and the worst place in the country to do business. That's why we are where we are today.
64 years, and for over half that time, he's been raising taxes on all of us. You know, I can see why your career as a CPA was so short-lived, because your math just doesn't add up, Jack. So that's why, as we look at a $5 billion hole that we're facing from the federal government, as we're working hard to make sure that we're paying into pensions, at least one of us, to make sure that people have the hard-earned dollars that they've earned over time, as we're working to make sure that we have the best public school system in the nation, I'm not going to commit to anything right now, because I'm not just going to tell you what you want to hear. Now, Jack raises sales tax all the time, and yet tonight he said this because, like we know, he'll tell you whatever you want to hear. Well, I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm going to be fiscally responsible with your money. I'm going to drive down your cost at every level, and I'm going to make sure your kids have great opportunities here in the state of New Jersey.
So in some of her ads, and again tonight she's implying that I've been a career politician. Here's what she never tells you. I've term limited myself every single time. And at the municipal and county level, I didn't take the salary or the benefits. She never tells you those things. I call for term limits in my platform. And everywhere I've been, I have fought to save people taxes in this state, and I'll do it as your governor.
So I do like the revisionist history, because most people in New Jersey know that the reason Jack didn't run for re-election is because he knew he was going to lose. But nevertheless, it doesn't matter. Hey, we have kids in here. It doesn't matter, because I'm going to make sure that he doesn't get to serve again when I win for governor in November of this year.
There's another big difference between her public service and my public service. It actually cost me money the time I put in and took away from my company. In the 7 years that she's been in Congress, she's tripled her net worth. There's another big difference between the two of us, okay? She broke the law. She had to pay fines for violating federal law on stock trades and stock reporting, and the New York Times reports that while you're sitting on the House Armed Services Committee, you were trading defense stocks.
Jack knows.
Final word, Mikey Sherrill.
Jack knows, and all of you can confirm, that I don't trade individual stocks. He knows this because it's all public. And in fact, there have been articles written about how transparent and ethical I've been, going above and beyond the requirements in Congress. And I continue to do that. In fact, I've run the most transparent governor's race that we've seen in this state.
Now, I know we could probably continue with any of these topics all night long, but we're going to get back to our audience. Our next question comes from Tom from Princeton, and this question is going to Mikey Sherrill first.
New Jersey's combined pension and employee health care funding shortfalls exceed $100 billion, and the annual expense for these items consumes over 20% of New Jersey's annual budget. Yet the pension plans remain severely underfunded. How would you address these deficits? How would you improve pension security? And would you pursue any structural reforms?
Thanks. So, for decades, people have used fuzzy math. It's been a bipartisan thing for governors to not fully fund the pension. So now we're working to fully fund it, but we're paying $7 billion to do so. New York, which runs a far bigger pension system because they've managed that well, is only paying about $1.5 billion. So if we don't focus on funding this pension, we are mortgaging the future for our children. These are hard-earned benefits that people have paid into, but the state hasn't funded it appropriately. So we've got to stop taking pension holidays. We have to make sure we're working to drive down the cost there. We have to continue to ensure that we are driving up the state's credit rating as we're doing by making sure our pension is solvent. So in all of these ways, we can drive down costs for people while taking care of our teachers, our firefighters, our cops, the people in this state who serve us. We now need to make sure we're taking care of them.
Tom, the governor and the Democrats like to boast about the fact that they've made a full pension payment 5 years in a row. But while they were making a full pension payment, what they were doing is underfunding the state health care plan. And look what's happened today. It's on the verge of collapse, and employees that work for the state, school districts, municipalities, and counties that are in the state health plan, that includes teachers, are going home with less take-home pay, despite getting a 2, 3, 4% increase. It's all about priorities. We do not have a short-term liquidity problem when it comes to funding our post-retirement health care benefit or a pension. We've got a very long-term solvency problem. The priorities today are the ones that need our attention. And the priorities today for me are property taxes, income taxes, and making sure we get the state health care plan under control, because right now it's crushing the middle class that are in that plan. We've got to fund the state health care plan.
Okay, did you want...
What you didn't hear was that he was going to fund your pensions.
Final thought.
We are going to fund your pension. Anybody that's earned a pension is going to get their pension. But right now, you don't pay. If you're in the working right now, you don't pay your grocery or your rent or your mortgage with your pension if you're working right now. You don't pay your groceries with your pension. You pay it with your net pay. And our public workers are going home with significantly less pay right now because the state health care plan is under siege. It's about to collapse.
Okay, we're going to go back over to this side. Our next question is coming to... We need to move our camera out of the way for just a minute. Oh, little collision there. It's all good. O is from Lawrenceville, and she is a professor here at Ryder University.
Okay.
And this goes to Jack Chidarelli.
All right. Do you plan to add more AI guardrail laws? If yes, what would they be?
Very good. Thank you for that question. So, we talk an awful about AI as an economic development opportunity, but what you never hear the governor talk about are the things that concern the public. Social manipulation, job loss. These are two very important considerations that we need to talk about as well. Now, I'm not a computer science expert. I'm not an AI expert, but I tell you what I will do. We're going to sit down with people in the arena, in that space, and talk about how we protect people from the social manipulation. And I also want to talk about the job loss that comes with AI. Those are the things that have people terribly insecure about this new technology. So I'm going to look to get our state government in the 21st century. We've got, in some departments, databases that are kept on Excel, and in Treasury, I have desktop systems that are on DOS. DOS. Now, there's a whole lot of college students here tonight that don't know what the hell DOS is, but I get the sense that you do, okay? This is a dysfunctional state government in so many different ways. So we need to leverage new technologies by AI, but we also need to know the dangers of AI, and as governor, I will.
Yes, I'm going to put guardrails around AI. We have a change coming, and we are not all prepared in the way we should be for it. It's why I'm going to implement the Kids Online Safety Act to make sure that our kids are safe. It's why I'm going to make sure that when we make some of these county-based schools, they're schools like occupational schools and STEM schools. So we're pushing into the jobs of the future because we know AI is going to have huge reverberations through the job market. I'm going to make sure that we are changing and addressing our technology here in this state as we move into some of the AI fixes, but also the protections we need for privacy and for people's data. We've already had problems. I have had a family come to me with a deep fake where their daughter's head was put on some pornography in her high school. Imagine that as a teenager. So we need to do more to put guardrails around AI, to protect our kids, to ensure we're growing into the jobs of the future, and to ensure that we do better as a state. Thank you.
Our next question is coming from Mitchell from Byram. He is a student here at Ryder University, and this question is going to Mikie Sherrill.
As someone who is a student teacher currently at Fisher Middle School in Ewing, I'm curious as to what you will do as governor to continue to invest in education in New Jersey, given the dismantling of the Federal Department of Education.
That's a great question. And first of all, thank you. I have a middle schooler, so you're doing the Lord's work, I have to tell you. And they don't always shower as much as they should. So thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, the dismantling of the Department of Ed is a huge issue. This is one of the ways in which we're seeing a huge hit come into our state budget. It's why I fought so hard to say that we're going to claw back that money. My attorney general is going to sue to claw back as much money from the federal government as we can. We pay $70 billion more into the federal government than we get back as a state. So if they're not going to run their programs, they just need to send that money back so we can run them. And this is a real difference between myself and my opponent, who says he doesn't disagree with anything Trump's doing and that he's never going to sue him.
So what matters most in a child's education is that teacher, that family, who I hope is supporting the teacher and making sure the student's doing everything when they get home. You know how difficult it is to teach if parents aren't fulfilling their responsibility, and of course that student. And the point I'm trying to make is the farther away you get from the classroom, the less impact I think any governmental institution has on what's taking place in the classroom and student learning. So I don't necessarily have a problem with the president and the administration downsizing the Department of Education. Just because they got rid of the Department of Education doesn't mean they got rid of federal funding. The funding is still coming, okay? And I'll fulfill my obligation as governor to make sure that our schools are fully funded, but we need a new public school curriculum to get our kids back on track, and we need more vocational training opportunities. That's what matters most in the academic development of our students.
Do you want to respond?
I just want to make sure I correct some misunderstandings up here. Yeah, they did get rid of a lot of federal funding. They got rid of it at every level of education. They got rid of it for funding for our colleges and universities with Pell Grants and with research and development funds. They got rid of it when they limited the amount of money you can take on as a student loan to such a small amount that many people now can't go to medical school who thought they were going to medical school. They've limited on for our Title I schools that we're seeing. So in almost every level, the federal government right now has limited the money that they're sending back to New Jersey for education. And as a state who spends so much money to the federal government, that's offensive.
Two things. My attorney general will not be wasting your tax dollars suing the White House every other day. It's a waste of taxpayer dollars. Number two, if we want to get more money out of the federal government, the way to do that is by the governor calling to task our 14 members of our congressional delegation. 2 U.S. senators and 12 House members. I'll meet with them every single month to make sure that the 15 of us are working on behalf of New Jersey. That doesn't happen right now. We got the governor and a 14-member delegation, congressional delegation, all run in different directions. They should be together to advocate for New Jersey.
Okay, our next question is going to come. We're going to have to move on with the debate here. Our next question is coming from Charles. Charles is a Ryder alumni, and this is going to Jack Chidarelli first.
To make housing more affordable, it's accepted we have to increase its supply. That said, we know that when voters hear more housing, they become concerned about overcrowding schools. Would you support a state bond referendum to give the Schools Development Authority the funding to build new schools throughout the state?
No. What I will support is to make sure that government is working in partnership with the private sector to make sure that there's more affordable housing. And by the way, we need to stop, right now affordable housing is all rental. We need more lease to purchase opportunities. The next generation is doing nothing but renting because that's all we're forcing down their throat. And the reason I say that, Charles, is because I want to stop with us developing high-density housing in every one of our 564 towns. I want to use the shortage of affordable housing to get people to live in our urban centers again. I live in downtown Somerville. This town has gone through a magnificent transformation because we've gone up with low, moderate, and market rate units, and it's vibrant. What we're doing in Somerville is what we need to do on a much larger scale in Newark, in Trenton, and in Atlantic City. We've got to stop the exacerbation of sprawl. Anybody that's concerned about the environment should not be doing this. And by the way, you want the poster child? Why are we condemning a 175-year-old farm in Cranberry? Why are we condemning open space to build more high-density housing? I don't think so.
So that's a great question. I think what we all see here is too much of the money we spend on our education system is not going to the things we want it to go to. So for example, number one, students, educators, buildings, and we know how necessary it is because I'll tell you in Montclair we had the stairway fall in high school. People couldn't go to school for several months. In Patterson, we've had the ceiling fall in an elementary school. So we have some of the oldest school inventory, we have to address it. But unfortunately, so much of the money is going to a bloated administration right now. We need to move that money into the places that we want to address. But you've also raised something about our state that I think is important, and that is about how we're going to develop it. And what we really need to do is have a statewide plan to protect our open spaces, because many of us know how deeply we really enjoyed them during COVID and how necessary it is for the health and mental wellness. That's why I've been a person at the Great Swamp Gala, as I've spoken there about how important open spaces are. So we need to do both, develop and have our open spaces preserved.
Laura, may we?
Very quickly, because we need to move on to our next question.
This is refreshing. I think what she might be saying is we're not going to develop high-density housing in every one of the 564 towns. But the other thing is she didn't answer your question. The answer is no. If we did that, it's only going to exacerbate sprawl. But she didn't answer your question.
Again, that's not true. I was very clear on how I think we should spend the money.
Okay, we're going to move on then to Michelle from Byram. She is a parent of a Ryder University student. And Michelle, are you over here? Or is she over here? Hello, Michelle. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Okay, Michelle, you have you're a parent of a Ryder student, and your question is going to Jack Chidarelli.
Hi, Michelle.
With Medicaid cuts looming, how will you protect services for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities?
So I said before, the first job and responsibility of any governor is to provide for the public health and safety, and that certainly applies most of all to our most vulnerable population, our most vulnerable citizens, who under Governor Ciattarelli will never be underserved. We're going to take care of our citizens, particularly those most in need, and that includes our developmentally disabled. Let's talk about the Medicaid reforms, because this is another one of those things that's being lied about in the community. The two big changes in the Medicaid system are these. The reforms are these. You have to verify your eligibility twice a year now, not once a year. Twice a year. Interestingly enough, it was President Barack Obama that put that change in place. President Trump kept it in his first term. Joe Biden put it to once a year. The other thing you have to do with the Medicaid reform is if you're able-bodied and your children are 15 years of age or older, you have to provide us with 20 hours a week in order to continue with Medicaid. 20 hours of what? Volunteerism, education, or work. I think that's reasonable. My opponent doesn't seem to have any issue with people who are scamming the system. If you want the system to endure, we need to save dollars by stopping people from scamming it. I think those two reforms, if you meet those two criteria, which I think are reasonable, guess what? Medicaid doesn't get cut. You continue to have your Medicaid. But as governor, I'll take care of our most vulnerable citizens, and that includes developmentally disabled. You have my word.
Thanks, Michelle. I love that Jack thinks he's going to run the federal delegation when he doesn't understand federal legislation. But we'll save that for another day. This is a question I get from so many parents because they know what's going on with Medicaid and they know the deep funding cuts that are going on that are imperiling many of the programs that support their children. And so that's why, as governor, I'm going to make sure my AG is fighting this tooth and nail, because here's the truth. I was recently at a federally qualified health center in Camden. And I have to tell you, traditionally, that's been one of the poorest cities in our state. So we were moving away from emergency room care, which is both the most expensive kind of care and also the care that goes to charity care in our state budget, not the federal Medicaid dollars. And she was telling me how much their costs were going to go up, about 20% more in going through the red tape and bureaucracy that the Trump administration is implementing instead of going to care for people. She said so many of the people are now going to be going back to emergency room care, which will be very expensive for the state.
I think the fair question of any gubernatorial candidate, and obviously that includes my opponent, is this. Do you believe it's fair to make somebody have to verify their eligibility for Medicaid twice a year? Do you believe it's fair to continue your Medicaid by giving us 20 hours a week of education, volunteerism, or work if you're able-bodied and your kids are 15 or older? I believe that's fair. You meet that criteria, Medicaid continues.
Final thoughts, Micah, Cheryl.
So it's not about fairness. It's about cost effectiveness. It's about who's going to drive down the cost for the state by making sure we're going into better and cheaper care, like in federally qualified health centers, or are we going to go back to the bad old days when we're sending everybody to emergency room care, which is both worse care and more expensive care?
Okay, we have one more question for our audience before we go back to our panel. It is one of our younger members of the audience. Mark, he is a middle school student from Bridgewater, and Mark's question is going to go first to Jack Chidarelli.
I'm only 12, but I've already seen one of our U.S. senators go to prison. What's your vision for restoring public trust in government?
No, thank you. First of all, congratulations on being here tonight and having the courage to stand up and ask a question. Leadership matters, and it starts at the top. So I've never broken the law. My opponent has. I've never broken the law. And so you don't have to worry about that, and we'll set the tone for the way that public service ought to be. And we'll call out anybody on either side of the aisle that does the wrong thing, either if they're self-serving or if they're breaking the law. So, and my Attorney General will be very, very aggressive in looking at public corruption all up and down the state. But thank you for your question.
Thank you so much for your question. And you have a great mom bringing you here tonight, so thank you for being here. You know, I think this is the key question. I go around the state and I tell people, this is the most nonpartisan race I've run because I think people have lost a lot of faith in both parties. And it's really important right now in this race that here in New Jersey, in this state, as we're holding the line, that we're restoring faith. So that's why I talk a lot about being a Navy helicopter pilot, because I think people know what that means. I think they know that I've always served this country and I'm proud of it. I also talk about being a mom, because I think that also lets people know why I'm doing this and who I'm fighting for and what I care about. And so I have constantly and consistently listened to as many people as possible to make sure I'm hearing just what it is that people need to sleep at night. How can I, as governor, make that a little bit easier? And what I hear is the cost of housing is too high, electricity costs are too high, utility costs are too high, and I want somebody to protect my rights and freedoms, and that's what I'll do as governor.
We're going to go back to our panel. Our next question is coming from Micah Rasmussen, and that is going to Jack Chidarelli.
It's been more than 20 years since the last fixed DMV. Yet the
I'm sorry, Micah, the last
fixed DMV, the last fix for DMV. Yet the agency still has not returned to full in-person service since 5 years, since it's now 5 years after COVID. It's still disenfranchising voters when it botches their motor voter registrations and can't keep up with demand for real IDs. So what does the fixed DMV of 2026 need to look like?
So in any gubernatorial campaign, we're going to end up talking about education reforms and policy, property tax reform and policy, public safety, housing, all the like. But what's easy to overlook is that the state of New Jersey now is a $59 billion enterprise with 60,000 employees, 9.3 million citizen customers, and 1 million business customers, small, medium, and large. And one of the reasons I'm running is because I feel very strongly that this state needs a hands-on CEO governor who's going to show up every damn day and make sure that this state government works for its citizens. You can walk into a DMV office tomorrow in Florida and walk out an hour later with your real ID. Call DMV today in New Jersey for your appointment. They're putting you off until December. I find that embarrassing. I find that embarrassing. So I and my administration will show up every single day and make sure that this state government works on behalf of its citizens. And that means executive order number 2. And executive order number 2 is everyone's coming back to work. They work for us. They work for us. Let's make this state government work for our citizens.
You know, this is a difference between myself and my opponent, because I am willing to take on anyone, including members of my own party, when it comes to serving the people of New Jersey. He's not. He just serves Trump. But that's why I'll tell you right now that our MVC is not working. It is not working. We were worst in the nation for real ID. You couldn't get, when people were being told, go get a passport, it'll be quicker. And that is the one way in which so many people interact with our government. And so if you're asking, how do we build trust in government? How do we rebuild faith in government? We make sure government's working. And so I'm going to make sure that MVC is working for everyone, that you can go and you do most of what you need to do online. You don't always have to go in person. And then when you go in person, you can get an appointment quickly, and you can get through the process quickly, in and out. That if you need an inspection, you can get your car inspected. And so all of these things are the ways in which almost every person in this state engages with our state government. And almost everyone in this state has a really bad story to tell you about it. Not on my watch. I'll fix that as governor.
Our next question comes from Sophie Nieto-Muñoz, and it goes to Mikie Sherrill.
The Immigrant Trust Directive has limited local, county, and state police from assisting in civil immigration enforcement since it was put in place in 2018. If elected governor, would you continue the Immigrant Trust Directive?
As governor, I'm going to make sure here in New Jersey, we're following the law and the Constitution. And let me tell you a little bit about what's going on right now. I just had a friend talk to a police officer here who had an interaction with somebody who was wearing a mask, who had no ID and was carrying. And he walked up to him and said, "Look, this is my town. What are you doing here?" And the gentleman said, "I don't have to tell you." And he said, "You're walking around my town, and you do have to tell me." And he said, "No, I don't." And so the police officer said, "Well, then I'll take you to jail." And he said, "I'll take you to jail." So he said, "We'll work it out in jail." But here's the thing. It was an ICE agent refusing to show ID, masked. So as governor, I'm going to make sure that people can't go around masked here in our state. Now, my opponent supports policies where people who are here legally can be detained, rolling back rights for American citizens, separating children and parents. I'm going to make sure people here in this state are safe and follow the law.
Congresswoman, can you clarify? Is that a yes or no on would you continue the Immigrant Trust Directive?
What I'm going to do is make sure we're following the law and the Constitution. So that'll include due process rights and the Constitution.
Jack Chidarelli.
I don't think she answered your question. Executive order number 1 on day 1, we're getting rid of the Immigrant Trust Directive here in New Jersey. I said this back in 2021. I'll say it here again. I've said it every single day I'm out on the campaign trail. I believe the Immigrant Trust Directive, us having sanctuary cities, us being a sanctuary state, only encourages illegal immigration and restricts our local law enforcement in a number of different ways. The goal here is to keep our community safe. And the best way to do that is us not having sanctuary cities. Let me say something else. My Attorney General, unlike the current Attorney General, who I think she has said she's considering reappointing, my Attorney General will support local law enforcement. We're not getting rid of qualified immunity. She voted to get rid of it in the Congress. We're not doing that. We're going to take the handcuffs off, let these trained professionals do their job. Flash mobs on our Jersey Shore, flash mobs in our malls, break-ins, car thefts, nonviolent crime is through the roof. Did anybody see what went down in Secaucus 3 weeks ago? Total disregard for law and order, total disregard for law enforcement. We got to get back to being a law and order state with safe communities.
Mikie Sherrill.
So I've served as a federal prosecutor. I've ensured that we're working hard to drive down crime in this state. I've prosecuted people who were criminals here and who were undocumented, and they were deported, because I care deeply about public safety for the people here, and I think we can all agree that violent criminals should be deported. But what I also believe deeply in is due process, the due process rights that are in our Constitution.
Time is up.
And so I'll follow the law, and I'll follow the Constitution.
Getting rid of the Immigrant Trust Directives doesn't mean we're violating your constitutional right to due process. But since she brought up her time as a U.S. attorney, check her record. In the 11 months that she was supposed to be prosecuting cases, she pled most of her cases, and people that committed some pretty heinous crimes were allowed to go free.
All right, our very last question.
So I'll repeat. I'm very proud of my prosecutorial record. I worked really hard to take illegal guns off the street, to make sure our streets were safe. Jack has never served in law enforcement. He's never served to keep this country safe. I have, and I'll continue to do that.
One more question of this evening, and it comes from David Wildstein. David Wildstein has the final question, and it goes first to Jack Chidarelli.
Laura, I'm going to throw you a little bit of a curveball.
You're throwing me, oh, you're asking more than one
He's
question.
a baseball fan, that's
yeah,
why.
Yeah, but
It happens.
So
Oh,
I
is it a
had
question for
I had
me?
a closing question.
Oh, you had a closing question.
But there's a man here named Tom who came to ask a question who, quite frankly, his question is more important than mine. I'd like to give him my time.
Oh, you want to go back to Tom?
I want to go to Tom. I don't
Okay.
know
I can
where-
go to Tom. Hold on. We had two Toms.
So,
Let
Laura,
me go back.
Sorry.
Tom. Okay. So, Tom, I'm going to go back to you, and I don't have my cue card. So, Tom,
I am
who are you?
also
Where are
a
you
Tom from Princeton.
Very
so
good. Yes, there is two Toms from Princeton.
Thank you both for doing this. Let's see you do more of this, please. Who am I addressing?
Oh, so this is going to go first to Jack Chidarelli.
Jack, please describe New Jersey's current state of care for residents with severe and persistent mental illness, the reasons why it is so, and your proposals as governor to address it.
So, Tom, I would like to do more of this. By law, we have to do 2. CBS News out of New York invited us to a third. I agreed. My opponent did not. Let me say this. We know we have a mental health crisis, and I'm proud of what we did in Somerset County. We created the first public-private partnership, and it was a 24/7 community mental health center because we saw what was going on in the community, and people could not get access, convenient access to high-quality mental health services. So we actually employed in county government in New Jersey psychiatrists, psychologists, licensed clinical social workers. People had a place to go. It didn't matter what your coverage was, you got quality service. As governor, there are 2 things we should not be approaching 564 towns at a time. I think our county governments across the state are underappreciated and underleveraged. We'll put a plan in place the state will fund for there to be a community mental health center in every one of our 21 counties and a homeless shelter. We need that here, and you can't expect us to address that 564 towns at a time. So I think we need to use the Somerset County model to provide for community mental health clinics all across New Jersey so people have convenient access to high-quality mental health services.
Tom, thanks for raising this question because as I've sort of mentioned already tonight, we have a mental health crisis. We have a loneliness crisis. I see it in our kids. I see it in seniors. I see it across this state. People who aren't connecting anymore. And so that's why this is so important, and we need to add resources. I've added federal resources to the Mental Health Association of Morris and Essex. I'll continue to work hard to fund the different programs that we have, making sure that we also put in place things like red flag laws, so people like many of our veterans who are contemplating suicide can be protected by those, and keep those red flag laws as the courts attack them and people like Jack Chidarelli vote against them. I'll also make sure that as we have our police officers going out, we use the Arrive Together program. In talking to so many of our police officers, they don't have the tools or the training sometimes to handle some of the most egregious mental health problems, and it often creates really bad outcomes. Thank you.
Tom, one other thing that we need to do, and I will instigate as a member of the National Governors Association, I think it's long overdue, it's time for us to get rid of the Medicaid reimbursement rates. Community physicians will tell you off the record they won't see Medicaid patients, many of which have mental health issues. We need to start reimbursing at one rate, the Medicare rate. Community physicians find that acceptable. They do not find the Medicaid rate acceptable. So let's work together with our congressional delegation, the other 49 governors, to start reimbursing at one rate. Let's move everybody into Medicare, one rate, which community physicians find acceptable, and people will have better access as well.
Tom, you're really on the hot seat. But I think what we also need to do is add money to housing. Many mental health professionals will say what you first need to do is stabilize people in housing and have wraparound services from there. Thanks.
All right, that concludes our question and answer time. It is time now to go to closing statements. Each candidate has 30 seconds. Our first candidate going for our closing statements, that is going to go to Mikie Sherrill. You have 90 seconds.
Well, thank you so much, everybody. I really appreciate it. This has been a great debate, and I think you've heard some clear differences here. I've served this country my entire life. As I mentioned, helicopter pilot, prosecutor, member of Congress, and mom of 4 great kids. I'm going to continue to serve this state because I want to drive down your costs. So whether it's utility costs or housing costs or energy costs, you've heard again and again and again, I have a plan to drive down your costs. Jack's going to go in lockstep with Washington as Trump drives up your energy costs. So at every level, I'll continue to work for you. And at every level, he'll raise your costs like he's done at every level of government with taxes. So I really appreciate all of you coming out tonight to hear about this. This has been a great evening, and thank you once again, New Jersey. I appreciate it.
90 seconds. You have 90 seconds.
The Chidarellis have been here for 100 years. 3 generations of Ciattarellis have all achieved their American dream right here in New Jersey. My grandfather started out in the ditch as a laborer, saved his nickels and dimes, became a very successful independent contractor. My parents were successful restaurant bar owners, but that wasn't their only job. My mom worked midnights on the line for J&J. My dad was in the street department for public service gas. Every dime they made went to their family, the roof over our head, clothes on our back, meal on a table, and our public school education. I followed in my grandparents' and parents' footsteps. I'm a 2-time successful business owner here in the state of New Jersey, having created jobs. I've also had the privilege of serving at every level of government, municipal, county, and legislature. Term limiting myself each time, not taking the salary or the benefits at the municipal or county level. I'm an MBA CPA. No candidate has ever come before you with that resume. And so I'm committed to fixing our state. When something I love is broken, I want to fix it. I believe leadership matters. I believe that we can fix the state of New Jersey, or I wouldn't be asking you for your consideration. We can do this. But I want you to know this. Unlike governors on both sides of the aisle over the last 40 years, I'm not using this to get to Washington. This is my final destination. When my 4 or 8 years are over, you'll find me at the beach in Surf City, okay? But I'll give you 4 or 8 years of the best years of my life, and we'll work in partnership with the legislature, and we'll get things done, and we'll fix the state of New Jersey. Thank you very, very much.
Okay, that concludes tonight's debate. On behalf of the New Jersey Globe, on New Jersey, and Ryder University, thank you for joining us for this historic evening. We want to keep everybody in their seats for just a moment. A special thank you as well to the campaigns and to the candidates themselves, Mikie, Cheryl, and Jack Chidarelli, for taking part in this important conversation about New Jersey's future. We also want to thank our presenting sponsor, O'Toole Scrivo, and the New Jersey Election Law Enforcement Commission for designating this debate. We also thank our panelists, David Wildstein, Sophie, Nieto-Muñoz, and Micah Rasmussen for their thoughtful questions. A special thank you to the Ryder University community, to our audience here at Alumni Gymnasium, and also our viewers across New Jersey, and to C-SPAN for bringing this debate to audiences across America. And we appreciate our other sponsors, Horizon Blue Cross Blue Shield of New Jersey, RWJ Barnabas Health, and Prudential Financial, PSEG Audible, Johnson & Johnson, the New Jersey Business Industry Association, and McCarter English, and Mercury. We thank the Ryder Department of Public Safety, as well as the Mercer County Sheriff, Jack Kimler, Lawrence Township Police Department, and the New Jersey State Police for keeping this debate safe and secure. And to our viewers, don't go anywhere. We want you to stay with On New Jersey, the New Jersey Globe, and Ryder University for our post-debate roundup with Brian Thompson and Joey Fox. You're also going to have the opportunity to hear from the candidates. We're not done. You're going to hear from the candidates themselves as they answer questions from the media. The Lieutenant Governor debate is scheduled for Tuesday, September 30th at 7 p.m. That's sponsored by Pix 11 and PHL TV, Kean University, and New Jersey 101.5. The second Jack Chidarelli, Mikie Sherrill debate is going to be held on Wednesday, October 8th at 7 p.m., sponsored by ABC7 and WPVI. I'm Laura Jones. Thanks so much for watching. Have a great night.
O'Toole Scrivo, one of the fastest growing law firms in New Jersey. Relentless expertise, proven results. Kevin O'Toole, 3 decades as a senator, assemblyman, and mayor. Thomas Scrivo, chief counsel to the governor, Bar Association president, famed trial lawyer. 2 leaders, 2 distinct paths, 1 shared vision.
Tom and I met first day of law school, and we talked then about forming a law firm. And with that, we said we have to have really smart, aggressive lawyers, folks with really deep expertise with certain disciplines. And we said there had to be an overall achievement of giving back to the community.
That's exactly what we've built. We partner with charities, match employee giving, and volunteer year-round. At O'Toole Scrivo, we define success as making a difference.
Different paths, 1 vision. O'Toole Scrivo, where expertise meets integrity.
We vote to protect the Social Security we worked hard for. We vote because family caregivers deserve support. We vote to have a say in our future. For all the reasons why, AARP has information about when, where, and how to vote. Find the information you need to make your voice heard.
For 3 decades, Audible has pioneered the audio storytelling format. From our headquarters in Newark, New Jersey, we develop talent, support tech and media startups, and foster communities of creators. Through our state-of-the-art studios, cutting-edge technologies, and paradigm-shifting, immersive productions. We're a global company, but we've been a New Jersey business from day one. We're proud of the story Audible and New Jersey are continuing to write together.
My mom and I talk about everything, from family recipes to health plans. She's my go-to for advice. When I was choosing a plan for Gina and myself, she suggested Horizon Blue Cross Blue Shield of New Jersey. Mom has been a member since before I was born. A lot has changed since then, but Horizon has always been there. They focus on our overall health, including dental and vision plans. My family is what matters most to me, and I have peace of mind knowing that we're covered by Blue.
Healthcare has become disconnected. At Johnson & Johnson, we want to give healthcare real meaning again. By focusing on health and care, we're bringing life-changing innovations and leading technology solutions to patients. Advanced treatments for today and potential cures of tomorrow. Let's show all the amazing things those 2 simple words, health and care, can do.
Every Al has something to protect.
I don't think I'm doing this right.
Al Chun.
You think I made a pink cup?
Alan Hagan.
I'm not going to spend my retirement on land.
Als who start a business.
She's the boss now.
And pass it down. Competitive Als.
It's actually Allie.
Weird Als.
My friends think I'm normal.
Whoever you are, you've got something to protect.
Look at the camera.
And with investment, retirement, and insurance know-how, Prudential can help protect your life's work.
There you are.
Who's your rock?
Ready for anything? That ought to be our state motto. All hustle, no nonsense, never backs down. So when it comes to strengthening the grid and uplifting our communities, we do it our way. Because storms don't care what exit they hit. And talking doesn't fix the grid. Fixing it does. Around here, we make our own future. Because ready is who we are. PSEG.
Hi, I'm Michelle Sakurka, President and CEO of the New Jersey Business and Industry Association. We're excited to join tonight's first gubernatorial debate. As the state's largest and most influential business association, it's our mission to ensure that business is at the center of the next governor's agenda, because when business thrives, so too does our economy. To take us there, we presented our blueprint for competitive New Jersey to both candidates, the policy roadmap to drive innovation and prosperity in New Jersey. Check it out at njbia.org/blueprint. We look forward to working with our next governor to put business at the center. Thank you.
All right, debate night. They debated.
We made it through it, and they made it
So did they,
through it.
yeah.
And now we'll see where the chips really fly.
Where did you think the chips lay in that? What were your takeaways from just watching that?
I'll tell you my takeaway. The first half, before the break, I thought that we were seeing a very civil debate, and Jack. He was very energetic, and his fans were really lined up for him.
Yeah.
I didn't hear hardly a peep. Not that I was actually inside, I was listening on the outside, but I heard barely a peep from Mikey's people.
Actually, when you were inside the auditorium, there was less of a deafening roar, but there were definitely audience members breaking the rules on both sides.
Okay. But I still heard more on Jack's side. Go to the second half, and boy, this fight started flying left and right, and I thought we were at a UFC fight at the White House or something like that. And then I started noticing that while Jack's people were still making themselves known, that Mikey's people kind of jumped into it too. And you could really hear them, I could hear them better out here than I could hear certainly in the first half.
Yeah.
So from that standpoint, it was very fascinating just to listen to the dynamics of it all. What were your impressions?
I mean, so I feel like one of the things that I always hone in on during debates is not the questions that candidates answer, but the questions that they don't really answer. Mm-hmm. The questions where they hear a question that has a specific mission, mm-hmm. and they decide, I think I'm actually going to answer kind of a semi-related question instead. Yeah. So one question that I feel like was super noticeable where Mikie Sherrill did that was on the Immigrant Trust Directive, mm-hmm. Where that, she was asked a very direct question about the Immigrant Trust Directive, and she was asked it twice, and both times she basically talked about her own immigration stuff and didn't really answer that question.
And she followed the law and the Constitution.
Right, and when Chidarelli was asked about global warming in urban communities, he started talking about overdevelopment in suburbs. He answered the question that he wanted to answer there rather than the question that the person asked. And so I think that there was a substantive debate. I think we actually got to a lot of issues. I think that a lot of the people who asked questions had their questions answered. But I also think that looking in the gaps where the questions really weren't answered is sort of an indication of where the candidates feel like they're on the most unsteady footing.
Well put indeed. I'll tell you very quickly, I was impressed by the fact that I learned something tonight. Well, I learned many things. But I learned that AI is not reliable. And I'll tell you why. I thought there were 565 municipalities in New Jersey. Well, you informed me, no, there's 564. And so I looked it up on Google and all that stuff. And indeed, there are 564. But what does AI say? AI says 566. So as they were debating AI...
Right, I'm so glad that we got that question in there.
Got the, we got to be careful about it and all that sort of thing. Yeah, you got to be careful. If you can't get the number of municipalities right in New Jersey, tell you.
So breaking news, AI does not know that Pine Hill and Pine Valley in Camden County consolidated in 2021. That is the true takeaway from this debate. That's what everybody should know.
25 or 30 people in one municipality?
One of them was like 11. All right, I think that we are just moments away from cutting back to the debate stage where each candidate will have a gaggle with press. We're going there now.
What's the format? Daniel.
Good evening, Jack. Your website says that you will, quote, oppose a one-size-fits-all vaccination schedule. Can you just explain your position on the vaccine schedule and if what you said tonight was at all a change in position or reversal?
People have to be vaccinated. Children have to be vaccinated for things like measles, mumps, rubella, polio, chicken pox, particularly when you have a state or a community that's getting below the threshold for herd immunity. I think that presents a danger in the community. And my job is to protect the public health and safety. I'm not real happy about the Empire Wind Farm off the Long Island coast. I hope that that's not the beginning of something else that could happen off of our Jersey coast. Not real happy about the potential downsizing of the Picatinny Arsenal up in Morris County. That would include 1,000 jobs. We're a donor state. We send way more to Washington than we get back, and I don't want to be losing those jobs. And I wasn't in agreement about using the military base in South Jersey for detainees. So those are things that I've disagreed with the president on. Fred?
Yeah, Jack, okay. Did you feel as if you accomplished tonight what you wanted to accomplish?
Absolutely. I answer the questions directly. And at the end of the day, there's something I want more than people's vote. It's their respect for being honest. When I was asked a question, I answered it. My opponent did not.
Thank you. Yes, I got it. Okay. Hi, Jack. Congresswoman says that you would never stand up to President Donald Trump. If you have to, would you question him or stand up to him?
What I've said tonight is there's no Republican in this state that's had a more independent streak than I have. I've called for the resignation of national Republicans over the rhetoric. I called for the resignation of Chris Christie when he stopped governing because he was flying all around the country campaigning for Trump. And my job is to stand up for our 9.3 million citizens. I've done that at every level of government. And by the way, one thing I forgot to say tonight, I won in a county legislative district where Democrats significantly outnumbered Republicans and won re-election every time because I stand up for everybody. Fernando.
Jack, good to see you here tonight. Do you think Representative Sherrill focused too much on the president? Because at the end of the day, it seems like Democrats are just fixing on the TDS that's become the playbook. And do you think that that's a strategy you can exploit in the next 44 days? Your ads are doing that. Do you think you can keep doing that for the next 44 days?
With what it is that New Jerseyans are up against every single day, property taxes, look at their monthly electricity bill, public safety, public education, overdevelopment, trying to do business on Main Street. They want to hear answers from a candidate that's speaking specifically to what challenges them every single day in his life. The more she wants to talk about the president in Washington, good for us. Hey, sir.
Hey, Jack. Energy prices has been a dominant issue on this campaign. How do you feel about what the answers were tonight on stage and the contrast between you and your opponent?
Well, what I forgot to say tonight is the plan that she has put forth is illegitimate, not feasible, and even the governor has slapped it down. Here's the other thing that's easy to overlook. We have 77 Democratic legislators in this state. Not a single one has endorsed her plan. Not a single one has called on the governor to do exactly what it is that she's suggesting, because it's illegitimate, it's not feasible, and it's illegal. You want to save people's money? By the way, she's saying that she's going to freeze electricity prices. So we're going to freeze them at their highest levels ever? I'm going to get electricity prices down by pulling out of RGGI. I can do that with an executive order. The Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative and the carbon tax that comes with it has been a failure. Air's no cleaner, electricity's only more expensive, and ratepayer dollars go in other states. It ends on day one when we pull out of RGGI.
Hello, Jack. So for weeks you've been attacked on air, falsely accused of supporting a 10% sales tax increase. Your opponent tonight was asked pretty much the same question, yes or no, and she said nothing, no plan tonight. What do you make of that?
So for those that were listening closely tonight, I gave you a specific plan on how to lower your property tax and how to lower your income tax. What you heard from my opponent is no reduction in tax and the possibility of taxes increasing. I gave a specific plan on how to lower the tax burden, and that included me saying we're not raising the sales tax. It's a lie what she's done in that ad. She knows it, but winners don't lie and liars don't win. Tom.
Were you surprised that education was such a hot budget issue tonight?
Education is a critically important issue. We've slipped from 2 to 12 on the national report card, and I believe we need to get back to teaching critical life skills. Another thing that we ran out of time on tonight, she supports us maintaining an LGBTQ curriculum in our schools. I believe we should teach the golden rule. I want an inclusive environment. I want a welcome environment that is fair and welcoming and inclusive to all minorities. But we got to get back to basics in teaching critical life skills in our school. We're graduating illiterate children. Bob?
Hey, Jack. A question was not asked specifically about business tonight. If you had 30 seconds, what would you say you would do for small business in New Jersey?
Simply this. One, it has a soft spot in my heart because the Chidarellis were all small business owners. The first $100,000 of income be tax-free. The first $100,000 of payroll be exempt from employer payroll taxes, and there'll never be a tax on the gain on the sale of a small family-owned business. Watch entrepreneurship take off in New Jersey.
The National Democratic Committee is pouring a ton of money in this race, recently announcing they're doubling their investment in here. The Democratic Governors Association on top of their $20 million investment. I know the RGA is giving $1 million to you now, but can we expect more national Republican money to come into this race?
Listen, they know their candidate's in serious trouble here. And so it doesn't matter. They could spend $100 million. We're not losing this race. People want change. It's the reason why in the last month alone, 3 Democratic mayors across this state have endorsed my candidacy. 3. Because people have had it.
So the state of New Jersey and Governor Phil Murphy has enjoyed an exceptionally close relationship with Princeton University, including the New Jersey AI Hub. What is your stance on continuing this relationship with Princeton, including the New Jersey AI Hub?
So the governor of New Jersey gets an automatic seat on the Princeton Board of Regents, so therefore they're going to be involved with Princeton. And I know that the governor supported an endowment to Princeton to establish an AI center. I thought that should have gone to one of our public universities like NJIT or Rutgers, okay? But my first job is to take care of our public universities and college and our public college university students.
I have a question about how many young people are stepping into adulthood during a time of uncertainty. How would your administration support Gen Z in New Jersey to create more opportunities and stability in their future?
So people are the question is with regard to Generation Z and staying in New Jersey, right? People are going to live where they believe they can achieve their American dream. And right now, a whole lot of people, including that generation, are seeing greener pastures elsewhere. There's a terrible little secret about New Jersey. Our K through 12 students, when they go out of state to college, the fewest come back. Okay? We've got to make New Jersey a place where people believe they can achieve their American dream again. So I'm going to try to incentivize them to do that. Your first 2 years out of high school, your first 2 years out of college, be income tax free. We're going to have affordable housing here in New Jersey, consistent with smart growth strategies, and we're going to have vibrant cities. That's what young people want today. Job opportunities, great education, good tax incentives, and a vibrant place in which to live. Nope. You're in the I'm not answering your question, Charlie. You're in the penalty box.
Okay, well,
Nope. Charlie, I'm not answering your question.
Brent? Well, go ahead.
Brent is here?
No, I don't. I'm in some
Sir.
sort of penalty box.
ROI. With the TCGA's individual and pass-through provisions set to expire next year, many small business owners face a significant tax increase. How would your administration respond to these federal changes, and do you have a plan to mitigate the impact on New Jersey's Main Street businesses?
Okay, are you talking about the film tax credit program here in New Jersey? Yes. So listen, I prefer to create a tide that lifts all boats. We do that by lowering our business tax the way Pennsylvania is. While they were cutting theirs from 10 to 5%, we were increasing ours from 9 to 11.5%, the highest in the nation. I'm going to responsibly reduce the size and cost of our state government to afford a tax cut for businesses and individuals. And for businesses, what that means is for big business, lower the business tax from 11.5 to 5 over a 6-year period. Adopt Delaware's bylaws for corporate governance. Put in place a capital gains tax rate. Don't ever tax the gain on the sale of an IPO stock if you headquarter in New Jersey. Already told you what it is I'm going to do for small businesses, right? Now, the film tax credit program has been a huge success, and that's a very, very niche industry. We want to see it continue to succeed here in New Jersey.
We got one more,
Brent.
What do you make of her constantly saying that you've raised taxes all throughout your career? I mean, it's not something I heard brought up the last time you ran for
You want the honest answer? It's bullshit. Everywhere I've gone, I've worked like hell to lower taxes here in New Jersey. And if you take a look at my record with regard to the levy and the controlling of spending, I did it at every level of government where I had control. When I got to the legislature, I didn't have control. And quite frankly, I find it insulting when that comes from someone whose party has increased spending 70% over 8 years. Took us 238 years to get to $36 billion. In 8 years, we went from $36 billion to $59 billion. Shame on her. Thank you, guys.
Jack Chidarelli's gaggle. I think we're going to get Mikey Sherrill's gaggle in just a second.
She should be up there in just a second, and when she does, we'll go directly to her. I thought it was very interesting. He refused to answer a question from Charlie Stiles, the columnist for Gannett and the Record. He said, you're in the penalty box.
I heard that too.
Yeah, without being too editorial, I guess he doesn't like the writings of Charlie Stiles.
Yeah. I don't know how much time we have, but we do have the AARP's Chris Wadello back with us after he talked to us before the date. Chris, I mean, what did you kind of make of that debate? Did you feel like candidates answered the questions in the ways that your members are interested in hearing those answers?
Yeah, it was great that the candidates, were here today talking about important issues, and really the first at least half hour, if not more, was focused on two critical issues we talked about earlier: property taxes and utility rates.
Right.
And so, we know older voters are going to be the ones that decide this election. Over 60% of the electorate in the past couple elections have been older voters. So it was good that they now have information that they can evaluate, that they can think about what they heard from the candidates, and obviously on November 4th, they will go out and vote. So,
do you think they got enough information, however?
I think they got as much as they can get in a 60-second, 30-second answer, right? So now they have to do their homework, right? So they have to go out and inform themselves and look at where the candidates' positions, on their website or wherever they have this information, what are their positions specifically on these issues. So yes, devil's always in the details, but I think they at least got a sense of where candidates are coming from.
Do you think that they got a sense as well of how, because obviously anybody could, even without a debate, could go to a website and check what that says there. Do you think that the specific way that a debate works, where they sort of get up in each other's faces and talk directly at each other, do you think that that was sort of insightful on these issues, like of property taxes, of electricity costs?
I think so. It elevates these issues, right? So we're talking about it. A good portion of this debate was dedicated to those topics because it is top of mind, not just for older voters, but for all voters here in New Jersey and residents. So I think at least it got people thinking, okay, candidates have differing opinions or plans. I need to figure out which one suits what I'm looking for. So we certainly don't endorse candidates. We don't tell anybody who to vote for, but we certainly want to educate them and help them get the information that they need.
The focus was there, certainly, yes. That the people that you represent in the AARP know that it is a topic du jour or topic of the election. They just have a little bit more work to figure out if it's going to really help them, if indeed that is their majority issue.
Yeah, right. They have to take all this, distill it, and figure out what did I hear from candidate A, what did I hear from candidate B, and which one makes sense to me, and how will that impact my vote. So vitally important issues, right? And so I'm glad that the candidates dedicated the time to talking about this, and we'll see what happens.
Good luck to them.
Yeah.
do you think that the... I think we're just getting word that Mikie Cheryl is coming out now for her gaggle, so we are going to cut back to that now. Thank you again, Chris.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Congresswoman. Hello, how are you? Thanks
I'm
for joining
good.
us. First question for you is, I was a little unclear about what you said about the income tax. Would you raise the income tax?
Look, I didn't put that on the tape. Just speak into the mic. It's very loud. Yeah. Look, I didn't put that on the table. Jack Chidarelli did. I'm committed to lowering costs, including your taxes at every level, and that's what I'll do.
Would you raise the income tax?
So again, I'm going to lower taxes in this state, and I'm going to lower them and lower costs for people across the state.
Good evening, Congresswoman. You did not say directly whether you would still support the Immigrant Trust Directive. Are you reversing your position on this issue, and will your administration reverse that directive if you're governor?
You know, my position has always been to make sure that here in New Jersey we're following the law and the Constitution. I've always been a supporter of comprehensive immigration reform, ensuring that we are both securing our borders and ensuring that people who are here paying taxes and working hard have a pathway. That's how I think we should move forward. Here in this state as governor, I'm going to make sure that we have due process, that we put in place legislation so that nobody can be masked and unidentifiable as law enforcement in this state, and that our police officers here in this state are doing work to keep people safe.
Can you give a yes or no on continuing the Immigrant Trust Directive?
You know, as I said, I'm going to focus on following the law and the Constitution in this state.
Representative, quick question here. I know you mentioned the president a lot tonight, but certainly, I know you mentioned the president a lot tonight, but in fairness, Chidarelli mentioned that the Democrats have controlled the legislature for over 20 years. They've passed bills, they've passed inflated budgets. At the same time, Democrats have caused a lot of the economic peril that residents are feeling. What can you tell New Jerseyans tonight about whether or not you'll stand up to party bosses in the Democrat Party?
Yeah, you know what I find so interesting is that I talked a lot about my record. And I've stood up to everyone, including really powerful members of my own party, and I think people in this state know exactly that, when it comes to fighting for New Jerseyans. It's what I've always done. It's what I'll always do. I thought it was interesting that Jack didn't talk about his record, because it's indefensible, because he's raised taxes at every level of government. He talked a lot about going to the shore, but I find it interesting that he has voted against Superstorm Sandy funding 3 times. He also supports a president who's cut all funding for the shore. So at every level, he's voted to defund Planned Parenthood. So he continues to have a record that's indefensible in the state, and that's something he didn't mention.
Congresswoman, there was not really a question about small business tonight. If you had 30 seconds, what do you think you could tell small business owners how you're going to help small business as governor?
How I'm going to help small businesses? How I'm going to help small businesses? Yeah, this is so key. And when I talk about cutting through red tape and permitting issues, a lot of this is related to small businesses. So I heard from a woman who was trying to open a restaurant. And she went again and again to get the permitting done for the restaurant. It took her 8 months. I think she did it about 3 times she went in. Every time in person, she couldn't do it online. And every time paying hundreds of dollars for that permitting fee and never getting any feedback about why her permitting was wrong. Which is why when I talk about how I'm going to support small businesses and cut through red tape and bureaucracy and change the culture of Trenton, that's why I talk about having a dashboard so you can see exactly where your permitting and regulations are, having a fast track center that you can go to have help back and forth on your permit. But a lot of this is going to be a culture change in Trenton as we have a get to yes culture instead of a gotcha culture.
Public transportation in the state of New Jersey. What do you plan on doing to implement these changes?
Yeah, so I talked a lot about what I've already done in public transportation, but let's face it, we have transportation issues across the state. So whether it's the things I outlined in New Jersey or in North Jersey and how I pushed money into the Gateway Tunnel project, money into the catenary wires and Northeast Rail, now I'm on the issues related to the PATH system. But we also have to do more across the state. We need more transportation in South Jersey. I've been supportive of light rail and other projects. We need high-speed bus terminals across the state so people can move around differently and get more people off the road and into public transportation across our state. So this is a piece of legislation I'm on in Washington, and I want to see it here in the state. And it's really important because if you have people, as one former law enforcement put it, dressed as if they're about to go to Afghanistan, carrying sidearms, wearing masks, on the streets of New Jersey, refusing to provide any identification, that is not something that keeps people safe. It's not something that helps the people of New Jersey. So that's why I want to make sure that law enforcement here in this state are identifiable, that they aren't wearing masks and carrying no identification on the streets here in New Jersey.
Cut taxes, and you also, both of you said you wanted to cut taxes, and both of you have ideas about spending more money on things, but the state has a pretty big structural deficit. So aren't you making things worse? Why can't we tax the rich or find ways of raising revenue from people who can afford to pay it?
So when I look through the state budget, we see a lot of areas where we need to do better. So that's why I talk about a report card online, so we can see the contracts that are going out, who has the contracts, and whether or not those contracts are delivering in the way they said they would. And the ones that aren't delivering, we either need to get rid of that program or update it so it actually works for people. We also we have a lot of property here that we either are leasing, that we're not using, or that we own and that we're paying a lot of money for upkeep. Those are areas that we need to address so we can drive down the state budget. We also have certain things that are in the sort of pork area of the budget, things like the Pompidou Center, where there was no accountability for how much money the state would be on the hook for years to come, and no plan for how we would pay it. We get hooked up into these things, and then we have overruns on our state budget. And that is something, as governor, that I'll put a stop to.
I have a question about GZ.
Close relationship with Princeton University and President Eisgruber. What are your stances on continuing the New Jersey AI Hub and on just supporting Princeton University and other universities?
So I was at the forefront of getting the AI Hub and working with the Department of Commerce on some of the work that we did to make sure we were getting that. But I would love to see more work putting into our colleges and universities working together so we could get more bang for our buck when we go to the federal government for money and bring it back in regionalization programs. I've worked closely with President Eisgruber on some of the work we've done to make sure students feel safe on campus. I'll continue that work, but especially ensuring that we're continuing to push money into our colleges, our universities, including where we are tonight, to make sure that we are ensuring we have innovation, driving up our research, which we know those dollars are being cut at the federal level. So taking the federal government to court again to claw back a lot of that money.
Congresswoman,
Political hate speech in the state. I just want to get the clarification. Would you sign that bill into law if you were governor?
I'd like to see exactly the ins and outs of that. In too many cases, I think we see rollbacks and free speech protections in some of the right-wing legislation, so I'd want to make sure that there are good provisions in there to ensure we have free speech. While at the same time, yes, I think there is never any room for political violence or speech that leads to violence.
There has been
transgender athletes and what bathrooms and locker rooms they should be allowed to take part in.
You know, we have groups in New Jersey, sports groups, and the NCAA does as well that determine this. That's something that I think that they need to determine. What I am focused on right now in this state is making sure that all of our kids are safe, that we implement the Kids Online Safety Act to ensure that our children are safe online. Right now, we have seen rollbacks on platforms like Meta and Reels, who no longer have protections against hate and bullying. And we've seen the uptick in hatred and bullying in LGBTQ youth, and then also pushing in more mental health resources for our students at the high school level.
You've hit Chidarelli on a 10% sales tax. Democrats in the past few years have brought up bringing the sales tax back up to 7% in budget negotiations. Are you against increasing the sales tax at all?
Look, I just will tell you, I find it odd that Jack Cidarelli brings up raising the sales tax at every opportunity, even tonight in this debate, and then turns around and says, no, he's never done that. So he's the one that continues to talk about this, put it on the table, and then walks himself back, sometimes even minutes later. And so what I'm going to do is drive down costs for people. I've constantly put out an agenda of exactly how I'm going to do that. I'm going to work hard for families to make sure that their costs in this state continue to go down because too many people can't afford to stay here. Thank you all very much. I really appreciate it.
All right. Okay, well, you know what? We've just seen the post-debate.
Right, that was functionally two little mini debates that we got, as an added bonus.
We're not done yet.
We're not done yet.
No. We got the whole evening to go, and right now we've got we will have the managers for the two campaigns. They're sitting here waiting.
Technically, the manager for one, the communications director for the other.
Comms director, thank you very much. But before we do that, we want to go to Jyoti Reiki with an update from over there. Jyoti.
Hey guys, yeah, I've been talking to people on their way out and they really love the decorum. They loved hearing from the audience. Those questions often went a little bit more in depth from our panelists because, sometimes the audience brought up things that the panel did touch upon, but the candidates only had about, a minute to respond. So the opportunity for them to expand on these issues was, one that was necessary in their opinion. They really loved the format. They really loved hearing about some of the various issues we have going here in the state. such as the cost of living, mental health crisis, education, public safety. And before the debate started, I did a quick interview with Republican Senator Holly Schapese. So I wanted to get the other perspective. So we are here with a Democratic. This is Khushwant Singh Bal, and you are a state committeeman from Hunterdon County. So I've seen you several times introducing Congresswoman Mikie Sherrill at her various events across the state, whether they're rallies, public speaking events. And so I wanted to ask you, you've seen her in these settings multiple times. How do you think that she did this evening?
Well, I think the evidence is very clear before the debate even started. And, this is someone who has been a federal prosecutor from day one. She has served as a United States helicopter pilot as well, who served our nation, and now is one of the most distinguished members of the United States Congress. She has the exceptional leadership and track record to lead our great state before this debate even started. And this debate is just a reinforcement of that exact nature.
And what are you hearing from people up in Hunterdon County? Like, what is the biggest issue you think that voters here in New Jersey are facing?
Well, I think affordability is one of the biggest key factors, along with healthcare costs, along with protecting women's rights as well. And that's something that everything that Mikie Sherrill stands for. She has said it time and time again throughout the campaign trail. She has it on her entire website. She has a track record in Congress, and she's going to do the same as our next governor of the state of New Jersey.
Thank you so much for your time. I know we don't have a lot of time, so I appreciate that. We are going to send it over back to you guys, and hopefully I'll check in with you in another few minutes or so, let you know what people are saying on their way out.
All right. Thank you, Jyoti. So we talked before the debate with Chidarelli campaign manager Eric Arpert and Sherrill Communications Director Sean Higgins separately, and now potentially precipitating a major bout of fisticuffs. We have in fact put them next to each other to talk about the debate we did.
Third debate.
This is the third debate. It's debate number 3.
Okay.
So I'll start with you, Eric.
Sure.
What did you think of the debate?
I thought it was terrific. Jack Chidarelli showed why our campaign is surging. While Mikie Sherrill defended the status quo, Jack laid out detailed plans to make New Jersey a more affordable place to live, raise a business, start a family, and retire. And so I'm just think it couldn't have gone any better.
Sean, do you agree, but from the opposite side?
I think it was really clear that Mikie Sherrill commanded the stage tonight. She showed that she has an agenda on day one to lower utility costs, to help small businesses to get ahead, to pass the Kids Online Safety Act here in New Jersey to protect kids online and address kids' mental health. And I thought what you saw from Jack Chidarelli was much like what you'd expect from a career politician. But I thought what you didn't hear was even more important. You didn't hear a single word about his record because he doesn't really have any accomplishments. He has raised taxes at every level of government. He voted to defund Planned Parenthood 6 times tonight. He talked about the Jersey Shore, but he didn't bring up that he voted against Sandy relief 3 times. And he is right along with President Trump's plan to defund beach replenishment. But what you did hear was that he wasn't going to sue Donald Trump at all. He won't hold Trump accountable. He's not for New Jersey, and Mikie is.
That is striking. When both candidates were asked, would they commit to not raising taxes? And only one would. Mikie Sherrill refused to rule out raising your taxes. So everything that Sean just laid out ignores that the Democrats have controlled our state legislature for 25 years. For the last 8 years, they've controlled every branch of government. Are your taxes lower? Are your utility rates lower? And he said something else that isn't entirely true. Mikie Sherrill's plan is not to lower utility rates, it's to freeze them. Thanks a lot, Mikie. My utility rates just went up by a ton, and so did most middle-class people. Freezing them is not helping. We need to lower them, and that's exactly what Jack Cidarelli will do.
Wait. Sean, what he just said there, I didn't hear Mikie commit to not raising taxes. I heard her taking a very measured approach toward issues and what they would cost, and I want to follow up with you after that. What do you say to that? Did you hear her say that?
I think it's pretty clear. There's one candidate in this race that's talking about a 10% sales tax, and that's Jack Chidarelli.
No. But what Mikie said tonight.
No, that she's already taken the 10% sales tax off the table. This is something that Jack Chidarelli. This is what Jack Chidarelli is talking about on the trail. He's actually been talking about raising the sales tax since 2017, and he keeps bringing it up on the campaign trail. Eric, I'm sure you don't like it, but that's just the fact. But
let's talk about facts. And Mikie should know. Mikie took a couple oaths and promised not to lie in the Naval Honor Code. So let's not lie tonight.
These are Jack
we know that he was
Chidarelli's words,
talking about
and this is Jack Chidarelli's record of raising taxes at every level of government.
Time out.
True.
Let me go.
You know it's not true.
Let me go back to Sean. She did not directly say that she would not raise taxes or lower taxes, that she would take a very measured approach to whatever has to be done. And if taxes have to go up, they may have to go up.
No. She has already taken that off the table, and her plan is to lower costs. Her plan is to lower costs. There's actually one candidate in this race that has raised taxes at every level of government, that voted against $1 billion in property tax relief,
but Sean,
and has also supported the president's plan to raise property taxes here in New Jersey by $30 billion.
I got it.
And she has already taken that off the table.
Talking points were written before you got here. But
okay, wait a minute. Wait. Now, Sean,
she refused to admit that.
Sean. My question is this.
Yes, sir. I'll answer this one.
Okay. This is your challenge. I've heard Jack say that he wants to lower most of the major taxes in this state.
Of course.
Okay. How's he going to pay for... And I've heard him say that we're spending too much in our state budget, the $56 billion, I think it is?
Absolutely.
For $59
which has
billion.
Grown, which
has grown 70%.
70%. So you can't tell me.
Okay, no, wait a minute.
Okay.
So what's it going to cut?
You can't tell me that we grew over 70% in the last 8 years, and that we can't responsibly cut. It's been reported by major networks that in the last budget there's $7 billion in pork, or something. Don't quote me on the number, but a ton of pork. Okay, including French art museums in Jersey City, and that most of those are pet projects in Democratic districts. There is absolutely ways. You just can't tell me that we can't responsibly cut to afford a tax break.
But what
for
is he going to cut?
He said it today. We're going to responsibly. The Democrats have been in charge for 25 years, and they're
I know
feathering
that.
their nest in each and every budget. The budget that was passed was $1 billion higher than the budget that Murphy proposed.
Well, it may
and
be
each and every year that happens because of pork projects in Democratic districts. It doesn't need to be that way.
Okay, it may be a
Change will
park
fix
somewhere.
It.
It may be a park in a Democratic district. So we're not
French
going to
art
fund
museums
parks.
in Jersey City. We're not going to fund French art museums
wait a minute,
in
but
Jersey City.
they're not
It's all
$7
about
billion.
priorities. It's all about priorities.
I know.
Okay, I'm going to be the Laura of this.
I think this is why Mikey said that his career as a CPA was short-lived, and he went into peddling opioid misinformation because he can't do math. What the NorthJersey.com editorial board wrote the last time that he ran for governor is that it was going to be a lopsided ledger, and we've already heard, like Eric said, some of what he wants to cut because he wants to bring Doge to New Jersey, which fired thousands and thousands and thousands of veterans.
You're talking about the Department of Government Efficiency that Elon Musk foisted on Washington.
And he said he wants to bring it to New Jersey.
We've gotten to a level of desperation here, and that's what campaigns that are struggling do. But the reality is that the Democrats have been in charge. Mikey's party has been in charge for 25 years. Are you better off? I ask
I'm
the
a little
folks of
confused
New
about that
Jersey.
line, because doesn't that involve or include the entire Chris Christie governorship?
Where the Democrats controlled the legislature, and you heard Jack Chidarelli say today.
I think in charge is perhaps a little bit of a...
You've heard Jack Chidarelli say today he was independent then. We called for when Chris Christie started running for president all over the country. He called on him to resign. Jack's taken on members of his party, and Jack's taken on the Democrats. But let's not pretend that the legislature in the state doesn't control the budget process.
He did say that he called on Chris Christie to resign when he was crisscrossing the country running for president. Has he said anything critical of President Trump, who has very mixed popularity in New Jersey?
He's been clear about the areas in which he disagrees with President Trump when it comes to the potential reduction of the Picatinny arsenal right in Morris County, which would cost Morris County 1,000 jobs. Jack's spoken out against that. Jack's spoken out, he's against all windmill farms, and we've seen some of that go on, and any number of items.
Well, so is Trump against windmills.
Well, not on Long Island. And so when Jack is, and we know this, Jack is a policy guy. Right, not a puppet to his party. When it's in the best interest of New Jersey, he will do what's in the best interest of New Jersey, and when it's not, he won't. Unlike Mikie Sherrill, who has not said one thing she disagrees with the current governor on.
Let's hear from Sean.
She said she disagrees with the governor on a lot of different things, including his approach to energy costs. She spoke out against the gutting of Oprah. She spoke out against some of the campaign finance reforms that were passed earlier this year. But I think what you heard tonight was someone who really doesn't have a backbone to stand up to the current president of the United States. He said that he would not sue the Trump administration on their illegal overreach at all. I can't imagine being such a weak governor that you will not sue the White House when they are breaking the law or when they are coming after New Jersey. And if you can't stand up for New Jersey against the White House, you have absolutely no business being the governor of New Jersey.
So I want to introduce a new topic here, if that's okay to Sean, which is something that come up both in the debate and then the gaggle, the Immigrant Trust Directive. That's, it's a complicated issue, but it's a fairly yes or no question. Would you continue that directive? Would you not continue that directive? The Congresswoman didn't really have a clear answer. She continually talked about different immigration-related topics. I don't necessarily expect a specific answer from you if she wasn't going to give it. But I mean, what is that about? Why is there not sort of something specific on that topic?
I think the president's immigration policies change daily, and the governor is going to have to be nimble. So she'll evaluate that when she's elected governor. But what she has said is that she's going to follow the law and the Constitution, something she did in the Navy, something she did as a U.S. attorney. And she's been pretty clear that she's going to stand up to the president when there's illegal overreach, and it's pretty striking that Jack Chidarelli can't say the same. He's lockstep with Trump, he's lockstep when Trump's breaking the law, and he's lockstep on an agenda that's hurting New Jersey communities and making it harder for people to go and report crimes to police officers, and that makes us all unsafe.
Eric, 15
it's hard to spin for a candidate that won't answer your questions and then get asked those questions. So I feel for Sean. But you didn't hear an answer to your question. The Immigrant Trust Directive goes on day one. We can't under Governor Chidarelli. Why Mikie Sherrill won't answer that question, I simply don't understand. Maybe it's because she's beholden to the left in her base. Maybe it's because she doesn't know.
All right, thank you. Yeah, exactly. That was a good time. Thank you to both Eric Arpert and Sean Higgins.
Gentlemen, thank you.
We are going
Glad
to
to shake hands.
cut back now. And stick around. We'll still be around when you come back, but we're going to cut, I believe, back to the debate venue to talk to some of the people who... Oh, I'm sorry. I'm wrong. We're cutting back to Jyothi.
Yep.
So...
Jyothi Reiki, take it away. Jyothi?
I'm not sure...
Is Jyothi...
Jyothi knows that she was cut too. So... Okay, so we are in a state of loading things here. We are starting to get some rather prominent politicos sitting next to us. I don't know when we'll start to talk to them, but you'll get to find out who they are very soon. What did you think of that little mini debate that we had between Eric and Sean there?
I think they did a good job of talking to their talking points is what I think they did.
Almost like campaign staff are good at that.
Yeah, when they're focused like this, I hate it, but if I were them, I'd do the same thing.
All right, so we are now going to introduce our mystery politicos. We have two Democrats who are supporting Mikie Sherrill for governor. We've got State Senator Troy Singleton from Burlington County, and we've got Congressman Frank Pallone from Monmouth County. Thank you both for being here.
So we don't have debate number 4.
I don't think that they're going to debate each other, but I'm not going to prevent them from doing so if they feel like doing that, and I think that should be up to them. So, Congressman, Senator, what did you think of that debate?
So I thought it was a good, lively exchange between two, I believe, well-qualified individuals, but it was very clear that Mikie Sherrill wants to adapt a new version, a new path forward for New Jersey, one that focuses on affordability, dependable government, accessible government, a productive government, and one that's transparent. I think her qualifications are exemplary, but when you heard her talk with passion around the things that matter to her the most, I think that resonated not just with those of us in the audience who believe in her, but also to the general public, because she'll be a great next governor.
Congressman, you, Pallone, you have been a leading environmental advocate in New Jersey for many years, especially with your position in the House on the Energy and Science? Energy and Commerce Committee. Thank you very much. Were you fully satisfied with the discussion, the amount of time that was spent talking about the environment in this debate tonight?
Well, yes, because I think when you talk about energy policy, Brian, you're also talking about environmental policy. And I think, going back to what Troy said, I thought Mikie Sherrill was very effective in saying, look, the key issue here is affordability. And of course, she highlighted energy policy by saying that she wants to have a moratorium, if you will, on rate hikes for utilities and energy. And the problem is that what President Trump is doing is making the opposite happen, because he's eliminated any option for renewables. He says everything has to be oil and gas and fossil fuels. And one of the reasons I thought Mikie won the debate and is going to win the election is because she keeps saying that we have to fight against these Trump policies that are raising costs in New Jersey. So whether it's education or it's health care or it's energy, she kept saying to Jack, look, are you going to fight the Trump cuts? And he said, no, I'm not going to have my attorney general sue anybody or fight anything the Trump administration does. And if you have a governor that takes that position, we are going to lose out in our state, because we're going to lose money, our costs are going to continue to go up, and we need somebody who's going to fight against the Trump policies, because they're going to hurt the states and raise costs in the state for energy, for health care, for so many things, for education.
But playing the devil's advocate, if I can, just a second, is there a legal ground to do all that, or are we just wasting our time in courts tying stuff up?
I don't think it's just a question of courts or legality, right? So, for example, last summer, by July 1st, the Department of Education, which was a big part of the discussion tonight, had to provide millions of dollars to New Jersey for various education programs for local schools, right? And the Department of Education, which is practically defunct under Trump, said, no, we're not going to send that money to New Jersey. So we had Democrats and Republicans saying that that's really going to hurt the state, and it was across the country. And eventually, the Trump administration backed off, and the money was sent. So what I'm saying is that you can't have somebody like Jack who says, well, I'm not going to fight anything. I'm not going to sue anybody. I like what Trump says. I like Trump's education policy. He defended the Medicaid cuts, which is absurd. And Mikie's saying, no, it's not just a question of the courts. I am going to join with other governors. I'm going to join with Republicans to fight these cuts so that we don't have this huge hole in the budget, Troy. How are you going to deal with this? You're talking about he kept talking, Jack, about a $59 billion budget. I wouldn't be surprised if 5 to 10 billion of that is lost next year. And you need a governor who's going to fight against that. It's not just the courts, it's in every way.
I mean, so Senator, I'm going to botch the name, but you're the chairman of, is it the Community and Urban Affairs Committee?
That's correct.
So that was a subject that came up a couple times. These are two suburban politicians. They're both white politicians. Did you feel like when the topic of New Jersey's urban communities and New Jersey's Black and Hispanic communities came up, do you think that the candidates were sort of talking about that in a way that those communities are going to respond to, that actually sort of addresses some of the needs in New Jersey's most struggling cities?
Well, I think we heard a lot of sound bites today, and I think the unfortunate part about soundbite politics is that's never good public policy. And I think especially in our urban communities where we're trying to find opportunities to grow all aspects of our state, to create equity of opportunity throughout our state, I think those in that urban community are tired of hearing just platitudes. And frankly, when you heard the conversation around housing, which I thought was some of the most galling things that I heard, this idea that the fundamental precept of the Mount Laurel decision that has governed our state, that has made our state better, is that individuals can live anywhere and everywhere in this state. And we all have an obligation to provide every stratosphere of housing. To hear that the housing issue and then to some degree the education and segregation issue, which are intertwined, are just solely urban problems, I think is pretty galling from Jack Chidarelli. I think it's a wrong approach to take. It's those kind of dog whistles that those of us who understand the concepts of why housing isn't structurally what it needs to be, understand that very clearly, because we know what redlining has done to opportunity and to equity. So I feel pretty confident in what Mikie Sherrill is saying, creating more inventory, which will create more opportunity for families to create the generational wealth they will need to go and move forward. That's why she's going to be a great governor.
Dog whistling.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, Senator, Congressman, thank you both so much for joining us. I realize that was not the lengthiest segment, but we do have to move the night along. I'm not entirely sure who we're throwing it to. Okay, so we're going to keep on talking about this. Thank you both again.
Thank you very much. Senator, thanks.
So one thing I did notice that the congressman brought up is the One Big Beautiful Bill. I'm not sure if it was ever mentioned by name, but this bill in Washington that I've reported on a lot that cuts quite a bit of funding from Medicaid, and Chidarelli kind of defended it as, well, these are just rule changes that won't really affect anybody.
But that is not what the hospitals are saying.
Right.
The rural hospitals are saying they're going to be decimated by it. And so there's a disconnect on the debate there. You know, are the rural hospitals right or wrong? Do they not understand what the bill will do? Or is it going to be that? I don't know. But we have a couple of, let's
We're
go
just
back to
continuing to cycle through guests.
Let's do another debate number 4?
Yeah, debate number 4 now.
Okay, debate number 4.
Because what we just saw wasn't a debate. Troy Singleton and Frank Pallone did not debate each other. So we've got Alex Wilkes and Dan Bryan back. We talked to them beforehand. They were very cordial. We hope that they will continue to be this time. But Dan and Alex, thank you for coming.
Thanks for having us.
Of course.
I mean, I've been starting all of these post-debate conversations with approximately the same question, but how do you think it went for the candidate you're supporting, and how do you think it went for the candidate who you are pretty actively opposing?
Oh, wow, putting me on the hot seat first. Thanks, Dan. No. Look, I think Jack had a monster night. I think that the energy was there for him, not only in the room, but just in the way that he spoke. Like, it's not that he came prepared. He has been prepared for the last 4 years for this. This comes from vast experience that he has had on the campaign trail in all kinds of different neighborhoods, all different kinds of places, talking to different people. Like, that is what you see is a battle-tested candidate who is comfortable answering any question and who is good on his feet because he's had practice. And I think that whereas Mikie Sherrill, she really didn't do anything to dispel the notion that she is just this like scripted candidate out of AI, that Washington speak, like just kind of comes out with like a platitude and a bullet point, that if you're in Washington, D.C., that works because guess what? You're one of 435 and no one really cares what you have to say. When you are one of 2 on a stage and you are purporting to that you are the best candidate to run a state that has an economy the size of a small country, like you have to come with more substance. And in every answer, what I just noticed was that like it ended with like and I'm going to change that and I'm going to fix that. But there was never a how. There was never a time where she detailed, I'm doing X, Y, Z, that like this, we're doing this very specific plan. And Jack did that a number of times. Jack answered the questions. He even answered questions that were tough to answer at times. And so I give him a lot of credit for that. Look, I think Cheryl obviously prepared very hard for this debate, but there are limitations clearly to that performance.
Well, then we have to ask Dan.
Listen, Alex and I disagree a fair amount. I'm not sure I will ever disagree with you as much as I do tonight. Listen, Jack Chidarelli has been running for governor for 12 years, so he did look fairly slick and polished at points. I thought he underwhelmed, and I actually thought one of the things that Jack Chidarelli came across to me tonight was soft. I thought he came across fairly soft, especially when he fought so hard and was so strong in the primary debates. He just he backed down from her a number of times. He kind of lost his train of thought a few times. He has been good in debates. I don't think this was one of his better debates. And I will say with Mikie Sherrill, listen, I don't think there's been a single debate in this year, and this is the 4th debate she's done, where people haven't come into it saying, oh, Mikie's going to get beat up. They're going to do this, they're going to do that, because she's been leading the whole way. And every single time, this is now her 4th straight debate, she has excelled. And she was fantastic tonight. With the eyes of the country on her, this is now the election in the country. We were talking a little bit with the cameras off, with Virginia kind of almost put to bed. Everyone in the country is watching this debate. I think Mikie Sherrill emerged as a star. I thought she was strong. I thought she was quick on her feet. I did think she was detailed. She was fantastic. I think she made her points about Jack Chidarelli not being able to stand up to Trump. I think she made her points about Jack Chidarelli raising taxes. I think she made her point on affordability. I think she did everything that she needed to do, looked strong, looked confident, and she looked like a star.
All right. Well.
All right. Thank you, Dan and Alex. I realized there was only one answer. I mean, you heard it here first, folks. Both Mikie Sherrill and Jack Chidarelli both won and lost. So that's some great news
Keeping
for
you in suspense for stomping grounds.
Right, exactly. All right, thank you again.
Can't wait for that
guys.
stomping. All right, and we are going to Jeanette Hoffman.
Yeah, we've got another pair of guests coming in. We've got another Republican perspective coming in.
My friend Jeanette.
What do you make of the fact that every Republican who's come on has said that Jack Chidarelli did well, and every Democrat who's come on has said that Mikie Sherrill did well? I mean that almost genuinely. The fact that both sides are willing to spin this debate into a victory.
Saw the same debate that I saw.
Sure.
All right. Here we go.
We've got Jeanette Hoffman and Chris Russell here, both Republican strategists who I've worked with many times. I don't know Brian, but yeah. So
Welcome.
they're here to give us a more Republican perspective. So thank you for being here.
Thanks so much for having us.
You know, I have a question for you, and I thought it was very interesting. I'm fascinated by Jack Ciattarelli's plans for combining all of the transportation agencies under one umbrella. It makes so much sense. The highways, the toll roads, the buses and trains, not from an expert's standpoint, but just from a common person's
From a
standpoint.
common sense point. Yep.
But then he said something that made me really wonder, and that is that we need to re-examine every bus and train schedule and line and basically only support those that have really high ridership. Did you guys hear that?
Yeah.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I mean, I'll let Chris take it too, but I think prioritizing what you need to prioritize. Listen, there's not an endless pot of money in government, right? So I think it makes sense that if there's a bus line that only has 2 people riding on it that might need to be cut back, that would make sense to me. But I think to the bigger point is Jack did a fantastic job of laying out very specific plans on basically every major subject he was asked on, whether it's property taxes, education, transportation, energy, in very specific ways that are very different than what is happening now in Trenton. And the transportation one, that angle is just one of them, because we can't keep doing the same things that we've been doing for the past 25 years under Democratic leadership in Trenton, or we're going to get the same results.
With some Republican sprinkled in there.
Yeah. Well, the legislature has been controlled by Democrats for 25
That's
years,
true.
and Governor Murphy has been in control of Trenton for 8 years.
Okay.
I was on the transportation stuff. I think what Jack said at the end of the debate, he was going to be a hands-on CEO. That's who he is. That's how he's programmed. I think he looks at things like our mass transit system. And again, for people who live in North Jersey, they're not even thinking that the Atlantic Expressway and things of that nature. So having everything under one roof where there's more efficiency, there's one direct report, I think it makes a ton of sense. And listen, on the bus routes and being efficient, you go down to South Jersey, it is a transit desert. Right? There's nothing down there. So in terms of trying to figure out where these routes are needed, where they may be superfluous, I think makes a lot of sense.
Okay, Joey?
Unfortunately, that is already the end of our segment with you guys. I'm really sorry about the efficiency of that one.
You're not the only ones.
You're not the only ones who have gotten this. But we do have to cut back into the debate studio itself, cut back to Micah Rasmussen, who I think has assembled some interesting people for us to talk to. So I'll flip to Micah.
So we are here with 9 people who were in the room and 3 people who had the opportunity to ask questions. We're happy to hear from them about what they thought of the debate tonight. And I am going to start with those people who asked questions. We've got to go first to Mark, the 12-year-old. Tell us what you thought. Did your question get answered?
Yeah, hi, I'm Mark. I'm from South Brunswick. Yeah, I think that's a good question. My question get answered. I think the main thing that happened was when I asked the question, I'm guessing they were surprised by my age, and I don't blame them. I thought that my question was answered partially. I would have to say this by both candidates. I feel like I would have liked them to go more in depth. I know it was towards the end of the debate, but yeah, I would definitely have liked for them to go more into depth, especially about things that have been happening nationally, because I know a lot of things that have been happening nationally is very important to New Jersey voters, especially in this election and especially in this political climate. So honestly, my answer to your question, was my question answered? I would have to say, I can't give a yes or no. I would have to say partially, based on the nature of their responses.
That's great. You had two great reactions from the audience. One was when you said, I'm only 12 and I've already had a senator go to jail. People loved that. That was like one of the steal the lines of the night. And the other one was when you wouldn't do a fist bump with Jack Chidarelli. Can you say why?
Honestly, I'm not going to state my political alignment on live television. One reason I did that is because, well, you didn't tell me that I couldn't do that, but I just wanted to remain as nonpartisan or bipartisan, whatever you want to call it, as possible. I didn't want to state my political beliefs on live television.
Fair enough.
Especially in this political climate. Really, no matter what side of the aisle you're on, you are going to get a lot of hate for whatever belief you have. So even if it was Mikie Sherrill giving me a fist bump, I wouldn't do it. If it was Jack, I wouldn't do it, just because I need to remain bipartisan.
Thank you very much. And Joe, what did you think? Did your question get answered?
Microphone right here. First, I'd like to say, Mark, it really warms my heart that you're so interested at such a young age. I love that. Yeah, I broadly think that my question got answered. I'm a little biased, it's my question, but I think I had one of the most interesting responses from both the candidates tonight, because it was clear that I threw both of them for a loop, which I thought was good, I thought Jack's answer was a little funny, and he was like, yes. And I'm like, well, yeah, of course. I mean, the thing about, one of my opinions about Cheryl's answer was, like, I thought it was good when I heard it. Obviously, both of them are very gifted speakers. But one of the questions I said was that Mikie Sherrill talked about, learning loss during COVID, and that's something very, that's near and dear to my heart. I was a sophomore in high school when COVID happened. It really completely upended my high school career, and to hear her say this is nice, but like, there's also just the phrase I hear afterwards. It's a metaphor, day late, dollar short. I'm not trying to be mean here, but like, you couldn't have said that 5 years ago when you were running for re-election? Like, I understand she's running for re-election now. I understand that there's no way I could have met her then now, but that is just how I feel after being able to digest the question now.
So I'm going to ask for a show of hands now. There is an adage in a debate environment, do no harm. We talk a lot about wins and losses, but it's really don't hurt yourself. So did both candidates meet that threshold? Raise your hand if you think either candidate hurt themselves tonight. You do think so, maybe. Oh, wow. All right, fair number of you. Nassam, what did you think that somebody did to hurt themselves?
I believe that Mikie Sherrill kept going back to talking about Trump. And although Trump might be a big threat for New Jersey, I think that we have to focus on what we're doing in New Jersey, and pointing the finger back to Washington, D.C. Is very uncomfortable for most New Jersey residents and voters to constantly hear about, what Trump is doing in the White House, although we constantly see it, being played on mainstream every day.
Okay. Eddie, I think you raised your hand too, didn't you? I think you did. That somebody hurt themselves, you felt.
Hurt themselves? I think, well, regarding about, like, who hurt themselves, I think, like, I appreciate that there's a lot of energy tonight. Like, both sides are very, like, energized about what future they want in the state of New Jersey wants. But at the same time, we have to look at, like, weigh the positive and negative. Looking at, like, Chidarelli's, like, stances on a lot of things. Like, he changes his views a little bit before, like, Trump got elected, and then after Trump got elected, then he started to, like, going a little more towards, like, what Trump believes. Whereas Cheryl, she's always, like, stayed the course. She's always about, like, about people first. She's always about, like, New Jersey first. And I think we need a more human side in New Jersey. And if whoever you decided should be the best choice, if it's Sherrill or Ciattarelli, I mean, like, we have to put the state of New Jersey first before politics. So
Thank you. That's great. Okay, so here's a question. What was a standout moment above all others, Lee? You've studied politics, right, here at Ryder. You've actually practiced some politics. You work in politics. Was there a standout moment for you above everything else in the debate?
Yes, and I would say that Mikie Sherrill hit the nail on the head tonight with her discussions, because as a fellow elected official myself, councilman in the great town of Phillipsburg, go Stateliners, I represent over 15,000 residents, and I hear the same thing over and over again on the ground. The issues are affordability, community safety, and government transparency. And tonight, Mikie Sherrill focused her discussion on those major issues right there. I feel that she's the candidate that gets what elected officials on the municipal level, such as myself, are battling with every single day. Rising energy costs, rising amounts of affordability with available housing, rents. It's something that's real here in New Jersey, and she hit the nail on the head when she decided to address all these concerns with the 9 million residents here in New Jersey, especially towns like Phillipsburg, New Jersey.
Okay. Tom, did you feel like there were any surprises tonight? Was there anything you were surprised to hear out of either candidate's mouth? And I'm putting you on the spot, I readily admit.
No, I wouldn't say I was surprised. First of all, I'm grateful to the organizers and to the candidates. I really appreciate the opportunity to visit with them, to hear their views, and to hear the audience participation. A little raucous for my taste sometimes, but I was looking for common ground myself, and you may know by the nature of the question that I asked, and also appreciate the grace of the questioners to permit me to ask the question about mental health. This is a serious issue for many people that goes unspoken when you're dealing with serious and persistent mental illness, and I was impressed with the answers. So Jack Chidarelli, for instance, got onto Medicare. He was talking about the rates that are paid to psychiatrists and whatnot in Medicaid rates. And Mikie Sherrill also impressed when she talked about the need for more affordable housing, very critical for promoting the recovery of people with psychiatric disabilities. So I'm pleased. I'd like to hear more. We never have enough time to hear more.
Right.
I was surprised maybe that they covered so many ranges of issues in depth. I think they were well prepared.
Yeah.
I might take the point that the directed discussion against the federals or Trump or whatever. I appreciate that more to when we do talk about the things in Jersey and as they're affecting us here. That's what we have to deal with. We have a lot of problems in New Jersey, do we not? And affordability has been mentioned, transportation, transparency. In my realm of mental health, I worry about Medicaid rates.
Yeah.
For instance, New Jersey's dead last 50th in the country in paying Medicaid rates. That's a real problem for people with serious and persistent mental illness.
Thanks, Tom. So here's another group question. Did anybody come away with a perception that they did not expect to have? Raise your hand if there was something that happened to you that you didn't expect to have happen. Okay, and Joe, what was that for you?
I think it's just when I'm thinking about the debate and I'm thinking how Chidarelli did in the performance, the word that came to my mind at the end of this debate was a word I did not expect, and that word was when it was substance. There was some back and forth, some attacks there. That's something to be expected in the debate. But when Chidarelli was on substance, the word that came to mind was imaginative. To me, it seemed like he really had thought about a lot of the things he was talking about. One of the particular parts was when he was talking about what he did when he was in county government. That's something I didn't previously know because I was usually looking at Chidarelli's record as an assemblyman. I'd try and look at my elected officials, their records pretty extensively, and so that was something I thought was very, very good.
Okay, so now we've got to do the ultimate, right? We've got to do it even though, raise your hand if you think that Jack Chidarelli did better tonight. Raise your hand. I'm not going to say win, did better. Okay, so we've got 3. Raise your hand, please, if you think that Mikie Sherrill did better tonight. We got 4, 5, 6. Wow, 2-1 margin. Okay, let's hear from somebody who thinks that Chidarelli won. Very quickly, very quickly. What did you think clinched it in terms of the win? Okay, very quick.
I think the main thing that clinched it is that for Mikie Sherrill, one of the big issues she's been dealing with this campaign is that people feel like she's being too broad and vague. And I've read her platform. There are very good and specific policies in there, but they just haven't been part of the messaging. I think that failing to deliver on a level of specifics in a way that was very easy to attack from Chidarelli and in a way that kind of reinforced the notion that her campaign is somewhat vague, I think is a definitive negative. I think she still did relatively well. I don't think it was a terrible performance by any stretch of the imagination, but more specifics were definitely needed, and I was a little disappointed that they weren't delivered.
Great, great. Well, I think that's going to do it for us. Thank you very much, panelists. We're going to let you get home after a long day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Micah. Hello one last time from me and Brian. So it sounds like there was a poll with a really, really small sample size where Mikie Sherrill is winning with 67% of the vote.
You know, that last woman who just spoke, who raised her hand and thought Chidarelli did better, I thought she had a very interesting point, because I read from their websites both the platforms that Chidarelli and Cheryl have. I read that today, and yes, he is very specific. She is not specific. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but it's an interesting thing to contrast. You know, if you don't like it, you know where Chidarelli stands, or maybe you do like it. With Cheryl, you have a feeling for where she stands. I think that might be the biggest difference between the two candidates.
But then you just saw this result of, I mean, this obviously not very scientific poll, and then real polls that we have that show Cheryl a fair bit up. You have to wonder whether, no, but I'm just sort of saying that, like, maybe that's not the thing that we as journalists think is such a terrible thing.
Right.
So, you know, that's just, we have to put ourselves in the mindset of voters and what they're looking for. So that will do it from us. I have been Joey Fox.
And I'm Brian Thompson, and we have had a great time with you folks. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for watching Debate Night.